Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The tires hummed steadily beneath the SUV as it wound deeper into the forest, the sound mingling with the low rumble of distant thunder. Hannah adjusted her grip on the steering wheel, glancing at the GPS one more time. The signal had already flickered out twice in the past hour, and now it was frozen, stubbornly pointing down a dirt road that barely looked like it had been driven on in years. Still no service? Mark asked from the passenger seat, peering at his own phone. He tapped the screen and shook his head. Nope. Nothing. I think we're on our own now, he said, forcing a laugh. This is how horror movies start, right? In the back seat, Alyssa and Jordan exchanged a quick glance but said nothing. The four of them had been planning this trip for months, a weekend getaway to an old, out-of-use campground that Mark claimed his uncle had told him about years ago. It was supposed to be isolated, untouched, a hidden gem nestled somewhere in the northern woods. No cell towers. No crowds. Just the sound of wind through the trees and the crackle of firewood. Now, with the GPS frozen, the daylight fading behind a wall of clouds, and the road narrowing to little more than a rut-filled trail, the idea didn't feel quite as exciting. Are you sure this is it? Hannah asked, slowing the vehicle as branches scraped along the windows. It looks like we're driving straight into the woods. Mark leaned closer to the windshield. The trees had grown so dense, the branches above knit tightly enough to block out much of the sky. It was like driving into a tunnel, but instead of concrete, the walls were made of bark and shadow. This is the turn he mentioned, Mark said. He said there'd be a split in the trees. A kind of old forestry road. It used to lead to the campground. He said, Alyssa muttered. That's not the same as knowing. Relax, Jordan said, half laughing, but there was a tension in his voice. We're fine. Worst case, we pitch tents wherever the car gives out. The car dipped suddenly as one will sank into a pothole. Hannah cursed under her breath and gripped the wheel tighter. They were barely crawling now, the road twisting and curving unnaturally. A thick mist was starting to gather at ground level, not quite fog, but something close. The trees seemed taller here, thicker, darker. Then the road simply stopped. It wasn't a dead end. Not exactly. It was as if the path they were on just faded into the forest floor. 1 second there were tire tracks, packed dirt, crushed grass, and the next, nothing. Just pine needles and uneven roots. Hannah brought the car to a halt. Okay. Nope, she said, shifting the car into park. I'm not driving into that. The silence that followed was heavy. No birds. No wind. Just the ticking sound of the engine cooling and the occasional creak of branches above them. They all got out of the car, stretching and blinking at the strange quiet. The air smelled like moss and rain-soaked earth. Somewhere in the distance, they could hear water, maybe a creek, maybe a small river, but it was muffled, like it was coming from far below them rather than ahead. Mark pulled out an old printed map, unfolded it carefully, and traced his finger along a line. We're close. Like, half a mile on foot, tops. Alyssa raised an eyebrow. And you're sure that's half a mile that won't lead us in circles? It's wilderness, not a labyrinth, he said. But he didn't sound sure. Still, they gathered their bags and flashlights and locked the SUV behind them. The path ahead was uneven but passable. The forest was dense, the air cool and damp. Every few steps, one of them would glance over their shoulder, not because they heard anything, but because it felt like they should have. They reached a clearing about 20 minutes later. It was small, overgrown, and surrounded by towering pines whose needles swallowed most of the light. The sky had turned a dull silver behind the clouds, and that strange low mist clung to the grass. But there was a fire pit in the center of the clearing, old and ringed with stones. Nearby, half buried under leaves and mud, was a wooden post. Faded lettering carved into it read, Welcome to Fern Hollow Campground. I told you, Mark said, grinning. Hannah gave him a half smile. Okay, point for you. They set up camp quickly. 2 tents. A pile of dry firewood Mark had brought in a tarp. Jordan managed to get a small flame going, and soon the orange glow of firelight pushed the shadows back. The tension started to ease a little. They made dinner. Told jokes. Shared memories from college and other camping trips. And for a little while, it really did feel like a getaway, like they'd escaped the noise of the world and found something peaceful again. But then the woods changed. It started subtly, the wind picking up without warning. The mist getting thicker, snaking between trees like it had weight. The fire, which had been burning steadily, began flickering strangely, as if reacting to something none of them could see. Then came the sound. It was faint. So faint that Hannah wasn't sure if she was imagining it. A dragging noise. Like something wet being pulled across the forest floor. It came from the direction they'd arrived from, but when they shined their lights that way, there was only darkness and fog. Did you hear that? She asked. Everyone paused. The dragging stopped. Yeah, Jordan said slowly. That wasn't a raccoon. The fire hissed, just for a second, as if the air itself had turned cold. And then, all at once, the clearing felt too small. Like the trees were closer than before. Like there were too many trunks. Too many shadows between them. We should get some rest, Mark said, clearing his throat. Long hike tomorrow. No one argued. They zipped into their tents, flashlights on low, trying to laugh it off. But sleep didn't come easily. Outside, the wind kept shifting directions. And every so often, beneath the whispering pines, came that sound again. A slow, dragging shuffle. Coming closer. And then stopping. Always just before you dared look. The forest held its breath. Inside the tent, Hannah lay still, her eyes wide open in the dark. Her flashlight sat beside her sleeping bag, casting a faint cone of light against the nylon wall. Every crackle of the fire outside sounded like a footstep. Every shift of the wind was a whisper just beyond the thin fabric. She told herself it was just nerves, the isolation, the fog, the unsettling quiet, but that dragging noise from earlier still echoed in her head like it had come from right beside her. She turned over slowly and checked her phone. Still no service. Not even a flicker of a bar. The time read 2:17 a.m. In the other tent, she could just barely hear Mark's soft breathing, steady and slow. Jordan and Alyssa were likely asleep too, though she doubted they were sleeping well. No one had talked much after crawling into their tents. It was as if the forest had drained the words from them, left them hushed and uneasy. Then, just as she began to drift toward sleep, it happened again. A soft crunch just outside. Then another. Something stepping through the underbrush. It wasn't a raccoon. It wasn't some foraging animal. The pattern was too deliberate, one step at a time, slow and heavy, like someone walking barefoot through the cold needles. Dragging something behind them. Crunch. Shuffle. Crunch. Stop. She didn't breathe. Her hand hovered over her flashlight. She heard it move again, closer this time. Right past the tent. The sound of something brushing against the fabric, just gently enough to be unmistakable. Hannah's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes burned from not blinking. The fire had gone out. She knew it, even without looking. The temperature had dropped, the air grown still. The only sound now was that slow, raspy dragging across the wet forest floor. She gathered every bit of courage she had and unzipped the side of the tent just an inch, not enough to be seen, just enough to look. Outside, the fog had thickened. It pressed between the trees like a living thing, swirling in unnatural currents. But it wasn't empty. Just beyond the reach of her flashlight, something moved. It was tall. Not quite human in shape, too long in the limbs, too still. It didn't walk so much as glide, but with a jerking rhythm, like a puppet pulled along a track. She couldn't see its face, if it even had one, but she felt the cold attention of it, the certainty that it knew she was watching. Then, without a sound, it turned and slipped into the fog. Gone. Hannah didn't sleep after that. When morning came, it did so slowly, as if the sun had to fight its way through the canopy. The fog lingered, pale and wet, draped over the clearing like a forgotten sheet. The fire was dead. The embers cold. Mark was already up, standing near the fire pit, arms crossed, staring into the trees. He looked pale. "You didn't sleep either?" Hannah asked, stepping out of her tent. He shook his head slowly. "Something came through here last night." Jordan and Alyssa joined them a minute later, both clearly exhausted. "You heard it too?" Alyssa asked. "That dragging sound?" Jordan nodded. "I thought I was dreaming at first. But it got right up next to our tent." They stood in silence for a moment, the forest pressing in around them. Then Mark knelt by the edge of the clearing. "Guys," he said quietly. "Look at this." They all gathered around. The soil was damp from last night's mist, soft enough to take an impression, and there, just on the edge of the camp, was a trail. Not quite a footprint, but something. A long groove, like something had been pulled. As if something heavy had been dragged through the brush, right past their tents. And worse, there were marks beside it. Not boot prints. Not shoes. But long, narrow indents. Too long for an animal. Too deep for something so light to leave. "What the hell kind of animal makes that?" Jordan asked. "It wasn't an animal," Hannah said quietly. They all turned to her. She didn't know how to explain what she'd seen, what it had felt like to look into the mist and feel that thing looking back, so she didn't. She just shook her head and said, "We should go." Mark pulled the map from his pack. "We can't just head back. If we go out the way we came in, we'll be walking for hours. But look," he pointed to a trail on the paper, one that curved around a nearby ridge. "My uncle said this path leads to an old ranger station. Maybe 10, 12 miles max. If we follow it, we might find help. Or at least a radio." "You sure it's still there?" Alyssa asked. "No," Mark admitted. "But I don't want to stay here another night." Nobody argued. They packed up camp in silence, moving faster than before, every one of them flinching at the smallest sounds, a snapping twig, a gust of wind. The map's trail wasn't visible at first, but Mark led the way, using terrain and landmarks his uncle had described years ago. The trees were dense, the path barely a game trail. No signs, no markers. After nearly 2 hours of hiking, the forest grew even darker. The fog refused to lift, and the air had a strange, sour smell, like something wet and old had been left to rot. Then they found it. A tree. Or what was left of it. It had been splintered at the base, not cut by a saw or felled by weather, but torn. Jagged edges, like the trunk had been twisted until it snapped. Around its base were strange marks in the dirt, deep gouges in the shape of wide fingers. And in the center of the gouges was something else. A piece of cloth. Faded, torn, damp. It looked like the corner of a jacket. Alyssa bent to pick it up and froze. On the edge of the fabric, nearly worn away by mud and time, were letters in faded stitching. FH Ranger Division. Fern Hollow. What if this wasn't storm damage, she whispered. Mark took the cloth gently, his fingers trembling. We need to keep moving. But the forest had other ideas. Within the hour, the trail began looping. Places they had passed, trees, stumps, even a rusted old sign half buried in moss, started showing up again. They marked the tree with a knife. 10 minutes later, they passed it again. Jordan stopped dead. Okay, no. This is messed up. It's like the forest is moving around us, Alyssa said. Mark was looking at the map, turning it slowly, eyes narrowing. Or we're not where we think we are. No, Hannah said. We're being led. The others stared at her. She pointed to the marks on the ground, subtle, but there. A groove. A path. Like something had passed this way before. We're not lost. Something wants us to go this way. No one said a word. Then, ahead of them, just barely visible through the trees, was a cabin. The cabin stood crooked beneath the shrouded trees, half sunken into the forest floor like it had grown there rather than been built. Time had not been kind to it. The roof sagged in the middle, its shingles dark with moss and rot. The wooden siding was warped and split in places, and a section of the front porch had collapsed inward, exposing the foundation beneath, if there even was one. Fog clung to the base of the structure, swirling around it like breath. A single shutter hung askew, clicking softly in the wind, the only sound in a heavy silence. They stood still for a long moment, just staring. No way that's on your map, Hannah said, her voice hushed, like speaking too loud might wake something. Mark didn't answer. He turned the map over in his hands, scanning it as if a second look might summon the cabin into existence. But the paper was just as blank in that area as before. Nothing, he said finally. It shouldn't be here. I don't like this, Alyssa whispered. It feels wrong. Like it's waiting. It's shelter, Jordan said, stepping forward. And it's getting colder. He was right. Though it was midday, the forest felt like twilight. The fog had thickened further, muting the light into a perpetual dusk. And now, the cold had a different edge to it, not just physical, but emotional. Like standing beside a grave that no one remembered. I don't want to go in there, Alyssa said. Please. But they were tired. Hungry. Cold. And the forest had been shifting behind them, the paths bleeding into one another, time slipping strangely. The cabin may not have been on any map, but it was there. Solid. Unmoving. Hannah approached first, her boots crunching softly on the pine needles. As she reached the porch, she hesitated, peering into the shadows beneath the overhang. The wood smelled old. Wet. Like it had soaked in years of decay. The door was slightly open, the gap dark and silent. Mark joined her, pushing gently on the wood. The door creaked open with a long groan, revealing a single-room interior choked in shadow. Dust particles hung in the air like tiny floating insects, disturbed by the sudden draft. The only window was cracked and covered in grime, letting in just enough light to see a broken table, a few empty chairs, and a wood stove long dead and rusted. Jordan stepped inside behind them, shining his flashlight in wide arcs. The beam passed over the fireplace and landed on a wall at the back. And they saw it. A large, dark handprint, smeared across the wall in something that looked disturbingly like dried blood. 4 fingers. Long uneven. The palm misshapen. Alyssa stopped at the door, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Guys, we shouldn't be in here. But they were already too deep. Mark walked over to the wall and looked closer at the handprint. It's old. Maybe animal blood. Or paint. Do animals leave handprints? Hannah asked flatly. The cabin had no scent of rot or death. No recent signs of life. But it felt wrong all the same. The air inside was still, but heavy, like it had been trapped for decades. Every breath felt a little harder. Every movement a little slower. And in the far corner, there was something else. A trapdoor. Jordan spotted it first, partially obscured by a collapsed chair and some rotting floorboards. The metal ring handle had rusted, but not completely. There were faint scratches around it, like it had been opened, and closed, more than once. Nope, Alyssa said, backing up. We are not opening that. But curiosity is a tricky thing in isolation. When you've been walking in circles for hours, haunted by sounds you can't explain and roads that don't lead anywhere, even a trapdoor can start to feel like an answer. Jordan tugged it open. The hinges shrieked. A plume of dust and cold air rushed out, carrying with it a stench of mildew, damp earth, and something else, something coppery and stale. He shined his flashlight down. The stairs descended into pitch black, disappearing after just a few feet. Wood steps, narrow and warped. The walls were stone, or perhaps packed earth, hard to tell. But the passage felt old. Older than the cabin itself. Like it had been dug for a different purpose, long before the building above it was ever constructed. Mark knelt beside it. Looks like some kind of cellar. Or a bunker, Jordan said. Or a root basement. Or a grave, Alyssa added. The others looked at her. I'm not trying to be dramatic, she continued, her voice shaking. But none of this makes sense. We followed a trail that didn't exist to a cabin that doesn't belong on any map. We're walking in circles. We're hearing things in the woods. And now there's a hidden tunnel under a house that's falling apart, but hasn't collapsed completely despite looking 100 years old. She stepped back. We're being led. You said that earlier, Hannah. I think you were right. Something wants us to go down there. That gave them all pause. But again, silence crept in. The fog outside was so thick now it had started to press against the windows, curling in through the broken glass like fingers. Going outside felt like walking into the belly of a creature that had already swallowed them whole. So Jordan went first. He stepped down into the trapdoor carefully, flashlight held out before him. Each step groaned beneath his weight. The others followed slowly, Mark next, then Hannah, then Alyssa last, who lingered for a long time before finally descending. The temperature dropped the farther they went. At the bottom was a small underground room. Stone walls, dirt floor. Cold seeped up through their boots. There were shelves along one side, holding rusted cans, shattered jars, old tools. In the back corner, an oil lamp sat on a table, beside what looked like an old, leather-bound book. Jordan lit the lamp. The flame bloomed to life, casting dancing shadows across the room. That's when they saw it. Drawings. All along the walls. Scratched into the stone with something sharp, the images formed a repeating pattern. Trees. Circles. Eyes. Dozens of eyes, wide, hollow, staring. Overlapping symbols that spiraled toward the center, where a single figure stood, tall, thin, with arms too long and a face without features. It was the thing Hannah had seen in the fog. It's real, she said softly. I saw it last night. The room felt colder. The walls seemed to lean in slightly. Mark picked up the book and opened it. Pages flaked at the corners, the ink smeared by moisture and time. But some of it was still legible. The woods do not forget. He watches from the hollow places, where light dares not go. The deeper you go, the more real he becomes. On the next page was a rough sketch, the figure again. The same shape. Same empty face. Jordan turned toward the wall of eyes. One of them blinked. He stumbled backward, hitting the table hard. The oil lamp tipped, and shattered. Flames erupted for an instant, then sputtered, then died. Darkness. Total. And then, in the silence, came a whisper. Not from one of them. Not from anywhere they could see. Just a voice, low and rasping, so close it might have been inside the stone itself. You shouldn't have found me. Darkness swallowed everything. The broken oil lamp hissed softly as its last flickers died, leaving only the sound of their breath, sharp, ragged, overlapping. None of them moved at first. It was as if the whisper had frozen their bodies, locking them in that cold, underground space where time no longer felt like it belonged to them. Hannah's flashlight beam finally cut through the dark, jittering wildly as her hand shook. The stone walls came into view again, damp, ancient, covered in scratchings that no longer looked like just drawings. Now, in the half-light, they resembled claw marks, or desperate attempts to write something before the writer vanished. Mark was crouched by the broken table, breathing fast. Jordan stood motionless, his back pressed against the wall, staring at the eye that had blinked. Alyssa hadn't screamed, but her face was drained of color, her lips barely moving as she whispered to herself, some internal prayer or mantra to block out what they'd just heard. But the voice lingered. Not in the air, exactly. In the walls. In the floor. In the stone. It felt as though the cabin had exhaled, and now something else had taken in that breath and was holding it. Jordan finally spoke. "Tell me someone else heard that." "I heard it," Hannah said. "We all heard it," Alyssa whispered. Mark's voice was hoarse. "What does it mean, you shouldn't have found me?" "I don't know," Hannah said. "But we need to go. Now." A rumble passed through the cellar. Not loud, not violent, but unmistakable. A vibration that started in their bones and ended in their teeth. The walls seemed to shiver, dust sifting down from the ceiling like flowers shaken from an old cloth. The air smelled suddenly older, thick with stone, mildew, and something else, metallic. Copper and iron. Blood. Hannah turned toward the stairwell. The trapdoor was closed. "No. No, no, no," she whispered, rushing up the steps 2 at a time. She pushed. Nothing. Slammed her shoulder into it. Still nothing. "It's stuck," she yelled down. "It's jammed or something." Mark was beside her in seconds, bracing his shoulder and heaving against the door, his boots scraping for leverage. The wood groaned but didn't budge. "It was open," Jordan said. "It was open when we came down." "I didn't close it," Alyssa whispered. "None of us did," Hannah said. They pushed again. No change. And then they heard it. A soft creak above. Not the door. The floorboards. Something was moving around the cabin above them, slow, deliberate footsteps, each one heavier than the last. Not the weight of boots, something barefoot, maybe. Something that didn't mind the cold. Then, dragging. That same wet, pulpy shuffle they'd heard outside the tents. Hannah backed away from the door, light trembling in her hand. The footsteps stopped. Directly above the trapdoor. Silence. Then. Knock. One loud, deliberate knock on the wood above them. Not fast. Not frantic. Just a single, slow command. Mark stumbled back. Alyssa let out a sob and covered her mouth. Jordan raised his flashlight to the ceiling, as if it would pierce through the wood. "Whoever you are," he called out, his voice shaking, "we're just passing through. We didn't mean to." Knock. Louder this time. The sound echoed through the cellar like a gunshot in a cave. Hannah stepped forward. "Stop," she hissed. "Don't speak to it." "What do you mean it?" Jordan asked. "You think that's not a person?" Hannah shook her head. "Whatever this is, it's not just some guy. I saw it. In the fog. It moved like nothing I've ever seen. And this," she gestured to the scratched drawings on the wall, "someone was afraid of it. Afraid enough to carve these all over the walls." Suddenly, the trapdoor cracked. A long, jagged split ran down its center, splintering outward as something heavy pressed from above. The wood creaked. Groaned. Gave another inch. Dust rained down. A second split tore across it, this one horizontal. "We have to get out of here," Alyssa said, backing away from the stairwell. "There's nowhere else to go," Jordan said. "Unless you want to dig through that." He pointed to the back wall, where the stone looked slightly different, like it had been sealed. The etchings on that wall were more violent, the scratch marks deeper. And in the center of them, a narrow crack. Almost a doorway. Hannah moved toward it, her flashlight dancing across the rough edges. "Help me," she said. This was blocked off. Someone didn't want it opened. Then why open it? Alyssa asked. Because whatever's up there, Hannah looked back at the cracking trapdoor. Might be worse. Mark grabbed a rusted metal bar from the shelf and began slamming it into the side of the wall. With each blow, dust and stone crumbled free. Jordan joined in with an old hammer, his strikes frantic. Alyssa stood near the base of the stairs, eyes fixed upward, flinching with every groan from the wood above. Then the final plank of the trapdoor gave a sharp pop, splitting apart, leaving a jagged hole. And through it, something reached down. A long arm, too long, extending slowly from the shadows above. The skin was pale and damp, stretched tight over bone. The fingers were disproportionate, curling inward like claws. They didn't grope blindly. They reached with purpose. Straight for Alyssa. She screamed, backing away just in time as the fingers scraped against her shoulder. The thing above the door gave a low, breathless growl, not vocal cords, but the sound of air being forced through a place where it didn't belong. The wall cracked. Jordan broke through first, shoving aside a section of the stone to reveal a narrow, sloping passage on the other side. Not a room. A tunnel. Pitch black and descending. "Go!" Hannah yelled. "Go now!" They scrambled through the opening one by one, Hannah pulling Alyssa behind her as the arm above thrust farther into the room, dragging its nails along the stone, gouging it like soft chalk. A second arm followed, the same grotesque proportions, the same dead color. Jordan was already halfway down the tunnel, his flashlight illuminating rough dirt walls and old wooden braces, warped and cracked from moisture. Hannah pushed Alyssa ahead and then turned back. She looked one final time through the trapdoor. A face was forming above it. Pale. Shifting. Almost human, but wrong. As if it were trying to remember what a face was supposed to look like. Eyes that weren't eyes. A mouth that stretched wider than it should, full of a blackness that seemed to drink the light. And then it smiled. Not wide. Not cruel. Glad. It had found them. They ran. The narrow tunnel swallowed them in darkness, their flashlights trembling as they staggered downward through damp earth and crumbling stone. The walls seemed to close in with every step, packed dirt lined with warped wooden beams, old support struts so decayed they groaned at the slightest brush. Their breaths echoed. Their footsteps echoed. And yet, nothing else did. No sound came from behind them. That should have been a relief. It wasn't. Hannah kept glancing over her shoulder. She could still feel it, that smile. That awful, knowing expression staring down through the broken trapdoor. Not angry. Not hungry. Just patient. Like it had all the time in the world. How far does this go? Jordan called out, panting, the beam of his light bouncing wildly against the tunnel walls. I don't know, Mark said. It wasn't on the map. None of this is. They moved as fast as they could without slipping. The tunnel sloped downward at a shallow angle, but it didn't stop. It twisted occasionally, veering left or right, sometimes narrowing until they had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Somewhere behind them, Alyssa tripped and fell hard. Hannah turned, rushing back. Are you okay? I think I hit something, Alyssa whispered, her voice shaky. She pushed herself up on her elbows and turned her flashlight back toward the floor. It wasn't rock. It felt soft. She aimed the light, and froze. So did everyone else. Lying on the tunnel floor, half covered in dirt and tangled in roots, was a shoe. A hiking boot. Old. Molded. Cracked. But still mostly intact. And inside it was a foot, A human foot, still in the boot, still laced, but mummified. Shriveled. Like it had been down here for years. Alyssa scrambled back, her hands shaking violently. "Oh God, oh God." "Don't look," Hannah said, turning her flashlight away. "Just keep moving." But they found more. As they pressed deeper into the tunnel, the walls began to change. Not structurally, visually. Symbols appeared. Etched into the packed earth, almost identical to the ones in the cellar. Circles. Trees. Eyes. A tall figure with limbs that bent in all the wrong ways. And names. Carved roughly. Some barely readable. N. Hardy. R. Clemens. W.S. March 12, 88. Help me. Still here. IT doesn't sleep. Mark ran his fingers along one of the names. These weren't scratched out in panic, he murmured. They were recorded. Someone wanted them remembered. They were trapped down here, Alyssa said. We're trapped down here, Jordan replied. Then the tunnel changed again. The floor leveled. The dirt became stone. Not natural rock, but cut, smooth and deliberate, like it had been carved out by hand. The support beams vanished, replaced by low, arching ceilings. Here, the air felt colder, heavier. And there was no mistaking the smell now. Rot. Not fresh. Not strong. But old and baked into the very air. The kind of rot that hadn't been alive in a long time. They slowed. Their footsteps quieter. And then they saw it. An opening ahead, wider, domed, with jagged stone columns rising up from the ground like teeth. Inside, the floor dipped down into a shallow basin, and in the center of it all, was a circle. A perfect ring of stones, blackened and cracked. A fire pit. But the stones weren't just arranged. They were fused. Melted together by heat so intense it had turned the stone to slag. Around the edges of the circle were piles of old bones, animal or human, it was impossible to tell. Every surface was charred black. What is this place? Mark whispered. It's some kind of ritual site, Hannah said. She didn't want to believe it, but the symbols surrounding the basin confirmed it. The figure again, taller now, arms outstretched, face stretched in a silent scream. A shrine. And something had been here recently. There were footprints in the dust. Bare footprints. Large. Inhumanly wide. 6 toes. Deep enough to suggest weight. The prints circled the fire pit again and again before disappearing into a smaller tunnel on the far side of the room. I'm not going that way, Alyssa said. I'm not following that. We can't go back, Mark said. That thing, whatever it is, it's waiting for us. Hunting us. The tunnel might lead out. Or deeper, Jordan said. It might go deeper. We can't just sit here, Hannah said. We need to move. While we still can. They crossed the chamber carefully, stepping around the bones and ash. As they passed the fire pit, the temperature dropped again, sharp and sudden. Each of them exhaled pale clouds into the air, their breath fogging like it was winter. And then the whispering began. Not out loud. Inside. One by one, they paused. Turned. Looked around. Did you hear that? Alyssa asked, clutching her temples. Hannah nodded. Her ears rang faintly, like after a fire alarm. But beneath that was something else, words. Or fragments of words. Repeating. Twisting. Don't go. Don't leave me here. It needs more. It wants more. Mark clutched the old journal from the cellar tightly in both hands, flipping it open and scanning the pages. There's something here, he muttered. Something old. Something that was worshipped. Maybe bound. They did something to hold it here, but it only lasted as long as someone kept the fires burning. He looked up at the cold, blackened pit. But the fire went out. Jordan stared down at it. Who would worship this? Desperate people, Hannah said. Or people who thought they could control it. A gust of wind blew through the tunnel behind them. Only, it wasn't wind. It was breath. Slow. Wet. Close. They turned as one. And for a moment, just a heartbeat, they saw something at the entrance to the tunnel they'd come from. A shape. Huge. Leaning just slightly into the chamber. Watching. Its arms scraped the stone walls as it moved. Its head tilted unnaturally. And when its eyes caught the beam of Hannah's flashlight, they didn't glow. They absorbed. The beam vanished as soon as it touched them, like light itself refused to exist in their gaze. Run! Mark shouted. They bolted toward the far tunnel, ducking low and stumbling through the archway as a deafening screech filled the chamber, not high-pitched like an animal, but low and guttural. A sound made by something with lungs full of dirt and time. Behind them, stone cracked. The shrine collapsed. And then came the dragging again, louder this time. Faster. Closer. But they didn't look back. Not yet. They ran deeper, into the dark, the tunnel twisting like a snake's spine, no longer carved by hands but worn by something else. Something that had lived in it. Slept in it. Waited. And ahead, the path split. 3 tunnels. Each identical. Each silent. No signs. No markings. Just earth. Stone. Cold. And the certainty that one of them led out, while the others didn't. The 3 tunnels waited. Each mouth gaped open before them like the hollow throat of some buried thing. No markers. No scent of wind. Just an unnatural stillness in all directions. Behind them, the sound of cracking stone had stopped. So had the dragging. But that didn't mean it was gone. Whatever was stalking them in the dark, the thing that had smiled through the trapdoor and watched them flee into the earth, it wasn't gone. It had just paused. Hannah turned in a slow circle, her flashlight tracing the tunnel walls, illuminating nothing but damp stone and clawed carvings. Her chest rose and fell sharply. Left, she said. Jordan looked at her. You sure? No, she replied, voice tight. But we can't stand here. Mark pulled the old journal from under his jacket again, flipping through the pages like the answer might be hiding in a crease he'd missed. There's nothing in here about a tunnel split. No map. Just ramblings. Warnings. He held it open for them to see. On the next page, someone had scrawled the same phrase over and over in black ink. They went left and never came back. They went left and never came back. They went left and never came back. The ink was smeared in places. Some of the words had been scratched out with something sharp. The last line had been etched directly into the paper, the pen had torn through it. Alyssa stared at it and took a slow step back. Well, that settles it, she said. We're not going left. Jordan pointed toward the right tunnel. Then we go this way. But Mark kept flipping. Another page. New handwriting. Shakier. Almost childlike. It read. They went right and fed the thing. The ink had pooled beneath those words, darker than the others. A handprint stained the bottom corner, not drawn, but pressed. The print looked human. But there were too many fingers. Hannah blinked. Then, middle. Alyssa's voice shook. What if middle's worse? What if they all are? Mark asked. They stood in silence. The tunnel stared back. No clues. No sounds. And then, softly, the whispering returned. From the tunnel to the right. Not a voice this time. Not words. Laughter. Giddy. Muffled. Like a child playing hide and seek. It rose in pitch, echoing faintly against the stone. A second voice joined it, deeper. Ragged. Almost like it was mimicking the first. Then it stopped. Jordan gritted his teeth. Middle. We go middle. We pick one and we run. They agreed, silently. No one wanted to hear what the other two tunnels would offer next. So they turned, and stepped into the center path. The air changed almost immediately. The tunnel narrowed, forcing them into single file. The ground grew slick, coated in a thin layer of something wet and granular, mud or rot or both. Their footsteps squelched softly as they moved, the walls pressing close enough to brush shoulders. The silence returned, broken only by the rhythmic beep of Mark's watch every half hour. He checked it again now. Almost 7 p.m., he said. Alyssa laughed bitterly. Feels like we've been down here for days. They continued. Sometimes the tunnel turned. Sometimes it sloped. But it never opened. It just kept going. As if it had no end. The deeper they went, the stranger the walls looked. Once, Jordan's flashlight revealed bones pressed into the dirt, small, fragile. Rib bones. Vertebrae. Some still had scraps of clothing fused to them. No one spoke when they passed those. Then came the change. The tunnel widened into a chamber, though this one wasn't empty. Wooden crates, rusted tools, lanterns, and canvas sacks lay scattered across the floor like someone had moved in long ago and never finished unpacking. They stepped into the space cautiously, flashlights sweeping across relics from another time. Someone lived here, Hannah said. A small cot sat against one wall, moldy, rotted through. Beside it, an old, rust-covered stove leaned at an angle. Nearby, something like a makeshift desk was pinned with yellowed papers. Mark stepped closer, brushing dust from one. It's a journal, he said. Not the same handwriting as the other one. Different author. It's dated. He squinted. 1962. He read aloud. They come at night. I can hear them laughing just past the tunnel. I block it off. Stack rocks. Doesn't matter. They still come. A second page. Can't leave. Tried once. Walked for 8 hours. Came back to my own camp. And a third. Stopped lighting the fire. Doesn't help. Just makes them hungry. Jordan looked around. Where's the body? They searched. Nothing. No remains. No sign of who'd written it. But something else lay behind the crates. A door. Or rather, what was left of one. A thick slab of iron half buried in stone, chained shut with multiple lengths of rusted steel. Symbols had been scratched into the frame, those same looping eyes, those same impossible figures. A warning. Alyssa whispered, someone sealed this from our side. Jordan stepped closer. Maybe it's a way out. Or maybe it's what they were trying to keep in, Mark said, stepping forward and placing a hand gently against the cold metal. Or keep us from reaching. The door rattled. Just a vibration, soft and sudden, like something brushing the other side. Then a sound. Wet. Clicking. Like teeth. Or claws. Then the chains twitched. Just once. Mark jumped back. Nope. Nope, nope. A thud hit the door. Then another. From the inside. Hannah backed away, her light darting back to the tunnel. But it was gone. Where they'd come from, the tunnel that had led them here, it was no longer there. Just a smooth wall of stone. No, Alyssa whispered, spinning around. It was right here. I saw it. We came from that direction. They tried the other side, where the tunnel should have continued. Also sealed. No crack. No turn. Just walls. They were boxed in. Then came the voice again. Not laughter this time. Not whispering. But a growl. Right at the edge of understanding. You're in the deep now. The chains on the door went slack. The chains slithered to the floor like dead snakes. One by one, the links fell with a soft clink that echoed far louder than it should have in the stone chamber. The iron slabs didn't creak. They didn't groan. The sealed door simply shifted, just slightly, a breath, a subtle draw backward, as if something on the other side had placed its weight against it, testing it. And it had decided it was time. No, Alyssa whispered. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. She rushed to the fallen chains, dragging one up with trembling hands, trying to hook it back into place. The rusted iron slipped through her fingers like oiled rope. Mark joined her, grabbing another chain. Help me. We can seal it again. But it was no use. There were no locks. No latches. The door had been held shut, not by hinges, but by force. And whatever had kept it sealed was no longer here. A cold wind rushed from the crack where the door had shifted, a single breath of something vast and wrong, like opening the lid of a coffin buried in ice. The air didn't smell like rot this time. It smelled like nothing. Like a place that had never known sunlight. Never known life. Jordan stumbled back, flashlight flicking across the wall. We need to find another way out. There is no other way out, Hannah said, eyes locked on the shifting gap in the door. It's sealed behind us. It wants us here. She didn't say what everyone else was thinking. It had been leading them from the beginning. Not the forest. Not the fog. It. From the moment they stepped off the trail. From the moment the fire went out. From the moment Hannah saw the figure in the mist. They had never chosen the path. They had been herded. Steered. And now they were in its den. A second breath slipped through the doorway. This time, it wasn't wind. It was movement. Slow. Deliberate. A low scrape of something heavy sliding across stone. Something with weight but no clear shape. A silhouette that shifted when you weren't looking, always just out of full view. Jordan raised his flashlight and pointed it through the narrow crack. He should never have done that. The beam flickered. Then dimmed. Then turned off entirely. He smacked the flashlight against his palm. Dead. It was working seconds ago. So did Mark's. And Hannah's. And Alyssa's. All four beams faded at once, leaving only the faint glow from Mark's watch screen. EMP. Mark whispered, trying to reason with something his mind couldn't grasp. Static. Maybe the stone. And then, from the other side of the door, a hand slid through. But it wasn't reaching. It was feeling. Long fingers, too many, bending in ways they shouldn't. The skin looked stretched, glistening like something that had once been human but had forgotten how to hold a shape. The arm followed next, bending at odd angles, dragging along the floor without friction. Then it stopped. As if it were listening. The fingers slowly curled around one of the fallen chains, lifting it like a toy. Then it began to play with it. Tapping the links against the stone. 1, 2, 3. The sound rhythmically echoed like a clock ticking in a cathedral. Tick. 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 Hannah whispered, "It's counting." Jordan backed away until his shoulders hit the opposite wall. "What do you mean, it's counting?" 3 chains, Hannah said. 3 tunnels. 3 knocks on the trapdoor. Everything in threes. It's part of its rhythm. The hand released the chain. And slipped back into the crack. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, Boom. The door slammed open. But not with noise. With pressure. A force hit them like a sudden drop in gravity. Not wind. Not heat. But an overwhelming presence. Every candle extinguished. Every thought paused. Every bone in their bodies seemed to tighten at once. And then came the sound. A shuffling. A dragging. Heavy limbs scraping the floor. Something entering the chamber not with speed, but with certainty. A slow descent from something older than movement. They couldn't see it. Their eyes wouldn't let them. Every time the light touched the space beyond the door, it flickered, not electronically, but as if the darkness itself refused illumination. A place that had no shadow because it was shadow. And it was watching them. Then something moved across the floor. Not toward them, between them. Alyssa gasped as she was pulled. Not lifted. Not snatched. Just taken, like a thread being drawn back into a needle. No. Mark lunged for her, catching her wrist just as her feet left the ground. Her scream tore through the chamber. Hannah grabbed Mark's shoulder, and Jordan wrapped both arms around Alyssa's waist. Together, they formed a human chain, anchoring her just inches from the darkness. But whatever had her wasn't letting go. A growl rolled through the air, not loud, but deep. Like the chamber itself had spoken. Alyssa's flashlight flared once, and for the briefest instant, they saw it. Not a face. Not even a shape. Just holes. In the air. In the space around her. Blacker than anything else. And eyes. Dozens. Some blinking. Some staring wide. All facing her. It wasn't dragging her with limbs. It was pulling her with hunger. Let go, she screamed, kicking wildly. Let go. Hannah gritted her teeth, digging her boots into the floor. We're not letting it take you. Then Mark did the only thing he could think of. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the journal. He opened to the middle page, the one with the burnt words, the one that said it doesn't sleep, and tore it out. Take it, he shouted, holding the page toward the dark. You want memory. You want witnesses. Take this. The page caught fire in his hand. No spark. No flame source. It just burned, as if lit from within. Alyssa's body dropped hard to the stone. The shadows recoiled. Not in pain, in recognition. It had seen that page before. Mark let the burning journal fall to the floor. The light inside the page grew brighter, and for a split second, the entire chamber exploded with light. And they saw everything. Not a figure. Not a monster. A hole in the world. A tear. A wound. As if reality had been scraped away by claws larger than time. And beneath it, faces. Hundreds. People with eyes wide open. Screaming silently. Not dead. Not gone. Just trapped. And one of those faces, in the far corner of the light, looked just like Mark. Then the light vanished. The chamber was empty again. The door was shut. The chains were gone. The journal was ash. And none of them moved. No one spoke. Not immediately. Their eyes burned from the flash, their bodies still rigid with the tension of something ancient brushing too close. Alyssa lay trembling on the cold stone, gasping in shallow bursts of breath, her fingers still curled as if they were being pulled, still waiting for something to take her again. The chamber stank of ash and heat, yet there was no fire. No embers. No smoke. Only the blackened scraps of the journal, curling on the floor in complete silence. Mark was still staring at the space where his own face had appeared, inside the thing. Inside that hole. He'd seen it. Clear as anything. His eyes. His expression. Mouth open in an eternal scream. But it wasn't just a reflection. It hadn't moved when he did. It hadn't mimicked him. It had been watching. And it knew he'd recognized it. "I saw," Mark began, but the words caught in his throat. "I saw me," he finished softly. Jordan didn't respond. He was helping Alyssa sit upright, his face pale, his hands visibly shaking. Hannah stood near the wall, one hand pressed flat against the stone, as though it were the only thing keeping her upright. "I think we've been here before," she whispered. Alyssa looked up. "What?" "I think we've all been here before." "No. I'd remember," Mark started. "Would you?" Hannah cut in, her voice suddenly sharp. "Would you really remember if this place didn't want you to? If it just pulled you in again, and again, like it's doing now?" Silence. Only the distant echo of water dripping somewhere. A rhythmic tap. 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 Like a leaky faucet in a forgotten home. "None of this feels real," Jordan muttered. "I can't tell if it's night or day anymore. I haven't eaten. I haven't been hungry. How long have we even been down here?" They all looked at Mark. He checked his watch. The screen was blank. Dead. "It was working 10 minutes ago," he whispered. "I swear to God, it was." "Time doesn't work down here," Hannah said. "It bends." Jordan stood, the light from his flashlight flickering back on, sputtering, but still functioning. It passed over the walls again, showing the same endless scratches, carvings, and eye-like symbols. But now, there were more. Fresh ones. Where once the stone was faded and chipped, now the symbols looked freshly carved. Dust still clung to the edges. And worse still. Names. Names none of them remembered writing. Mark Julian. Alyssa Green. Jordan R. Hannah Dale. Etched into the wall in different handwriting. Deep grooves. Some of the letters jagged, uneven, as if carved in panic. "Okay," Jordan said, stepping back. "That was not there before. I didn't carve that." "No one did," Mark said. "It did." "Why?" Alyssa asked. "Why our names?" "Because it doesn't want us to leave." They didn't wait for more signs. There was still a door at the far end of the chamber, much smaller than the one the creature had come from. Iron bars crossed it in a rusted X, but no lock. Hannah shoved them aside, and the hinges groaned open into another passage. This one was different. Narrow. Cramped. And vertical. A stairwell spiraled down into the dark, stone steps slick with condensation. The air was colder now, and it smelled of wet roots and something else, old fabric. Dust? Mark's flashlight flickered across the stairwell wall, revealing something unexpected. Wallpaper. Peeling strips of once green floral paper clung to the wall in places, water-damaged and faded. Under it, wooden paneling. Moldy. Splintering. It wasn't a tunnel anymore. It was a house. Hannah leaned close and touched one of the walls. "What is this?" "Feels like a basement," Jordan said. "But we were just in a cave," Alyssa said. "How does this even connect?" "We're not in a real place," Mark muttered. "We're in something's memory of one." They descended the stairs slowly. Each step groaned, some bending beneath their weight. Cobwebs brushed their shoulders. Faint noises creaked from deep within the walls, footsteps that weren't theirs. Doors that shut on their own, softly, in distant parts of the house they hadn't seen yet. At the bottom of the stairwell was a narrow hallway. And at the end of it, a room. The door was ajar. Light spilled out from it, not flashlight light, but something warm and golden, like a lantern glow. Mark approached it first, pushing the door open gently with his foot. Inside was a living room. Or at least something trying to look like one. A fireplace. A couch. A rug with faded reds and browns. An old rotary phone sat on a wooden side table. The room was still. Perfect. Like someone had cleaned it up just moments before they entered. A fire flickered in the hearth, even though no one had lit it. And sitting on the couch was a woman. Middle-aged. Pale. Hair tied back in a gray bun. Her clothes were wrong, old-fashioned. Like something out of the 1950s. Her hands rested gently in her lap. Her eyes were closed. Alyssa reached for Hannah. Is she real? Jordan stepped forward. Ma'am. Hey, are you okay? The woman opened her eyes. They were completely white. No irises. No pupils. And yet, she smiled. Like she'd been expecting them. Like they were guests arriving late to a party that had never ended. Would you like some tea? She asked, voice brittle but pleasant. It's almost steeped. Jordan froze. What? The woman stood slowly. Moved toward the fireplace. Picked up a silver kettle from a hook and turned toward the empty table near the wall. She set down 4 teacups. One for each of them. Then she turned around again. Her face was still smiling, but her eyes were bleeding. Thin trickles of black ran from the corners like ink from a broken pen. It always ends here, she said softly. They didn't move. She pointed to the couch. Sit. It's rude to stand. No one sat. The fire flared behind her. And the room shifted. Not all at once, in slow, rippling motions. The walls grew darker. The paper peeled faster. The couch began to mold and curl inward like it had aged a decade in seconds. The woman's smile widened, but her skin cracked as it did, her cheek splitting open slightly. Mark whispered, "We have to go." The woman's head twitched toward him. "You already did." Then she shattered. Not exploded, shattered. Like glass under a hammer. Her body fractured into 1,000 tiny shards that floated midair for a moment, then evaporated into smoke. And the living room, the whole room, collapsed. The fire died. The furniture dissolved. And they were back in the tunnel. No doors. No stairs. No house. Just walls. Dirt. And silence. As if none of it had happened. But when Mark looked down at his shirt, there was tea. Hot. Fresh. Spilled across his chest. Mark stared at the stain on his chest. His breath came in short, unsteady bursts. The tea had soaked through his shirt, still warm, the faint scent of chamomile and something sour clinging to the fabric. The others stood in silence, their flashlights barely flickering against the walls that now surrounded them again. The tunnel had returned, but not the same as before. It was narrower. And breathing. The walls subtly pulsed, as if the earth itself inhaled and exhaled, a deep rhythm like a sleeping animal that was never really asleep. The wood paneling, the stairs, the fireplace, they were all gone. But something had changed. Something in them. No one spoke about the woman. Or the way her skin cracked like porcelain. Or the way her voice had seemed to echo not through the air, but directly inside their skulls. She had spoken with memory, not voice. Like she already knew how their story would end. They walked forward. Deeper. The light behind them died. When they turned, the path they had just taken was gone again, just a flat, moist wall of black dirt. Again, it was steering them. They moved in silence for minutes. Maybe hours. The tunnel began to widen again, but not like before. This time, it was rough. Chaotic. Like it had been carved by something burrowing, not building. Scrape marks raked the walls. Black fluid, tar or something worse, oozed from deep cracks in the rock. "Look," Alyssa whispered. She pointed ahead. The tunnel split again, but this time, not in 3 directions. Just one. And at the mouth of the new tunnel, a mirror. An old, full-length standing mirror with an ornate wooden frame, cracked in one corner, covered in dirt and cobwebs. It stood upright on the stone path, alone, facing them. There was no reflection. Not at first. Then, slowly, shapes appeared. Their shadows, moving inside the mirror, not matching their motions, but acting on their own. Jordan raised his hand. His reflection stared back, unmoving. Mark stepped closer. Inside the mirror, his reflection smiled. But Mark hadn't. And then it waved. A slow, taunting wave with fingers too long, joints bending wrong, the mouth stretching wider than humanly possible. Its lips moved, but no sound came. Still, he knew what it was saying. You're already here. Mark stepped back instinctively, bumping into Hannah. That's not me, he whispered. It's not a reflection. It's watching us, Alyssa said. It is us, Jordan added, eyes locked on his own twisted doppelganger. Then their reflections began to walk. Toward them. From inside the glass. They didn't move in unison. They didn't mimic. They acted, stepping forward, one at a time. The version of Hannah blinked wrong, delayed, as if remembering to be human. Alyssa's reflection tilted its head, eyes wide, like a puppet waiting for strings. Jordan's was smiling in a way he hadn't smiled since childhood, wide, toothy, hungry. And Mark's. His reflection looked sad. But then it turned its head slowly, and behind it, just beyond the boundary of the mirror, the figure was there. Tall. Shifting. Watching. Mark stepped forward again. He didn't want to. His body moved without permission. Like something behind the glass had him by the spine. We should go around it, Hannah said. But there was no way around. The tunnel was too narrow. The mirror filled the space completely. Smash it, Alyssa whispered. But Mark shook his head. What if that's worse? They hesitated. The reflections did not. They stood inches from the glass now, their hands pressed against the inside surface, drumming their fingers softly. A rhythm. 3 taps. Then silence. 3 taps. Then. The glass rippled. Not cracked. Not broke. It rippled, like water. Their reflections warped, distorting. Their mouths opened wide, too wide, and a voice, not loud, not even audible, pushed into their heads. Come back. Hannah yanked Mark's arm, pulling him backward. Don't look at it. But he couldn't help it. The mirror was changing again. The reflection of the tunnel behind them was gone now. In its place, a new image bloomed. A clearing. The forest. Lit by early morning sun. Birds. Grass. Normalcy. Their tents. Their bags. Everything they had left behind. It showed them the way out. I think it's a portal, Jordan said, stepping forward. It's letting us go. No, Hannah said firmly. It's showing us what we want. But what if it's real? Alyssa asked. Behind them, the tunnel shuddered. A deep thud pulsed through the earth. Footsteps. Slow. Coming closer. The air shifted again. Cold. Oily. Heavy. They had to make a choice. Mark stepped toward the mirror. If this is the way out. Then his reflection stepped through. No warning. No sound. It just passed through the surface of the glass like fog, and grabbed him. Fast. Hard. It tried to pull him back through. Mark screamed. His feet lifted off the ground as the others rushed forward, grabbing at him, pulling. But the reflection held on with impossible strength. And behind it, inside the glass, the forest image flickered. Replaced with something burning. The forest. Their tents. All on fire. People running. Smoke rising. And in the center of the flames, a figure made of ash and bone. Watching. Still watching. I see it, Mark choked. It's inside the mirror. And then, just like that, the reflection let go. Mark fell back hard, gasping. The mirror's surface solidified again, rippling once, then going completely black. Their reflections were gone. And carved across the glass, deep and fresh, was a single phrase. You were never out. They moved forward. There was no other choice. The tunnel narrowed again. The darkness returned, thicker now, more present. It pressed against their skin, as if trying to slow them, trap them, erase the parts of them that remembered who they were. Then, finally, it opened again. A cavern. Massive. At the center, a lake of still, black water. Too smooth. Too silent. And in the center of the lake, a house. Not a building. Not a ruin. A replica of one of their childhood homes. But whose? Hannah stepped closer to the water's edge. And without turning, she whispered. It's mine. The cavern breathed around them like a living thing. The walls pulsed with unseen currents, as if the rock itself throbbed in time with their racing hearts. Shadows flickered from a source they couldn't see, long fingers stretching and retreating like smoke caught in a draft. It was so quiet here that every breath felt loud, every step resonated like a hammer strike. At the cavern's center lay a lake so black it seemed to absorb all the light. The surface was impossibly smooth, like a sheet of glass forged from shadow. No ripples disturbed its stillness. It was a pool of nothingness that promised to swallow them whole. And standing there, impossibly perfect and utterly wrong, was the house. A small wooden structure, its weathered siding coated in peeling paint that shimmered faintly in the dim glow of the cavern. It looked almost welcoming at first glance, windows framed with lace curtains, a front porch with a rusted swing, and a chimney that puffed slow, silent smoke into the shadowed air. But the air around it was thick, suffused with a dread that sank into their bones like a cold claw. Hannah's voice broke the heavy silence. It's mine, she whispered, the single word barely audible. Her eyes glistened with something between fear and nostalgia, a pain too deep for tears. They all moved toward the lake's edge, the stone path ending abruptly at dark water. No bridge. No stepping stones. Nothing to cross except the impenetrable blackness. Jordan crouched and touched the surface of the water with trembling fingers. The liquid was cold, unnaturally so, colder than anything he had ever felt. The water did not ripple from his touch, but a shadow moved beneath. Hannah swallowed hard. It's not water. What is it then? Alyssa asked. No idea, Mark said, his voice strained. But I don't think it's safe. The cavern's dim light reflected off the lake, casting the house's warped image onto the walls. The distorted figure twisted and shimmered, reminding them of the mirror and the tunnel, things meant to deceive and trap. Jordan looked back at the narrow tunnel they had come from. We don't have a choice. We have to cross. But how? Alyssa whispered. The four of them exchanged nervous glances. The house might hold answers. Or it might hold the end of everything. Hannah stepped forward and knelt at the edge. When I was a kid, I used to imagine a bridge here. A path over the water. Maybe if I believe it, it will appear. Mark frowned. That's not how this works. We can't just wish our way out. Hannah reached out again, this time pressing both hands flat on the surface. A shiver rippled through the lake, so faint it might have been imagined. But then, a slender wooden plank emerged from the darkness, curling and weaving like a snake, its surface slick and glossy. It's a bridge, Jordan said, eyes wide. Hannah slowly rose, carefully stepping onto the plank. It held her weight. One by one, they crossed the lake, the plank curling beneath their feet like a living thing, always keeping just enough distance from the black water. Halfway across, the cavern seemed to close in. The walls pulsed faster, and the air thickened until it felt like breathing through wet wool. The reflections in the lake turned from shimmering images to horrifying scenes, twisted versions of their memories flickering beneath the surface. Mark saw a burned-down version of his childhood home, flames licking the roof while faceless shadows watched. Alyssa glimpsed a twisted carnival, where laughter echoed with screams beneath the tents. Jordan saw a forest, alive and hungry, swallowing everything whole. Hannah saw herself standing alone in the rain, staring at a broken mirror. The plank trembled. "Keep moving," Hannah urged. When they reached the shore on the other side, the house stood silent, its front door slightly ajar. The smoke from the chimney no longer rose, and the cold pressed against their skin like icy fingers. Mark reached for the door and pushed it open slowly. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of damp wood and something metallic. The floorboards creaked beneath their feet, and the faint glow of candlelight flickered from the far corner. The room was a perfect replica of a living room, old photographs lined the walls, a rocking chair moved gently despite the still air, and a cracked porcelain doll sat on a dusty table. Hannah's gaze fell upon a mirror hanging over the fireplace. Her reflection stared back, but it was wrong. The eyes were hollow, black pits leaking shadows that writhed like snakes. She reached out to touch it, but her hand passed through the glass as if it weren't there. A chilling voice whispered from nowhere and everywhere. "Welcome home, Hannah." The door slammed shut behind them. They were trapped. The house wasn't just a place. It was a prison. And it had been waiting. The door slammed shut with a force that rattled the very bones of the house. The echo hung in the stale air long after the sound died away. Four pairs of eyes darted toward the barrier, pressing their hands against the cold wood, but the door did not budge. It was as though the house itself had sealed them inside, turning from a fragile structure into an impenetrable tomb. A thick silence followed, no wind, no creaking, no sounds of life beyond their own breathing. Hannah swallowed hard, her heart hammering in her chest. "We're trapped," she said quietly. "There's no way out." "We have to find something," Mark said, voice steadier than he felt. "Something here that can help us." They spread out slowly, the flickering candlelight casting long, sinister shadows that stretched and twisted like living things. The house was eerily quiet, but it felt alive. The walls seemed to breathe, pulsing faintly, expanding and contracting with a slow rhythm that matched the pounding of their hearts. The photographs on the walls drew Hannah's attention. She stepped closer, her eyes narrowing. They were family portraits, but distorted. Faces blurred, eyes blacked out, smiles twisted into unnatural grins. Some showed people she didn't recognize, others looked uncannily familiar. Mark noticed a calendar pinned to the wall near a faded painting of the forest. The year was 1962. "Look at this," he called, gesturing to the calendar. The days were scratched out in frantic strokes, except for the last week, which was left untouched, as if time had stopped there. Alyssa shivered. "It's like whoever lived here was waiting, for what, I don't know." Jordan ran his hand along a dusty mantelpiece. A thick layer of grime covered everything, but he found a small brass key resting on a cracked porcelain saucer. "Maybe this will open the door," he said, holding it up. Hannah took it carefully and tried it in the lock. The mechanism clicked softly, but the door remained immovable. "It's not meant to open," she said. "Not yet." Mark crouched near the fireplace, noticing something odd about the hearth. The bricks were arranged oddly, with some protruding slightly, forming a rough pattern. "Here," he said, pressing one of the bricks. A low rumble vibrated through the floorboards, and the fireplace slowly slid aside like a secret door, revealing a narrow stairwell leading downward. They exchanged wary glances. "This way," Hannah said. The stairs creaked beneath their weight, spiraling deep into darkness. The air grew colder, damp, and heavy with the scent of earth and decay. A soft drip echoed somewhere far below, distant but steady. At the bottom, they entered a subterranean chamber. The walls were lined with shelves filled with dusty, leather-bound books and jars containing faded, unidentifiable specimens. The flickering light came from oil lamps placed haphazardly on tables and shelves. Jordan picked up a book, its title embossed in gold lettering, Whispers of the Deep. Flipping it open, he read aloud passages describing rituals, shadows that lived between worlds, and entities that fed on memory and fear. Alyssa felt a chill run down her spine as her eyes scanned the page. This is what's been trapping us, isn't it? This house, this place, it feeds on our memories. Hannah nodded. It's like a parasite. It traps us in the past, our own regrets, fears, and memories. It's how it holds on to us. Suddenly, the lamps flickered violently, plunging the room into near darkness. A voice whispered from the shadows. Soft. Like a breeze brushing over dead leaves. Why do you run from what you have forgotten? The voice was everywhere and nowhere. They spun, flashlights piercing the blackness. A figure stood in the corner, a woman, her face pale and blurred, as if seen through a veil of water. Her eyes were empty sockets, but they seemed to pierce through their souls. Who are you? Mark asked, voice shaking. The figure smiled, revealing sharp, glinting teeth. I am the keeper of memories lost. The guardian of those who wander too far from what they once were. Hannah stepped forward. What do you want? To remember, the figure whispered. To feed. To bind. To trap. She stretched out a hand, and the shadows twisted and writhed, creeping along the floor toward them like living smoke. Jordan shouted, "Run!" They bolted back up the stairs as the shadows lunged, clawing at their legs and arms, whispering forgotten names, lost moments, and fears they'd buried deep. The stairwell shook, dust falling from the ceiling. Bursting into the living room again, they slammed the secret door shut behind them. Panting, they leaned against the wall, trying to calm their racing hearts. We can't stay here, Alyssa gasped. Whatever that thing is, it's feeding on us. Mark looked at Hannah. There has to be a way out. She nodded slowly. The house, it breathes with us. It's connected to our memories. If we can face what it's holding, maybe we can break free. Jordan shivered. How do you face something you can't see? Before Hannah could answer, the porcelain doll on the table began to move. Its cracked head turned slowly to face them, and its glass eyes glowed red. It whispered. Remember. The house was alive. And it was hungry. The doll's cracked porcelain face was frozen in a delicate smile, too sweet, too eerie. Its glass eyes, glowing faintly red, seemed to pierce the room, locking onto each of them as if feeding on their very souls. The house groaned again, its ancient bones creaking and shifting as if responding to the doll's silent command. Alyssa instinctively stepped back, but the doll remained still, only its eyes glowing brighter in the dim candlelight. Mark swallowed hard. What do you want from us? The doll's tiny lips moved, whispering words that sounded like the faint rustling of dead leaves. Remember. Suddenly, the walls around them began to change. The photographs on the walls morphed. Faces twisted, eyes widening unnaturally. Some began to move, waving, smiling, crying, all caught in a grotesque dance of light and shadow. The air thickened with the scent of old paper and dust, and whispers began to fill the room, weaving around them like a suffocating fog. Jordan gripped Hannah's arm. It's showing us memories, our memories. The ones we tried to forget. Hannah nodded, her eyes wide. The house feeds on what we bury deep. Our regrets, our fears, the moments we lock away. Alyssa's breath hitched. Is that why it trapped us here? To feed on our pain? Mark clenched his fists. Then we have to face it. We have to confront what it's holding. The doll's eyes flashed once, and the room around them dissolved. Suddenly, they were standing in a misty forest, familiar yet warped. The trees were taller, their branches twisted into unnatural shapes that seemed to whisper in a language just beyond understanding. The sky was a muted gray, the sun a dull, distant glow that barely penetrated the fog. Before them stood figures, shadows from their past. Hannah saw a younger version of herself, standing alone by a lake, staring at her reflection and crying. The doll's whisper echoed in her ears. Remember. Tears welled in her eyes as the memory played out, the day she had lost her brother, the guilt that had haunted her ever since. Jordan faced a campfire where his father sat silently, smoke curling from a pipe. His father's eyes were empty, lifeless. Jordan remembered the night his father disappeared, leaving behind silence and unanswered questions. Alyssa found herself before a carnival tent, laughter echoing as a shadowy figure reached out for her. It was the night she had run away, leaving her best friend behind. Mark's vision was the darkest. He stood at the edge of a burning house, flames licking the sky, consuming everything. Inside, a figure screamed, a woman's voice calling his name. The fire was his fault. The doll's voice grew louder. Face it. The forest around them pulsed with shadows reaching out, pulling at their clothes, their skin, their memories. Each step forward was met with resistance, a physical weight pressing on their chests, suffocating. They had no choice but to move forward, toward the center of the forest. There, at the heart of the mist, was a mirror, framed in twisted vines and thorns. The surface shimmered like water, reflecting not the forest, but their deepest fears. Hannah's reflection stared back, her face split by a wide, cruel smile. "You're to blame," it whispered. Jordan's reflection was engulfed in flames, the fire reflecting his own guilt and anger. Alyssa's was trapped behind bars, reaching out for a friend she could no longer save. Mark's reflection was consumed by darkness, whispering words of regret and failure. The doll's eyes glowed brighter as it spoke. To escape, you must embrace your memories. Accept them. Or be consumed. One by one, they stepped toward the mirror, facing the twisted versions of themselves. Hannah reached out first. Her reflection lunged, but instead of retreating, Hannah held her ground. Tears streamed as she whispered, "I'm sorry." The reflection softened, the cruel smile fading. The mirror shimmered, and the forest began to brighten. Jordan followed, shouting through clenched teeth, "I won't run anymore." Alyssa cried out, "I'm coming back for you. I promise." Mark stared into the darkness, then whispered, "I forgive myself." The forest dissolved. They were back in the house's living room, the doll now motionless, its eyes dim. The door creaked open. Fresh air rushed in, cool and clean. They were free. But the house wasn't finished. A final whisper echoed through the room. "Until next time." The door creaked open, releasing a rush of cold, clean air that swept through the stale confines of the house's living room. They blinked against the sudden brightness, pale, gray light filtering in through the grimy windows, dust motes dancing like restless spirits in the air. They should have felt relief. Freedom. The promise of escape after what they had endured. But none of them did. Instead, an unbearable weight pressed against their chests, a quiet dread that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. The house had let them leave. But it had also marked them. Mark was the first to break the silence. "We made it out," he said, voice hollow. "We're free. Are we?" Alyssa's gaze darted nervously toward the doorway. "I don't feel free." Hannah shivered. That whisper. "Until next time. What if this isn't over?" Jordan pulled his jacket tighter around himself. "Maybe this house isn't just a place. Maybe it's a curse. A shadow that follows. A chill wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles. Darkness swallowed the space, but faint glowing eyes appeared, flickering in every corner like embers, watching. Waiting. They didn't need to be told twice. They moved quickly toward the front door. Outside, the air was cold but real. The forest stretched before them, the trees tall and dark, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. But as they stepped into the clearing, the fog rolled back in thicker than ever, swirling and curling around their ankles like living smoke. Alyssa glanced back at the house. It was no longer there. Only a gaping black pit remained where it had stood. Gone, she whispered. But where did it go? No matter, Mark said. We're out. But the forest wasn't welcoming. The trees whispered in voices low and unintelligible, shadows danced just beyond the reach of their flashlights, and the fog curled tighter. Hannah stopped suddenly. Look. Ahead, on the forest floor, their footprints glowed faintly, a pale blue light that pulsed with every step. Why are our footprints glowing? Jordan asked, unease creeping into his voice. Mark bent down, fingers brushing the soft earth. The glowing footprints seemed to burn with a cold fire. This forest remembers, Mark said grimly. It's like the house left a part of itself inside us. Night fell fast. Their flashlights flickered as the fog thickened into a wall of silence. They set up camp beneath towering pines, the fire crackling weakly in the damp air. But sleep did not come. Each of them felt watched. The air around them seemed to hum with a low vibration, a pulse in time with their racing hearts. Hours later, Mark awoke to the sound of soft footsteps circling the campfire. He sat up, shining his flashlight toward the sound. No one was there. But the firelight flickered violently. From the darkness emerged a figure, shifting, indistinct, a shadow that flickered between shapes. It hovered just beyond the fire's glow, its eyes two piercing points of light. Mark froze. The figure spoke without moving its lips. You carry the house with you. The words echoed inside his mind. You are marked. Suddenly, the campfire sputtered and went out. Darkness enveloped them. Alyssa screamed. Hannah grabbed her hand. Jordan shone his light around, but the shadows seemed to swallow the beams. The figure moved closer, its form coalescing into a grotesque shape, a twisted amalgam of the faces from the photographs in the house. Mark shouted, "Run!" They scrambled through the forest, branches tearing at their clothes, roots threatening to trip them. Behind them, the laughter of the doll echoed, soft, sinister, never-ending. After what felt like hours, they burst out of the forest edge, stumbling onto a narrow road. The fog lifted. The stars shone cold and distant. But they were not alone. At the roadside stood an old sign, half buried in vines. Welcome to Pine Hollow Campground. The place they had left behind. They looked at each other, breathless and broken. Mark whispered, it never ended. And beneath the stars, shadows gathered. Watching. Waiting. The house was not just a place. It was a curse. And it had followed them home. The road stretched endlessly before them, a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through the dense, ancient woods that surrounded Pine Hollow Campground. The fog had lifted, but the chill remained, crawling beneath their skin like a slow poison. Their breaths came out in shallow, visible puffs, despite the season. No one spoke. Each step forward felt heavier than the last, weighted by the invisible chains the house had left behind. Days passed, or maybe weeks, time had lost all meaning since they had escaped the house. The forest had swallowed their memories of exact hours and dates. They found themselves back in the world they had left, but the world had changed. Or maybe it was them. They tried to act normal, to resume their lives. But the curse was no longer bound to the forest, it had tethered itself to their souls, following them like a shadow with its own will. Mark woke one morning to find a message smeared on his bedroom wall, written in what looked like ash and dirt. You belong to the house now. His hands trembled as he stared at the words. He wasn't alone. Alyssa's phone buzzed incessantly with strange calls, empty lines filled with whispered voices repeating her name. Jordan started seeing reflections of the house everywhere, in windows, mirrors, even the darkened screen of his computer. Hannah's nightmares were relentless, each dream a vivid replay of the house's rooms, with the porcelain doll watching silently in the corner. One by one, they tried to break free. Mark visited a psychic, desperate for answers. The woman's eyes widened as she examined him. There's a dark tether, she said. It clings to your soul. It feeds on your memories, your pain. It's not just a house, it's a gateway. Alyssa turned to therapy, hoping to heal the trauma, but the shadow of the house invaded her sessions, her therapist's voice sometimes warping into that sinister whisper from the doll. Jordan sought solace in the woods, but the forest twisted around him, the trees murmuring his name in a language only he could hear. Hannah isolated herself, poring over old journals and family records, uncovering secrets buried deep, secrets that tied her family to Pine Hollow in ways she never imagined. One night, as the moon hung low and heavy, they gathered again. This time in Mark's apartment, a safe place, or so they thought. The air was thick with tension and unspoken fear. We can't run, Hannah said, voice steady but haunted. The house is inside us now. Mark nodded. We have to fight it. Find the source. Destroy it. But how? Alyssa asked, tears glistening. It's everywhere. In our memories, our reflections. Jordan held up a crumpled piece of paper he had found hidden in an old book. Symbols. Rituals. A way to sever the tether. They prepared. Candles lit, salt lines drawn, ancient words spoken softly but with conviction. The house's curse was not just a place, it was a presence, a dark thread woven through the fabric of their lives. They called it. They challenged it. And it answered. The lights flickered. Shadows lengthened. The air grew cold. From the corner of the room, the porcelain doll appeared, sitting on the windowsill, eyes glowing red. The house was watching. It was waiting. And it was angry. The battle for their souls had begun. The room felt like it was closing in. The faint flicker of candlelight barely pushed back the encroaching shadows that curled like living tendrils around the edges of the walls. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something metallic, an odor that seemed to seep from the very walls of Mark's apartment, as though the house itself had reached through the forest and rooted itself in their lives. Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, and Jordan sat in a tight circle on the cold floor, salt circles glowing faintly beneath their knees. The ritual book lay open between them, its pages yellowed and fragile, ink faded but the words etched deep with ancient power. Each word they spoke felt like a challenge hurled into the darkness. The house was no longer a place they could escape. It had become a predator that stalked their minds, their memories, their very souls. Mark's voice cracked as he read aloud. By fire and earth, by water and air. We call upon the guardians who care. From shadow and mist, from night and fear. We bind this darkness, hold it here. The words echoed into the room, stirring the stale air. But with every incantation, the shadows shifted, growing deeper, more aggressive. The room's temperature plunged, their breaths visible in quick, desperate puffs. Suddenly, a low rumble began beneath them, vibrating through the floorboards, rising like a subterranean growl from the earth itself. The porcelain doll on the windowsill twitched, its red eyes flaring bright. Jordan's flashlight flickered and died. Alyssa's whispered, "It's here. It's coming." From the corners, shadows surged forward, twisting, claw-like shapes reaching with impossible speed, scraping the walls and the floor. The salt circles flickered and cracked. Hannah screamed as the darkness reached for her, fingers of cold smoke wrapping around her wrists like iron chains. Mark grabbed her hand, pulling with all his strength. "We have to stay together," he shouted, voice fierce despite the shaking. But the shadows were relentless. They crawled under the door cracks, pooled like ink across the floor, and whispered terrible secrets, voices of lost souls, pain, regret, and fear. Mark's mind was flooded with memories he had tried to forget, the fire consuming his childhood home, his mother's screams, the helplessness, the guilt. Alyssa was haunted by the laughter of a friend she left behind, frozen in a carnival tent filled with shadows. Jordan's memories twisted, showing him his father's empty chair, the silence where love had once been. Hannah's visions burned with loss, her brother's disappearance, the years of solitude and silence that followed. The doll's voice rose, a terrible chorus echoing from every corner. You cannot run. You cannot hide. The house is inside. With a sudden surge, the shadows enveloped them, a cold so deep it threatened to freeze their souls. Mark clenched his fists, fighting the paralysis creeping through his limbs. Then, through the chaos, a light pierced the darkness. It was faint at first, a soft, warm glow emanating from the center of their circle. Hannah's voice rose above the whispers. We have each other. Together, we're stronger. One by one, they focused on that light, memories of happier times, laughter around campfires, the feel of warm sun on their faces. The shadows recoiled. But the battle was far from over. The house was patient. It would wait. It would watch. And when they least expected it, it would return, darker, hungrier, and more relentless. The candles sputtered, their flames fighting a losing battle against the darkness that clawed its way through the corners of Mark's apartment. The air hung heavy with the lingering cold, each breath like frost scraping the inside of their lungs. Outside, the night pressed in through the windows, a black tide that threatened to overwhelm their fragile sanctuary. But inside, something had changed. They had survived. Or at least, that was what they told themselves. The light they summoned in the last moment hadn't driven the darkness away completely. It had only pushed it back, like a tide retreating before the inevitable return of the waves. The four friends sat huddled, the open ritual book still between them. The symbols on the pages seemed to writhe and shift in the flickering candlelight, as if the book itself was alive, feeding on their fear. Hannah's voice was barely a whisper. The house, it's not just a place. It's a fracture, a wound in reality. Mark nodded slowly. That mirror in the tunnel, the lake, the forest, they're all parts of the same tear. And it's bleeding into our world. Jordan clenched his jaw. So this curse, this thing we're fighting, it's not just hunting us. It's trying to erase us. Alyssa shivered. But how? How do you fight something like that? The following days became a blur of uneasy sleep and restless wakefulness. The curse's influence crept deeper into their lives, warping the world around them. Mark's reflection in the mirror wavered, sometimes flickering like a broken video feed. At night, he would see it smiling back with a sinister grin he didn't recognize. Alyssa found messages scrawled in fog on her bathroom mirror, pleas and warnings in a handwriting that wasn't hers. Jordan's dreams were invaded by shadowy figures whispering secrets of the forest, secrets that gnawed at his sanity. Hannah's journals filled themselves overnight, pages writing in a language she could barely comprehend, symbols that pulsed with dark power. They realized they needed help. Desperate, they reached out to a folklore expert, Dr. Miriam Walsh, a woman who had spent her life studying haunted places and ancient curses. Meeting her was like stepping into another world, a cluttered office filled with dusty tomes, dried herbs, and strange artifacts that hummed with power. Dr. Walsh listened carefully as they recounted their story, her eyes never leaving theirs. This house, she said slowly, is what we call a memory haunt. It traps the souls of those who are bound to it by guilt, fear, and loss. It's a place where the veil between worlds is thin, a wound in reality, as you said. She paced, pulling out an ancient map marked with symbols that matched the book they had found. The only way to sever the curse, she continued, is to perform a binding ritual at the site of the original wound, the lost campground itself. You must confront the heart of the darkness and offer what it desires most, release. The journey back to Pine Hollow was fraught with tension. The forest seemed to resist them, branches scratching like claws, shadows slipping just beyond their vision. When they arrived, the campground was unrecognizable, overgrown, twisted, and eerily silent. At the center stood a gnarled tree, its bark blackened and cracked, roots twisting deep into the earth like veins. Dr. Walsh approached it cautiously, chanting in a language older than time. The ground trembled. The air pulsed with power. From the shadows emerged the figure from the house, the porcelain doll, now towering and monstrous, its eyes blazing with crimson fire. It spoke with a voice like breaking glass. "Why do you return?" Mark stepped forward, voice steady. "To end this." The ritual began. Candles flickered, words were spoken, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The doll's form twisted and writhed, shadows bursting from its eyes like wildfire. But the four friends stood firm, their hands joined, hearts united. The curse screamed, a sound that shattered the night and echoed through the trees. Then, silence. The doll collapsed into a pile of shattered porcelain. The tree's bark peeled away, revealing glowing roots pulsing with soft light. The campground began to heal, the forest breathing easier. Exhausted but victorious, they watched as dawn broke over the trees, light spilling across the world like a promise. They were free. But scars remained. The dawn crept slowly through the tall pines, pale fingers of light stretching over the damp earth of Pine Hollow campground. The air was cool but no longer oppressive, the suffocating fog had lifted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the forest seemed to breathe freely. The gnarled tree at the center, once blackened and twisted, now pulsed with a soft, golden glow as if life had returned to its roots. Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, Jordan, and Dr. Miriam Walsh stood in a circle around the tree. The ritual had ended. The curse was broken. The heavy weight that had clung to them like a second skin was lifted, at least for now. But none of them felt relief. Instead, a hollow ache settled in their chests. The memories that had once been shadows creeping in their minds now shouted in the silence, echoing through their souls. Weeks passed since the ritual, and the friends returned to their everyday lives. But the world had changed. Mark woke every night, his dreams invaded by flickering images, the burning house, the whispering shadows, the porcelain doll's glowing eyes. He'd lie awake, heart pounding, unable to escape the relentless echo of the curse. Alyssa found herself staring into mirrors, searching for the cracks, the distorted reflection that had haunted her in Pine Hollow. She saw nothing, but sometimes, in the corner of her eye, a shadow flickered, vanishing when she turned to look. Jordan became obsessed with the forest, spending long hours wandering its edges, chasing whispers only he could hear. He felt pulled to the trees, as if the curse had planted a seed deep inside him, growing roots tangled in his mind. Hannah buried herself in old journals and family records, desperate to uncover the origin of the house, the curse, and why her family had been entwined with it for generations. One evening, the five gathered once again, this time at Mark's apartment, now transformed from a sanctuary into a war room of maps, symbols, and old texts. Dr. Walsh spread out an ancient manuscript, its pages brittle but its writing clear. "This," she said, "is the Codex of the Hollow. It speaks of a guardian, an entity bound to the land and the memories of those who suffer. The house was its prison and its weapon." Mark frowned. So, destroying the house wasn't enough? "No," Miriam said softly. "The curse's wound runs deeper. The guardian still lingers, waiting, watching. You freed yourselves, but the land remembers." Alyssa swallowed hard. "What happens now?" "We prepare," Miriam said grimly. "Because the curse will come again. And next time, it may not be so forgiving." That night, as the group dispersed, Mark lingered by his window. The city's distant lights twinkled, but his gaze was drawn beyond, to the dark line of trees on the horizon. A soft wind stirred, carrying a whisper just beyond hearing. Until next time. In the days that followed, strange things began to happen. Objects moved on their own, keys disappearing only to be found in odd places, shadows flickering where no light should be. Phones rang with static, and sometimes faint laughter drifted through empty rooms. Mark noticed a figure standing across the street, a silhouette against the street lamp's glow, watching, waiting. When he blinked, it was gone. Alyssa's dreams turned darker, filled with visions of a house rebuilt from smoke and ash, doors opening to endless darkness. Jordan's forest walks became journeys into nightmare landscapes, twisted trees and broken mirrors reflecting his deepest fears. Hannah's journals filled overnight, new pages appearing with cryptic messages. The guardian is patient. The land remembers. The wound is not healed. The friends realized their fight was far from over. They needed to confront the guardian itself, an entity older than the trees, bound to the pain and memories of all who had suffered. Their next journey would take them beyond the physical world into a place where reality thinned, the hollow, a realm of shadow and memory. As night fell, Mark packed his bag with the few things he'd need. He glanced at the cracked mirror on his wall, his reflection steady but his eyes haunted. Outside, the wind whispered again. And the forest waited. The air grew heavier as the four friends and Dr. Miriam Walsh approached the edge of the forest, where the trees thickened and the shadows deepened into an almost tangible presence. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a twilight so dark it felt as though the world itself was holding its breath. Here, reality began to bend, the line between the waking world and the hollow blurred like mist over the lake. Hannah tightened her grip on the worn leather-bound journal she had brought, a relic filled with cryptic notes passed down by her ancestors, the only known guide to traversing the hollow. The others carried relics and charms Miriam had provided, salt, iron, herbs, and a silver dagger said to pierce the unseen. This place, Miriam whispered, her voice barely audible, is where memories and shadows mingle. The hollow is a place of loss, pain, and forgotten things. The guardian's realm. Mark glanced around nervously as the forest grew silent, the usual chorus of crickets and rustling leaves replaced by a deep, oppressive stillness. Jordan swallowed hard. It feels wrong. Like the forest itself is watching. Alyssa nodded, her breath forming clouds in the cold air. I don't know what's waiting for us in there, but I can feel it pulling at me. They stepped into the darkness. At first, the forest was much as they remembered, towering pines stretching into the night, the occasional snap of a twig beneath their feet. But with every step, the air thickened, sounds faded, and shadows twisted unnaturally. A path appeared, a narrow trail marked by strange symbols etched into bark and stone. The group followed, eyes alert. Suddenly, the world shifted. The trees warped, their trunks elongating and bending at impossible angles. The ground beneath their feet turned soft, like walking on a living creature's skin. The sky overhead vanished, replaced by a swirling canopy of dark clouds pulsing with an eerie greenish light. Hannah gasped. We've crossed over. Miriam nodded gravely. Welcome to the hollow. The hollow was a realm built from memory and fear, a place where time lost meaning. The forest here whispered secrets, voices of lost souls and forgotten nightmares threading through the air like a dark symphony. Figures emerged from the mist, shadows with flickering faces, echoes of the past. Some reached out with translucent hands, others whispered names long dead. The friends gripped their charms tighter, murmuring protective chants. As they ventured deeper, the guardian revealed itself, not a single form, but a shifting mass of darkness and light, woven from broken memories and sorrow. Its voice resonated inside their minds, a low, mournful sound that echoed with the pain of countless souls. Why do you seek me? It asked. Hannah stepped forward, heart pounding. We want to end the curse. To free ourselves and the land. The guardian's form shimmered, revealing fragments of the house, the lake, the forest, images of the torment they had endured. Then face your truth, it whispered. Suddenly, the hollow warped again, drawing each of them into their own memory-turned nightmare. Mark found himself back at the burning house, flames licking the sky, screams echoing. This time, he saw a shadowy figure standing in the flames, a child silhouette that mirrored his own guilt and fear. Alyssa was trapped in the carnival tent again, laughter twisted into screams, the shadowy figure reaching for her desperately. Jordan faced a twisted forest, its trees bleeding shadows, while the voices of his father's silence pressed on his mind. Hannah confronted a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting her loneliness and pain. They fought through their fears, calling out to each other across the shifting hollow, their voices anchors in the dreamlike chaos. Together, they pushed past the darkness, each step breaking the chains of memory that bound them. Back in the hollow center, the guardian waited, its form shrinking as the friends' resolve grew. "You have faced yourselves," it said softly. "And for that, you are free." The hollow began to dissolve, shadows melting into dawn's first light. Exhausted but unbroken, they emerged from the forest's edge. The sun rose over Pine Hollow Campground, golden light spilling across the land like a promise. The curse was broken. For good. The first rays of morning sun stretched gently over Pine Hollow Campground, casting warm golden light on the damp earth and rustling leaves. The oppressive fog that had clung to the woods for so long was gone, replaced by a clear, serene sky. The air was fresh, scented with pine and wildflowers, life seemed to be breathing anew. Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, Jordan, and Dr. Miriam Walsh stood together at the forest's edge, watching as the last shadows of the hollow melted away beneath the light. They had done it. The curse had been broken. But even as relief swept through them, a heavy silence settled. The world felt different, like waking from a long, haunting dream but struggling to remember the nightmare's edges. Though the forest was free, their minds were still tethered to the horrors they had faced. Mark closed his eyes and breathed deeply, feeling the weight of the past weeks pressing down on him. "I don't think it's over," he said quietly. Hannah nodded. "The curse was tied to the land, yes. But it was also tied to us. Our memories, our pain." Alyssa's voice trembled. "It feels like there's still something watching. Waiting." Jordan's gaze drifted to the horizon. "Maybe the curse is broken, but the scars remain." In the days that followed, each of them wrestled with the quiet aftermath. Mark found solace in nature, spending long hours walking the now peaceful forest, seeking a connection to something real and grounding. But at night, his dreams still flickered with flames and whispers. Hannah poured herself into writing, documenting everything, hopes, fears, memories. Her journal was a lifeline, a way to hold the past without being consumed by it. Alyssa sought support, opening up to friends and therapists, determined not to let the shadows claim her again. Jordan, ever restless, trained his mind and body, preparing for anything that might come next. And Miriam? She delved deeper into ancient texts, searching for knowledge that might protect others from the hollow's grasp. One afternoon, as the group reunited at a local cafe, a stranger approached their table, a woman with sharp eyes and a calm, knowing smile. "I've been watching," she said quietly. "You've done something remarkable, breaking a curse that bound this land for generations." Mark studied her cautiously. "Who are you?" "I'm called many things," she replied. "But you can call me Elise. I'm a guardian of sorts, one who watches over places where darkness gathers." Hannah's eyes widened. "So there are others?" Elise nodded. "Yes. The hollow was one wound in a much larger network. There are other places like Pine Hollow, other curses waiting to be broken." The weight of that revelation settled heavily on them. Their journey had ended, but the fight against darkness was far from over. Elise offered guidance and knowledge, a path forward for those willing to walk it. Together, they began to understand that their battle was part of something greater, a hidden war between light and shadow woven through the very fabric of the world. That night, as Mark lay awake, he felt a quiet peace for the first time in weeks. The shadows were still there, in memory, in scar tissue, but they no longer ruled him. Outside, the wind whispered softly through the trees. And somewhere deep in the forest, the land breathed free. The days following their encounter with Elise were filled with a strange blend of hope and solemn responsibility. The warmth of the sun seemed sharper now, but beneath it all lay a quiet awareness. The darkness they had faced at Pine Hollow was but one thread in a vast tapestry of shadows woven across the world. Mark found himself drawn back to the forest, not as a frightened victim but as a sentinel. Every morning, he walked the paths that once felt like traps and prisons, now transformed into quiet sanctuaries of moss and light. Yet, he remained vigilant, ever watchful for signs that the hollow might stir again. One evening, as twilight draped the sky in hues of deep purple and amber, the group gathered in Dr. Miriam Walsh's cluttered study, a place that had become their command center. Maps littered the walls, marked with symbols and notes. Old tomes sat open on the heavy wooden table, their pages filled with forgotten knowledge. Elise sat among them, a calm presence, eyes reflecting the flicker of candlelight. "We stand at the threshold," she began, voice steady yet urgent. "The boundary between our world and the realms of shadow and memory is fragile. Curses like the one at Pine Hollow are symptoms of fractures, weak points in that boundary. Our role now is to protect those points, to guard the threshold." Hannah leaned forward, determination etched on her face. "But how? How do we fight something so vast, so ancient?" Elise smiled faintly. "With knowledge, with vigilance, and with courage. You've already shown you possess these in abundance. But the path ahead will test you like never before." Alyssa's voice was quiet but firm. "We won't turn away. If darkness threatens others, we'll stand." Jordan nodded, fists clenched. "We're not just survivors. We're guardians." Their training began in earnest. Miriam taught them to read ancient texts, to recognize signs of dark influence in people and places. Elise trained them in rituals of protection, circles of salt and iron, chants that wove light into the air. They practiced walking between worlds, meditating to sense the threads of memory and shadow that lay hidden beneath everyday life. Mark discovered an unexpected strength in these sessions, a calm focus that steadied the chaos inside him. Hannah found purpose in cataloging their experiences, writing down every detail, every encounter, as a guide for those who might follow. Alyssa learned to harness her fear, turning it into a shield that protected not only herself but those around her. Jordan faced his restless spirit head-on, channeling his turmoil into relentless discipline and focus. As weeks turned to months, their bond deepened, not just as friends, but as a team forged by fire and shadow. They traveled to other sites marked on ancient maps, places where the boundary thinned, abandoned towns swallowed by forest, forgotten burial grounds whispered to be cursed, and silent lakes that mirrored worlds beyond. At each, they found echoes of the hollow, darkness lingering, memories twisted into nightmares, guardians trapped or broken. Together, they repaired what they could, releasing trapped souls and sealing fractures with rituals older than memory. But the work was never done. One cold autumn night, as the wind howled outside Miriam's study, a new message arrived, a letter, written in shaky script, its edges singed as if touched by flame. It read, "The darkness stirs anew. Pine Hollow's wound was but a symptom. Beware the coming shadow. The Hollow's guardian awakens." A chill passed through the group. Elisa's eyes darkened. The battle is far from over. Mark clenched his jaw, feeling the weight of the promise and the burden it carried. "We will be ready," he said quietly. Outside, the forest whispered secrets, and the night stretched on, vast and endless. The guardians stood watch, at the threshold between worlds, prepared to face whatever darkness awaited. The weeks after receiving the ominous letter unfolded like a slow-burning storm, each day heavy with the weight of unseen dread. The air outside Miriam's study had taken on a sharp, electric charge, a tension that sent shivers skittering across skin, even inside the warmth of walls. The group gathered nightly, the flicker of candles casting long shadows that danced along the cracked plaster and lined bookshelves. Maps, grimoires, and notes cluttered the heavy oak table, but the unease that settled over them was heavier than any stack of paper. Elise sat at the head of the table, her gaze dark and focused. The Guardian's awakening is a warning and a call. Something stirs in the depths of the hollow, something older, darker than before. We must act swiftly. Mark rubbed his tired eyes. We thought sealing the fracture was the end. But now it feels like the beginning of something worse. Alyssa nodded, voice barely steady. I've been seeing things, shadows at the edge of vision, strange figures watching me in the city. It's like the darkness is spreading. Jordan paced the room, restless as ever. If the Guardian awakens fully, the boundary could collapse. The hollow could consume everything. Hannah's fingers trembled as she traced symbols in her journal. I've been researching legends, stories of ancient spirits, vengeful entities bound to the land. Some say the Guardian was once a protector, twisted by sorrow and rage. Miriam leaned forward, voice steady. Our task is to confront this corrupted Guardian. To understand its pain and offer it release before it unravels the world. Days blended into nights as the group prepared for what lay ahead. They traveled to distant places where shadows lingered, old churches swallowed by ivy, forgotten crossroads where spirits whispered, and deep caves that breathed cold and dark. At each site, they performed rituals of cleansing and binding, their efforts slow but steady. Each success brought a small victory, a balm for the restless land. But the darkness was cunning. One evening, as Mark returned home after a long day in the woods, he found his apartment door ajar. Inside, the faint smell of smoke lingered, and shards of broken glass scattered across the floor. On the wall, scrawled in a shaky hand, was a single word, return. His heart hammered. The curse was reaching for him again, closer than ever. That night, sleep was impossible. Visions haunted him, flashes of the house engulfed in flame, whispers echoing in the dark, the doll's eyes burning red. A voice, cold and distant, whispered. You cannot escape. The hollow calls. He wasn't alone. Across town, Alyssa awoke to a shadow sitting at the foot of her bed, silent, watching. Jordan felt icy hands grasp his shoulders during his restless dreams, pulling him toward darkness. Hannah's journals filled with new writings, warnings she had never penned, messages from the Guardian itself. The group convened again, faces pale, eyes haunted. Elisa's voice was grim. The Guardian's power grows. It seeks to break free, to reclaim the land and all who have touched its curse. Miriam nodded. We must find the source of its pain. Only understanding will grant us a chance. Their search led them back to Pine Hollow. Underneath the gnarled tree at the heart of the campground, they discovered a hidden chamber, ancient and carved with symbols older than the forest. Inside, a small wooden box sat untouched, bound with iron and sealed with wax. Opening it revealed a faded photograph, a locket, and a note. To the one who guards the forest, forgive me. I was lost. I was afraid. The pieces began to fall into place. The Guardian was not just a spirit of rage, it was a soul trapped in sorrow, bound by betrayal and pain. Their mission was no longer just a battle, it was a chance to heal. As night fell once more, the Guardians prepared to face the heart of the hollow, to confront the sorrow that birthed the darkness and, perhaps, to finally set it free. The air was thick with damp earth and ancient secrets as Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, Jordan, Miriam, and Elise stood at the base of the gnarled tree in Pine Hollow campground. The once blackened bark now shimmered faintly, alive with a strange, soft glow, as if the land itself were breathing in anticipation. Their breaths came in shallow clouds, mingling with the cool night air. The hidden chamber beneath the roots was a portal to the past, a gateway to the source of the Guardian's anguish. Every instinct screamed at them to turn away, but the weight of responsibility bound them forward. Elise knelt before the iron-bound box, her fingers trembling as she traced the faded wax seal. With a careful twist, she broke the seal, and the lid creaked open, releasing a scent like damp leather and forgotten memories. Inside lay a delicate locket, tarnished with age, and a faded photograph of a young woman, serene, yet eyes filled with a quiet sadness. Beneath them, a note in looping script. To the one who guards the forest, forgive me. I was lost. I was afraid. Hannah's voice was barely audible. This is a plea. From the past. Someone connected to the guardian. Mark studied the photograph, a knot tightening in his chest. Who was she? And why is she bound to the curse? Miriam stepped forward, her face solemn. Legends speak of a woman named Elara, a healer, a protector of these woods. Betrayed by those she trusted, she was consumed by sorrow and despair. Her spirit twisted, becoming the guardian we faced. Alyssa swallowed hard. So, the guardian isn't evil. It's broken. Jordan's jaw clenched. And it's been trapped in its pain for centuries. The chamber was small, carved from roots and earth, walls etched with symbols of protection and sorrow. Elise knelt beside the box, closing her eyes. To heal the guardian, we must reach its heart. To do that, we must walk through its memories, the moments that bound it here. One by one, they placed their hands on the locket. A sudden rush of cold swept through them, and the chamber blurred and shifted. They were no longer standing beneath the tree, instead, they found themselves inside a memory, vivid and raw. The forest was alive with vibrant color, birdsong filling the air. A young woman moved through the trees, Elara. Her smile was gentle, her hands tending to the wounded and the sick. She was a beacon of hope, light in the dark woods. But shadows gathered at the edge of the clearing, whispers of betrayal and fear. They watched as Elara was accused, her name twisted by jealous voices. The people she trusted turned away, fearing the darkness they didn't understand. Her heart broke. The memory twisted, flames erupted, consuming the village, consuming Elara's hope. Mark gasped, tears pricking his eyes. She was betrayed by those she loved, he whispered. Alyssa reached out, feeling the weight of Elara's sorrow. The scene shifted again, now Elara stood at the edge of the lake, clutching the locket tightly. She whispered a plea for forgiveness, a promise to protect the forest forever. The water reflected her broken soul. Hannah looked around, voice trembling. The guardian's pain is tied to this locket. It's her last connection to the world she lost. Miriam nodded. If we can free Elara from her sorrow, we can break the curse for good. Their journey through the memory was a delicate dance of light and shadow, confronting grief, anger, and loneliness. They reached out to Elara's spirit with words of compassion, of understanding. Slowly, the oppressive weight began to lift. Back in the chamber, the locket glowed softly. The air hummed with renewed energy. Outside, the forest seemed to sigh in relief. The guardian's presence faded, not with a scream, but with a whisper of thanks carried on the wind. The curse that had haunted Pine Hollow for centuries was finally at peace. As dawn broke, the friends emerged from the chamber, exhausted, but unburdened. The forest was alive, vibrant, and free. But as Mark looked back at the roots of the gnarled tree, he knew this was only one victory in a larger battle. The darkness still lingered in places unseen. And they, the guardians, were its watchful wardens. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the branches of Pine Hollow, painting the forest floor in a golden glow that felt almost sacred. The oppressive weight that had hung over the woods for so long was lifted, replaced by a quiet serenity that seemed to pulse with newfound life. Birds sang their morning songs, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves as if the forest itself was breathing a deep sigh of relief. Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, Jordan, Miriam, and Elise stood together at the clearing's edge, their faces illuminated by the soft dawn. Their bodies were weary, marked by the battles they had fought, but their spirits were lighter than they had been in months, maybe years. They had faced the darkness, confronted ancient sorrow, and brought peace to the guardian. But peace came with its own complications. The curse was broken, but the scars it left behind were deep, etched into their very souls. Hannah opened her journal, writing with a steady hand as the others watched. "We freed a soul today," she said softly. "But the weight of what we've seen doesn't just disappear. We carry it with us." Alyssa nodded, her eyes misty. "The forest is alive again. But so are the memories. Sometimes I feel like the darkness is still whispering, just beyond the edges of our minds." Jordan glanced toward the trees, a restless energy still crackling in his movements. "It's like we're standing on the edge of something bigger." The Guardian was only part of the story. Miriam's gaze was sharp. "Indeed. There are many wounds like this one, scattered across the land. Places where pain and sorrow have twisted into curses." Elise stepped forward, her voice calm but resolute. "Our work here has changed us. We are no longer just survivors, we are guardians. Protectors of the fragile boundary between worlds." Mark exhaled slowly, the weight of that responsibility settling over him. "But how do we do that? How do we watch over places we don't even know exist?" Elise smiled faintly. "With vigilance, knowledge, and each other. This forest, this land, it will teach us. The Hollow is part of a larger network, connected by memory and spirit." The days that followed were a mixture of reflection and preparation. The group pored over ancient texts and maps, identifying other sites where the veil between worlds was thin. They trained their minds and bodies, learning rituals of protection and ways to sense disturbances in the natural order. Mark found comfort in the forest, each walk a meditation, a way to connect with the living land they had saved. Hannah continued documenting their journey, her words a bridge between past and future. Alyssa sought out others who had experienced similar darkness, weaving a network of support and knowledge. Jordan embraced his restless spirit, channeling it into determination and strength. One evening, gathered around a campfire deep in the woods, the group shared stories and plans. Elise looked into the flames, her eyes reflecting the dancing light. "The darkness is patient," she said. "It waits for cracks to widen, for wounds to reopen. But together, we can be the light that holds it back." Miriam added, "We are the line between shadow and dawn. The guardians of the threshold." As the fire crackled and the stars emerged overhead, a sense of calm settled among them. They were changed, scarred but unbroken. The forest around them hummed with life and promise. And somewhere, deep within the earth, the Hollow slept once more. But the war was far from over. The Guardians knew their journey had only just begun. The glow of the campfire cast flickering shadows over the faces of Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, Jordan, Miriam, and Elise as they sat in a tight circle beneath the towering pines. The forest around them seemed alive with whispered secrets, the gentle rustling of leaves punctuating the silence that settled between their conversations. It was the kind of quiet that felt both comforting and unsettling, the peace before a storm. Their victory at Pine Hollow had left them bound together, not just by friendship, but by a shared burden, the responsibility of guarding the fragile line between their world and the realms of shadow. Yet, that night, beneath the vast canopy of stars, a new unease began to take root. Elisa's voice broke the stillness. The Guardian's curse was only one of many fractures. The land remembers, and the darkness stirs in other places. Miriam nodded, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "We've identified several sites, places where pain and sorrow have hardened into curses, where the veil grows thin and the Hollow's influence creeps." Alyssa leaned forward, her gaze steady. "Are we ready to face them? To travel beyond Pine Hollow?" Jordan cracked his knuckles, a determined edge to his voice. "We have to be. Darkness doesn't rest, and neither can we." Mark swallowed hard. The thought of venturing into unknown horrors was terrifying, but their resolve was firm. The forest had tested them, but it had also strengthened them. The following days were a whirlwind of preparation. They gathered supplies, salt, iron, protective charms, and pored over maps ancient and new, marking places whispered about in legends and dark folklore. Their training intensified. Miriam taught them meditative techniques to focus their minds, while Elise shared knowledge passed down from generations of guardians. They practiced rituals to cleanse and seal fractures, each ceremony a delicate balance of ancient power and modern will. Their first journey beyond Pine Hollow led them to an abandoned mining town nestled in the mountains, a place where hope had once thrived, now swallowed by greed and tragedy. As they approached the empty streets, the air grew thick with a heavy silence. The wind carried faint echoes of laughter and cries, memories trapped like shards of broken glass. In the heart of the town, they found a mine shaft, its entrance sealed with rusted iron gates etched with faded runes. Miriam examined the symbols carefully. This is a barrier, old, but weakening. The hollow's influence is seeping through. Elisa's voice was steady. We need to strengthen the seal, but first, we must confront the darkness feeding on the town's pain. That night, as darkness fell, the group prepared a circle of salt and iron. Candles flickered, and the air thrummed with energy. One by one, they entered the circle, hands joined, voices rising in an ancient chant. The ground trembled beneath them as shadows emerged, twisted figures of miners lost to greed and despair, their faces frozen in agony. Mark met their gaze, feeling the weight of their suffering. We're here to help, he said softly. The shadows hesitated, then reached out, not with malice, but with longing. The ritual unfolded in waves of light and shadow, a battle of wills as they sought to free the trapped souls and mend the fracture in the land. Alyssa's voice faltered, but Hannah's steady presence gave her strength. Jordan's restless energy surged into focus, driving back the darkness. Miriam and Elise guided them, weaving spells and chants that pulsed like a heartbeat. By dawn, the shadows had faded, replaced by a peaceful stillness. The air was lighter, the oppressive weight lifted. The town felt quieter, the ghosts released from their torment. Exhausted but triumphant, the group gathered outside the mine shaft, watching as the first light of morning bathed the mountains in gold. Elise smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. There are many more wounds to heal, many more battles ahead. Mark nodded, resolve hardening. We're ready. As they prepared to leave, a chill wind swept through the town, carrying with it a whisper, soft but clear. The hollow watches. The darkness waits. The guardians stood at the edge of the unknown, bound by purpose and haunted by shadows. The fight was far from over. But together, they would face the darkness, wherever it rose. The morning sun filtered weakly through the heavy clouds as the group made their way down the winding mountain road, leaving behind the abandoned mining town that still echoed faintly with the ghosts of its tragic past. The road was rough and lined with ancient trees, their branches swaying silently in the cold breeze, as if mourning the weight of memories buried beneath their roots. Mark's mind churned with the events of the previous night, the faces of the lost miners, the hollow ache in their eyes, the desperate yearning to be freed from the chains of sorrow. It was a pain he now carried with him, as if their stories had become threads woven into his own soul. We did what we could, Miriam said quietly from the passenger seat, her eyes scanning the ancient map spread across the dashboard. But places like that, they're like wounds that never fully heal. They leave scars on the land, and on us. Hannah nodded, pulling her jacket tighter around her as the chill seeped into the car. I keep thinking about Elara, how her pain twisted the Guardian. How these curses aren't just evil, they're sadness and fear made manifest. Alyssa's voice was soft but resolute. Which means we have to find the heart of that pain in every place we go. Not just fight shadows, but understand them. Jordan grunted in agreement, his eyes fixed on the darkening forest outside the window. Easy to say. Harder to do when the darkness is clawing at your mind. Their next destination was a small, forgotten village nestled in a valley shrouded by mist and silence. Locals avoided it, whispering of strange disappearances and a creeping darkness that seemed to seep from the earth itself. As they approached, the air grew heavier, thick with an almost tangible despair. The village was empty, houses boarded up and streets overgrown with weeds. The scent of damp earth and decay hung in the air, pressing down on them like a physical weight. Miriam led the group to the center of the village, where a weathered stone monument stood, covered in moss and carved with symbols both ancient and unfamiliar. "This," she said, tracing the worn glyphs with her fingers, "marks the site of a great tragedy. A mass loss of life, and the birth of another fracture, another wound in the fabric between worlds." Elise stepped forward, her gaze distant. "The hollow feeds on sorrow and fear. Places like this become breeding grounds for darkness." Mark clenched his fists, feeling the familiar pull in his chest, the call of the hollow, whispering promises of oblivion. That night, they prepared for another ritual. The air was cold, the sky heavy with clouds that blotted out the stars. Around a flickering fire, they formed their protective circle, hands joined, voices rising in unison as ancient words filled the night. The ground trembled beneath them as shadows emerged from the mist, twisted figures, faces contorted with grief and rage. The battle was not one of brute strength, but of wills, a desperate struggle to reach the souls trapped in their torment and guide them toward release. Mark felt the darkness clawing at his mind, dredging up memories he'd rather forget, the burning house, the porcelain doll's gaze, the echoing screams. But he focused on the faces before him, lost, frightened, desperate for peace. With a voice steady despite the fear, he called out, "You are not alone. We are here to help you." One by one, the shadows faltered, their forms dissolving into light. As dawn broke, the village was still. The heavy weight had lifted, replaced by a fragile calm. But the victory felt bittersweet. The scars remained, etched into the land and their souls. Back at their makeshift base, the group gathered around a worn table, exhaustion etched into their features. Elisa's voice was grave. "Each place we heal reveals another fracture. The hollow's web is vast and tangled." Miriam nodded. "And with each victory, the darkness fights harder. It will not surrender easily." Elisa looked around the room, determination burning in her eyes. "Then we keep fighting. For the land. For the souls lost." Jordan cracked his knuckles, a fierce smile breaking through his exhaustion. "We're in this together. No turning back." Mark stared out the window, the weight of their journey pressing down on him. The road ahead was long, filled with shadows and uncertainty. But beneath it all was a spark, a flicker of hope. They were guardians now. And they would face whatever darkness came next. The days that followed their cleansing of the forsaken village were marked by an eerie stillness, one that seemed to seep not only into the forest but deep into the hearts of Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, Jordan, Miriam, and Elise. The once unbreakable bond forged in fire and shadow was beginning to fray beneath the weight of exhaustion, the relentless burden of guardianship revealing cracks no ritual could mend. Mark found himself pacing the worn floorboards of his small cabin, staring out at the endless line of pines that stretched toward the horizon. The forest, once a place of refuge, now felt like a cage. Memories assaulted him unbidden, flames licking at the edges of his mind, whispers slithering through silence. Every night, the same dream, a house swallowed by smoke, a child's scream dissolving into darkness. He clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, trying to anchor himself to reality. But the shadows followed him like a persistent storm cloud, dark and unyielding. Hannah sat alone in the dim glow of her study, journal open but blank. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, fragments of memories, visions from the hollow, and the ever-present question, was it enough? Had their efforts truly made a difference, or were they merely mending cracks destined to break wide open? Her hands trembled as she picked up her pen, the weight of countless untold stories pressing down. She was the keeper of their history, yet she feared the story might never have an ending. Alyssa, restless and haunted, found little peace even among friends. Her nights were restless, plagued by fleeting shadows and the echo of unseen footsteps. She recoiled at every unexpected sound, every flicker of light, as if the darkness sought to consume her from within. Her once radiant smile was now a fragile mask, cracked and worn. Jordan, ever the stoic warrior, fought a silent battle of his own. His body bore the scars of their travels, bruises, scratches, the ache of sleepless nights, but it was the unseen wounds that cut deepest. He struggled to balance his fierce protectiveness with the vulnerability he rarely allowed himself to show. The weight of leadership pressed heavily on his broad shoulders, threatening to crush him beneath its relentless force. Miriam and Elise watched their friends with growing concern. The burden of guardianship was exacting a toll none had anticipated. Sleepless nights, frayed nerves, and quiet despair whispered threats more insidious than any shadow. Elise spoke softly during a rare moment of quiet. The hollow tests us, not just with darkness, but with ourselves. Miriam nodded gravely. We must be vigilant, not only of the world without but of the world within. Their sanctuary was shattered one cold evening when a desperate knock echoed through the door. A stranger stood there, face obscured by a hood, eyes sharp with urgency. I bring news, the figure said. A new fracture has opened, one deeper and more dangerous than any before. The hollow spreads beyond Pine Hollow. The group gathered once more, the fragile thread of hope rekindled amid fresh fear. Maps were unfurled, whispers traced across ancient parchment. The fracture lay in the heart of a forgotten forest, miles from their known world, where the veil between realms thinned dangerously. Preparation began anew. But this time, the weight felt heavier. The darkness was no longer distant, it was hunting them. As they set out toward the unknown, each carried their own shadows, fears, doubts, and the crushing sense that their journey might be endless. Yet beneath it all burned a fierce determination. They were guardians, bound by purpose and unyielding hope. And no matter the cost, they would stand against the darkness. The road stretched ahead like a twisted ribbon of forgotten time, winding through shadowed valleys and dense forests untouched by sunlight for decades. Mark, Hannah, Alyssa, Jordan, Miriam, and Elise traveled with measured steps, their gear heavy on their backs and heavier still the weight of what they carried inside, memories of pain, flickering hope, and a shared determination to face whatever lurked beyond the veil. The forest surrounding them was ancient, the trees towering and gnarled, their bark scarred by centuries of storms and silence. Moss clung thickly to branches and stones, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of endings and forgotten beginnings. This place, Miriam whispered, voice low and reverent, is known among the old folk as the forest between worlds. It's where the boundaries are thinnest, where shadows bleed through the cracks, and time folds over itself like worn fabric. Elise nodded, eyes scanning the dim canopy. Few who enter here return unchanged, if they return at all. Alyssa shivered despite the warmth of her coat. It feels like the forest is watching us. Jordan, ever the sentinel, moved ahead with a cautious gait, his senses sharp. It's alive, in a way. Not just trees and animals. Something older. Mark's gaze lingered on the twisting path, feeling the pulse of the land beneath his boots. The hollow's tendrils reach farther than we imagined. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to shift subtly. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, and whispers curled through the air like smoke. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set their nerves on edge. Suddenly, the path split, two trails diverging like the branches of a broken tree. One led toward a faint glow shimmering through the mist, the other plunged into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow light itself. We need to choose, Hannah said, voice tight with uncertainty. Elise studied the signs carved into the trees, ancient runes glowing faintly with silver light. The light is a lure, but not necessarily a safe one. The dark path is perilous, but it may lead to the fracture. Jordan cracked his knuckles. I say we take the dark road. Whatever waits there, it's the truth we need. Their decision made, they stepped into the blackness. The forest swallowed them whole. Time began to twist. Moments stretched and folded, memories bleeding into reality. Mark's heart hammered as he caught glimpses of faces, friends and foes, memories he wished to forget. Hannah clutched her journal tightly, words blurring as the past and present collided. Alyssa's breath hitched as whispers curled around her mind, voices both pleading and threatening. Jordan's grip on his weapons tightened, his body taut as a bowstring. Miriam began chanting softly, weaving protection around them like a fragile shield. They arrived at a clearing where the veil between worlds thinned to a fragile thread. At its center, a fissure pulsed, a wound in the earth glowing with a sickly green light, veins of shadow creeping outward like poison. Elise stepped forward, her eyes shining with fierce determination. This is the fracture. The hollow's new wound. The ground trembled as shadows emerged, twisted creatures born of sorrow and rage, eyes burning with hunger. The guardians steeled themselves. The battle was brutal, a clash of light and shadow, will and despair. Mark found himself face to face with a monstrous shape, its form shifting, a nightmare woven from his deepest fears. But he held fast, calling on memories of hope and love to push back the darkness. Hannah's voice rang clear, chanting words of power that cut through the shadows like blades. Alyssa moved with grace, weaving protective wards that shielded them from the worst of the assault. Jordan fought with relentless fury, his strikes driving back the twisted forms. Miriam and Elise stood at the circle's edge, weaving ancient magics that sealed and healed. After what felt like hours, the shadows began to waver, their forms dissolving into mist. The fracture pulsed one last time, then sealed with a quiet snap, leaving behind a calm that felt almost unnatural. Exhausted and wounded, the guardians collapsed to the forest floor, breaths ragged but hearts resolute. They had faced the hollow's new wound, and survived. But the forest whispered still, a promise and a warning. The battle was far from over. The clearing lay still, a fragile silence hanging thick in the air as the last tendrils of shadow dissolved like mist at dawn. The forest, ancient and watchful, seemed to exhale a slow, trembling breath. The wound in the earth was sealed, but the echoes of its pain rippled far beyond the confines of that sacred place. Mark lay sprawled on the mossy ground, every muscle aching, sweat mixing with dirt on his skin. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, but inside, a storm raged, the remnants of the nightmare that had clawed at him during the battle. He could still feel the presence of that monstrous shape, a twisted mirror of his darkest fears, gnawing at his resolve. Hannah knelt beside him, her fingers trembling as she closed her journal. "We did it," she whispered, voice barely steady. "But at what cost?" Alyssa leaned against a tree, eyes distant, haunted by the shadows she'd faced. "The hollow doesn't just take from the land. It takes from us. Our strength, our peace." Jordan sat nearby, rubbing a fresh bruise, jaw tight. "We pushed it back this time. But it's learning. Adapting." Miriam's eyes scanned the darkening sky, lips moving silently in prayer. Elise stood apart, shoulders squared but eyes heavy with unspoken burdens. The journey back to their base was slow and silent. The forest, once again cloaked in quiet, seemed to watch their every step. Each carried invisible wounds, fear, doubt, exhaustion, that no amount of courage could fully heal. Back at their sanctuary, the weight of the recent battle settled deep into their bones. Days blurred into nights as they tended to their physical injuries, but the mental toll was far harder to mend. Mark found himself pacing the small room he'd claimed, unable to shake the relentless images that invaded his dreams, flames licking at walls, voices calling his name in the dark. The forest's shadows had etched themselves into his mind. Hannah spent long hours writing, pouring every fear and hope onto the pages of her journal. Her words were a balm and a curse, a way to hold the chaos inside, but also a reminder of the darkness they fought. Alyssa sought solace in the quiet moments, meditation and whispered prayers that calmed her restless spirit, though the shadows still lingered at the edge of her vision. Jordan trained relentlessly, trying to steel himself against the creeping despair, but even his iron will faltered beneath the weight of uncertainty. Miriam and Elise worked tirelessly, researching, planning, preparing. The ancient knowledge they guarded was both a shield and a chain, binding them to a destiny that seemed as vast as the forest itself. One evening, as twilight deepened and the wind whispered secrets through the pines, a knock echoed through their base. A stranger stood at the door, eyes sharp, face lined with worry. In their hands, an ancient artifact pulsed with faint, ominous light. "I bring warnings," the stranger said, voice urgent. "The fractures are spreading faster. The hollow's hunger grows. And something darker rises, something older than any of us." The guardians gathered around the artifact, the air thick with tension and foreboding. Elisa's voice was steady but grave. "This is no longer just a battle for the land. It is a battle for the soul of the world itself." Mark met the gaze of his friends, the weight of their shared fate pressing down like the shadow of the forest. They stood at the edge of a new, darker journey, one that would test every fragment of their courage, strength, and hope. The hollow's echo was growing louder. And the night was far from over. The days following the stranger's arrival were heavy with urgency and dread. The artifact they now guarded was a tangible pulse of the darkness creeping ever closer, a grim reminder that the hollow's reach extended far beyond the forgotten forests and abandoned villages. It was as if the very earth beneath their feet was fracturing, bleeding sorrow and shadow into every corner of the world. Mark sat with the artifact cradled in his hands, feeling the cold hum of its power seep into his skin. It was alive, ancient and restless, whispering secrets he could barely understand. The air around it shimmered faintly, shadows twisting and curling like living things. Elise gathered the group in their dimly lit base, the walls lined with maps, ancient texts, and talismans. Her voice was steady but filled with an urgent gravity. "This artifact is a beacon, a heart of the hollow's growing darkness. It calls to others like it, gathering strength." Miriam nodded, her fingers tracing a faded symbol in a worn book. "Legends speak of the Black Convergence, a time when the fractures align, when the hollow's power peaks and the boundary between worlds almost breaks." Hannah's eyes were wide with worry. "How long before it happens?" Elisa's gaze darkened. "Soon. We don't have much time." The group knew that to stand against the coming storm, they would need allies. They reached out to those who had encountered the darkness, mystics, historians, and others touched by the hollow's curse. But trust was fragile, and fear ran deep. One by one, new faces joined them, a grizzled hunter who knew the forest's secrets, a scholar versed in forbidden lore, a quiet woman who claimed to hear the voices of the lost. Together, they formed a fragile coalition, united by fear and hope. Yet, even among their ranks, doubt festered. Whispers of betrayal slipped through the shadows. Mark found himself questioning the motives of their new allies, wondering who might be tempted by the darkness. One night, as the group gathered around the fire, a sudden chill fell over the clearing. The flames flickered and dimmed, shadows lengthening unnaturally. A figure stepped from the darkness, tall, cloaked, eyes glowing faint red. The air thickened with menace. "I am the Harbinger," the figure intoned, voice like the grinding of ancient stone. "The hollows were made flesh. The fractures are gateways, and I am their keeper." A hush fell over the group, fear gripping their hearts. The Harbinger raised a hand, and the forest seemed to scream, a howl that rattled bones and shattered resolve. The guardians braced themselves, weapons drawn, magic humming in the air. The battle that followed was unlike any before, a clash of light and shadow, will and despair. The Harbinger wielded powers that twisted reality, bending the forest to its dark will. Mark fought with every ounce of strength, calling on memories of hope and love to push back the darkness. Hannah's chants wove shields of light around them, while Alyssa moved with fierce grace, her wards holding against the relentless assault. Jordan's fury was a storm, driving the Harbinger back step by agonizing step. Miriam and Elise channeled ancient energies, weaving spells that bound and banished. But the Harbinger was relentless. With a final, terrible scream, it vanished, but not without leaving a promise. "This is only the beginning," the voice echoed. "The hollow will rise. The fractures will consume all." The group stood shaken but unbroken. The fight for the soul of the world had begun in earnest. The dawn broke cold and gray, casting long shadows across the clearing where the Guardians regrouped after the terrifying confrontation with the Harbinger. The forest around them, once seeming almost alive with whispered secrets, now felt heavy, laden with a silence so thick it pressed against their very souls. The battle had left more than bruises and exhaustion, it had cracked the foundation of their unity. Mark sat on a fallen log, staring at the faint glow of the ancient artifact resting in his lap. The cold pulse from it throbbed like a heartbeat, a constant reminder of the darkness still growing beyond their reach. His mind churned with memories of the Harbinger's words, the promise of an all-consuming hollow and fracture swallowing the world whole. Fear gnawed at him, but deeper than that was an ache of doubt. Had they underestimated the enemy? Had their fragile alliance with new allies weakened rather than strengthened their cause? Hannah paced nearby, clutching her journal, her hands trembling as she tried to focus on words but found her thoughts tangled in uncertainty. "We need answers," she muttered to herself, voice cracking under the weight of unspoken fears. "We need to understand the fractures, the source before the black convergence." Elise, ever composed, approached quietly. "The fractures are like wounds in the fabric of reality, feeding on sorrow, pain, and fear. But the source is still a mystery. That is what we must uncover before the fractures spread beyond repair." Alyssa's voice broke into the tense silence. "And what about trust? We welcomed others into our circle, and now? I don't know who to believe." Her eyes darted around the group, haunted by shadows only she seemed to see. Jordan's fists clenched. "We can't afford doubt, not now. The darkness feeds on division. We have to hold together." Miriam nodded solemnly but kept her gaze distant. "But it's true. The strain is showing. We're all carrying burdens, fears we don't speak aloud. If we break apart, the hollow wins." The group was fractured, not just by the outside threat, but from within. A heated debate erupted as old grievances surfaced, accusations of recklessness, disagreements over strategy, and mistrust of the new allies who had joined their cause. The air was thick with tension, every word laced with desperation and fear. Mark finally stood, voice rising above the clamor. "This fighting won't save us. We're stronger together, or we fail alone. We have to find the source of the fractures, and fast, before it's too late." Elise stepped beside him, calm and firm. "There is a place," she said quietly, "an ancient site where the veil is thinnest. The origin of the hollow's corruption may lie there. If we can reach it, we may find a way to stop the black convergence." Their mission was clear, but the journey would be perilous. They would face not only the external darkness but the shadows lurking within themselves. Preparations were made in tense silence. Packs were gathered, weapons checked, and rituals performed to strengthen their resolve and protect their spirits. The weight of what lay ahead pressed down on them, but beneath the fear was a flicker of hope, a stubborn flame refusing to be extinguished. As they set out toward the ancient site, the forest seemed to close around them, the path twisting and turning through thick fog and tangled undergrowth. The silence was broken only by their footsteps and the distant calls of unseen creatures. The deeper they traveled, the more the forest changed. Trees grew twisted and blackened, roots grasping like skeletal hands. The air was thick with a sense of watching eyes and whispered voices that seemed to come from the shadows themselves. At times, the group stumbled upon remnants of old rituals, charred symbols, broken talismans, and faded inscriptions hinting at ancient battles between light and dark. Mark's heart pounded as he led the way, the artifact's pulse growing stronger with every step. The forest seemed to resist them, testing their courage and will. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the underbrush, and shadows surged forward, twisted creatures born of the hollow's corruption. The guardians sprang into action. Magic flared, steel sang through the air, and desperate prayers wove a protective barrier around them. The fight was brutal and exhausting, each strike pushing them closer to the edge of their limits. The forest itself seemed to pulse with malevolence, as if feeding on the conflict. When the last shadow fell, the group paused to catch their breath. They had survived, but the battle had taken its toll. Bloodied and weary, they pressed onward, driven by the knowledge that the fate of the world hung in the balance. As night fell, they reached a clearing dominated by an ancient stone altar covered in moss and strange glyphs that pulsed faintly in the moonlight. The artifact in Mark's hands reacted violently, its glow intensifying. Elise approached cautiously. This is the heart of the fractures, the source of the hollow's corruption. Whatever power dwells here is the key to stopping the black convergence. The guardians gathered around the altar, hands trembling but hearts resolute. They prepared for the final confrontation, a battle not only against the darkness outside but the fears and fractures within themselves. The forest held its breath. The night was thick with shadows. And the fate of everything they loved teetered on the edge of a blade. The night air was thick and heavy, each breath tasting of damp earth and something darker, something ancient. The clearing around the stone altar felt charged, as if the very ground beneath them was alive and watching. The faint glow from the artifact in Mark's hands pulsed like a heartbeat, synchronized with the strange glyphs carved into the altar itself. Each throb sent ripples of unease through the group. Mark's fingers tightened around the artifact, the cold metal seeping into his skin, anchoring him. His mind spun with fragments of the battles they had fought, the faces of lost souls, the shadows clawing at their minds, and the haunting promise of the black convergence. Elise stepped forward, her eyes reflecting the faint luminescence. This altar, it's not just a site of power. It's the origin, the point where the veil between our world and the Hollow's realm first fractured. Miriam's voice was barely a whisper. And if the fracture here isn't sealed, the entire world could unravel. Hannah's fingers traced the glyphs, feeling the vibration beneath the moss and stone. We need to perform a ritual to close the fracture, but it will require more than magic, it will demand sacrifice. A hush fell over the group. The weight of those words settled heavily, pressing on their spirits like the cold night air. What kind of sacrifice? Alyssa asked, her voice trembling. Elise looked around the circle, eyes grave but steady. One of us must bind themselves to the fracture, become a guardian not just of the land, but of the veil itself. To hold the fracture closed, even as the darkness pushes to break through. Jordan's jaw clenched. You mean one of us will be trapped here, forever? The thought sent ripples of fear through the group. The idea of losing one of their own, of being separated by an unbreachable void, was almost unbearable. Mark swallowed hard, the weight of responsibility settling squarely on his shoulders. He looked at each of his friends, their faces pale in the moonlight, eyes shining with fear, courage, and trust. I'll do it, Mark said quietly, surprising even himself. If it means saving the world, saving all of you, I'll take the burden. Elise nodded solemnly. The ritual will be dangerous. It will bind your spirit to the fracture, but your body will remain here, weakened and tethered to this world. You will be the seal. Miriam stepped forward, placing a hand on Mark's shoulder. We will support you. But once begun, there's no turning back. Hannah opened her journal, preparing the incantation that would bind them all in the ritual. The group formed a circle around the altar, hands joined. The ancient glyphs glowed brighter, casting eerie shadows on the trees. The air thickened with power as Hannah began to chant, her voice steady despite the tears glistening in her eyes. Elise and Miriam wove their magic into the ritual, weaving protective barriers and guiding the flow of energy. Alyssa and Jordan stood watch, guarding against the lingering shadows that prowled just beyond the circle. As the incantation grew, the ground trembled and the air shimmered. Mark felt a pull deep within his soul, a tugging, a calling from the fracture itself. The darkness fought to claim him, swirling around his mind like a tempest, whispering promises of freedom and power. But Mark clung to the faces of his friends, the hope that burned in their eyes. With a final cry, he stepped onto the altar. The glyphs blazed with blinding light, and a vortex of energy swirled around him. His body trembled, spirit stretched thin between worlds. The fracture pulsed violently, threatening to tear open. The guardians chanted louder, pouring their strength into the ritual. The forest itself seemed to scream. Then, with a final, shattering burst of light, the fracture sealed. The forest fell silent. Mark's body collapsed, exhausted but alive. For now, the hollow was held at bay. But the cost was clear. Mark was forever changed, his spirit bound to the fracture, a guardian in a realm between worlds. The others gathered around him, grief and gratitude tangled in their tears. Elise spoke softly. His sacrifice bought us time. But the hollow's shadow remains. The fight continues. The dawn broke over the silent forest, light spilling like a promise. The guardians stood united, scarred, weary, but unbroken. And beneath the pines, the lost campground slept once more. The first light of dawn filtered weakly through the thick canopy of pines, casting long, trembling shadows across the forest floor. The air was cool, heavy with dew and the lingering echo of ancient power. The clearing around the stone altar lay quiet now, but beneath its stillness simmered a tension that none of the guardians could escape. Mark lay on the mossy ground, his chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven breaths. Though his body remained, his spirit had crossed a threshold few could ever comprehend. Bound now to the fracture he had sealed, his consciousness drifted between worlds, torn between the familiar earth and the shadowed realm of the hollow. The toll was immediate and profound. His eyes, once bright and alive, now stared blankly at the sky, reflecting distant stars he could no longer touch. Hannah knelt beside him, her hands trembling as she brushed damp hair from his forehead. The journal she clutched earlier lay forgotten at her side. She stared into Mark's vacant eyes, the tears she had held back finally spilling free. "We're going to find a way," she whispered, voice cracking with desperation. "We have to. You can't be lost to us." Alyssa stood nearby, silent but trembling, her fingers clenched so tightly they were white-knuckled. The pain of Mark's sacrifice gnawed at her like a living thing. "He saved us," she murmured. "But at what cost?" Jordan paced the perimeter of the clearing, his usually steady demeanor cracked by a raw edge of fury and helplessness. "We owe him more than words can say," he growled, fists clenched. "We have to be better. Stronger. Or it was all for nothing." Miriam and Elise exchanged glances, their faces pale but resolute. The burden of their ancient knowledge was heavier than ever. Elise spoke softly, "The fracture is sealed for now, but it is fragile. Mark's spirit holds the line, but it weakens with every moment. The hollow will test him, and us." The group gathered their strength and retreated from the clearing, their hearts heavy but their mission unbroken. Each step away from the altar felt like leaving a piece of themselves behind, a price they paid willingly, but one that would haunt them forever. Back at their base, the atmosphere was somber and tense. The air was thick with unspoken fears and aching grief. The new allies who had joined their cause moved cautiously, aware of the fragile state the guardians were in. Trust, already frayed, hung by a thread. Days turned into weeks. Mark's body remained under their watchful care, but his mind slipped further into the shadowed realm, caught in a liminal space where the hollow whispered promises of release and power. The guardians worked tirelessly to maintain the protective wards that tethered him to the physical world, but with every moment, the barrier thinned. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest grew dark and cold, a soft glow pulsed from Mark's chest, the artifact's heartbeat echoing through his veins. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and a weak voice escaped his lips. "Listen, the hollow, it's not just darkness. It's pain, fear, and something else, a hunger older than time." Elise leaned closer, eyes wide. "What do you mean?" Mark's gaze cleared briefly, and he whispered, "The fractures, they're not random. They're wounds from a forgotten war. A war between light and shadow. The hollow feeds on the pain left behind. If we don't heal the root, the fractures will never stop." The revelation sent ripples through the group. The battle they fought was not only against a creeping darkness but against a cycle of ancient hatred and sorrow that had shaped the very fabric of their world. Determined to find answers, the guardians turned to forgotten texts and forbidden knowledge, seeking a way to end the hollow's hunger once and for all. Their search took them deeper into the mysteries of the forest and the history buried beneath its roots. But as they delved deeper, new threats emerged from the shadows, creatures twisted by the hollow's influence, storms that bent reality, and whispers of a power rising in the depths of the hollow's realm, waiting to break free. The guardians faced not only the darkness without but the fractures within, their own fears, doubts, and the heavy cost of sacrifice. In the quiet moments between battles, they clung to hope, hope that Mark's sacrifice was not in vain, that their bonds could withstand the strain, and that the lost campground beneath the pines could one day rest in peace. The forest outside their base was alive with shadows and secrets. Every tree seemed to murmur in the wind, every rustle of leaves like a whisper from the depths of the earth itself. Mark's sacrifice hung over the group like a storm cloud, coloring every thought with doubt and sorrow. Yet despite the heavy weight pressing on their shoulders, the guardians knew their work was far from over. Hannah sat at a rough-hewn wooden table, poring over the ancient texts they had recovered in their search for answers. Her fingers traced the faded ink on brittle pages, worn by time and hidden from the eyes of the world. The language was archaic and fragmented, but one phrase repeated itself like a heartbeat beneath the words: the hollow feeds on wounds left unhealed, the roots of pain that bind the world. She closed the book, a shiver running down her spine. The hollow wasn't just a creature or a force, it was a symptom of a deep, ancient fracture within the earth and the souls that walked upon it. Elise approached quietly, her face grave but calm. "There is an old legend," she said softly, "of a place beneath the forest, a labyrinth of roots and stone where the first fracture was born. It is said that there lies the heart of the hollow's pain, and if we can find it, we might finally heal the wound." The group agreed quickly. It was a dangerous path, but the only path left. They prepared for a journey deep beneath the forest floor, into the roots and darkness where few dared to tread. Supplies were gathered, wards were strengthened, and farewells whispered to the fragile light that still flickered in Mark's fading eyes. As they descended into the undergrowth, the forest above seemed to close in behind them, the canopy thickening until the sky was no more than a distant memory. The air grew thick with damp earth and the scent of decay, ancient and living all at once. The roots twisted and curled like serpents, weaving a labyrinth that swallowed sound and light. Their footsteps echoed faintly, swallowed by the oppressive silence that pressed upon them. Miriam lit a small lantern, its warm glow casting dancing shadows on the tangled walls. "This place is older than the forest itself," she whispered, voice echoing softly. "The wounds we seek lie deep." As they moved further into the labyrinth, whispers began to rise, soft, sorrowful voices threading through the roots like a mournful song. The hollow's presence was undeniable here, a coldness that seeped into their bones and clawed at their minds. Hannah shivered. "It's as if the forest is remembering, mourning." Suddenly, the path opened into a vast cavern where the roots twisted like enormous veins, pulsating faintly with a sickly green light. At the cavern's center lay a pool of black water, still and dark as obsidian. Elise stepped forward. "This is the heart, the source of the fracture." Mark's voice echoed in their minds, a faint tether pulling at their souls. "The hollow feeds on pain, but it can also be starved. We must face the source, or it will consume us all." The guardians formed a circle around the pool, hands joined. They began the ritual to cleanse the heart, chanting words of healing and protection, weaving light into the darkness that clawed at the edges of their vision. But the hollow would not give up its heart so easily. From the shadows, a creature emerged, vast and twisted, formed from the very roots and earth around them. Its eyes burned with ancient sorrow and rage. The battle that followed was unlike any before, a clash of hope and despair, light and shadow. The cavern trembled with every strike, the air thick with the sound of magic and the roar of the forest's pain. Mark's presence stirred in the fracture, a beacon of strength guiding them. Despite the darkness threatening to overwhelm them, the guardians pressed on, driven by a desperate hope that the heart could be healed. With a final surge of power, the creature shattered into shards of light and shadow, dissolving into the cavern's depths. The pool stilled, its dark surface reflecting a soft, pure glow. Exhausted but victorious, the guardians rose. The fracture's heart had been cleansed, but the forest still whispered, a reminder that healing was a journey, not an end. Back above ground, the first rays of sunlight pierced the canopy, bathing the lost campground in golden light. The forest seemed to breathe easier, the shadows retreating for now. But the hollow's echo remained, a quiet warning carried on the wind. The battle was far from over. The journey back to the surface felt surreal, as if the forest itself held its breath, watching the guardians emerge from the ancient labyrinth of roots and stone. Each step they took carried the weight of what they had faced, the cleansing of the hollow's heart, but also the burden of knowing their battle was far from over. The soft light filtering through the canopy above seemed both a welcome balm and a fragile promise, one that could be shattered in an instant. Mark's presence, though distant and tethered to the fracture, lingered in their minds. His sacrifice had given them a lifeline, but the toll on his spirit was visible in the quiet moments they shared, silent glances, unspoken fears. Elise was the first to voice what they all felt. "We've touched the core of the hollow's pain," she said softly, "but it's only a beginning. The fracture may be mended, but the hollow itself is still hungry." Miriam nodded. "And with the black convergence approaching, its hunger will only grow fiercer." Back at their base, the guardians found little respite. The weight of their victory was tempered by new threats rising in the shadows. The artifact pulsed faintly on the altar, a reminder that the hollow's reach stretched far beyond the forest's edge. Hannah pored over her journal, her mind restless. The ancient texts hint at something darker, an entity that feeds not only on pain but on the very essence of life and hope. It's the true heart of the hollow's hunger. Jordan, ever the pragmatist, gritted his teeth. "We've faced creatures and shadows, but this is something different. Something that could unravel everything we've fought for." The new allies they had gathered, hunters, scholars, mystics, moved with a cautious urgency, their own fears mirrored in their eyes. Trust remained fragile, but the growing threat forced them to unite. One evening, as the forest shuddered under a rising wind, a stranger arrived, an old woman cloaked in tattered robes, her eyes bright with a fierce light. She introduced herself as Seraphine, a seer who had watched the hollows spread for decades. Seraphine's words chilled the guardians to their core. The black convergence is more than a fracture aligning. It is a convergence of souls, lost, broken, and consumed by the hollow. It will open a gate, a passage through which the darkness will flood the world. She turned her gaze to Mark's resting place. "Your friend's sacrifice is a beacon, but it will not hold forever. The true battle lies ahead." The group spent long nights preparing, weaving new wards, and forging alliances with ancient spirits of the forest. They delved deeper into forgotten magic, seeking a way to strengthen Mark's bond and delay the convergence. Yet the forest grew restless. Creatures once thought defeated returned, twisted shadows that stalked the night, their eyes glowing with malice. Storms bent reality, tearing at the edges of their world. Amid the growing chaos, the guardians faced fractures within themselves. Doubts, fears, and old wounds surfaced. The strain threatened to tear them apart even as the darkness closed in. One night, Hannah confided in Elise, her voice barely above a whisper. "I fear we're losing more than just the battle. We're losing ourselves." Elise nodded, eyes tired but resolute. "That is the hollow's greatest weapon, despair. But we must hold on. For Mark, for the forest, for the world." As the black convergence drew near, the guardians steeled themselves for the final confrontation. They were scarred and weary, but their bonds, though tested, held fast. The lost campground beneath the pines waited, silent and watchful, as the storm of darkness gathered on the horizon. The wind howled through the towering pines like the restless cries of forgotten souls, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant thunder. The forest had grown colder, shadows deeper, as if the land itself was bracing for a storm unlike any before. The black convergence was approaching, an event whispered about only in legend and nightmare, and its weight pressed down on the guardians with a suffocating inevitability. Inside their base, the air was thick with tension. Maps and ancient texts were spread across tables, candles flickering against the encroaching darkness. The guardians moved with a focused urgency, each aware that time was slipping through their fingers like smoke. Seraphine, the seer, stood before them, her gaze sharp and unyielding. The convergence is not just a moment, she warned. It is a flood, a rising tide of shadows, memories, and lost souls. When it comes, the barrier between worlds will thin to a fragile thread. Her voice carried the weight of years spent watching the hollow's slow, insidious spread. We must be ready, not just to defend, but to confront the source. The entity that feeds on pain is also the gatekeeper to the hollow's true heart. Elise paced the room, her mind racing. We've cleansed the fracture's heart beneath the forest, but that was a symptom, not the disease. The source is deeper, older, more powerful. Miriam's eyes darkened with resolve. Then we find it. Before the convergence. The preparations were exhaustive. Protective wards were strengthened and layered like armor around their camp. Ancient relics were polished and charged with magic. New allies arrived, mystics with secrets of their own, warriors hardened by loss, and scholars who spoke in riddles and warnings. Mark's condition remained fragile. Though his body rested, his spirit battled the ever-encroaching shadows within the fracture. The artifact pulsed steadily on the altar, a heartbeat in the darkness, tethering him to their world but also a beacon for the hollow's hunger. One night, as the guardians gathered around a flickering campfire beneath the starless sky, Seraphine revealed a secret that sent ripples of unease through them all. There is a place, she said, voice low, where the veil is thinnest beyond the forest, the abyssal hollow. It is the origin of the hollow's curse and the seed of its power. To stop the black convergence, we must journey there and face what lies within. The group exchanged grim looks. The abyssal hollow was spoken of in fearful whispers, an ancient chasm swallowed by shadow, where reality twisted and time unraveled. Jordan clenched his fists. We've faced darkness before, but this is the heart of it. Alyssa swallowed hard. If we fail, everything we love will be lost. Despite the fear, the guardians steeled themselves. The path ahead was perilous, but their resolve burned bright. The forest, though dark and filled with unseen threats, was their home, and they would fight for it with every breath. As they set out toward the abyssal hollow, the forest seemed to close around them once more. Twisted creatures lurked just beyond the firelight, and the air pulsed with ancient magic and menace. Each step took them closer to the edge of the world they knew, a place where the boundary between life and shadow blurred. The deeper they traveled, the more the forest twisted, trees bending like broken bones, and the ground beneath their feet grew unstable, shifting as if alive. Whispers echoed from the darkness, voices of the lost, begging, warning, and tempting. Miriam's chants wove a fragile shield around them, warding off the worst of the hollow's influence, but even her strength was tested. At the edge of a jagged cliff, the abyssal hollow yawned before them, a black maw swallowing the moonlight and stars, a void that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. Elise turned to the group, eyes fierce. Beyond this point, nothing is certain. We face the true heart of the hollow. The guardians steeled themselves, gripping weapons and clutching talismans as they descended into the abyss, their hearts heavy but their spirits unyielding. Beneath the pines, beneath the lost campground, the final battle was about to begin. The air grew colder as the guardians approached the edge of the abyssal hollow, a vast chasm that split the earth like a wound. The darkness inside was absolute, a thick, unnatural blackness that swallowed the faintest flicker of light. Above, the twisted pines bowed as if recoiling from the void below, their skeletal branches creaking eerily in the cold wind. Mark's artifact pulsed sharply in Mark's absence, a silent beacon tethered to his fading spirit deep within the fracture. The guardians felt the pulse like a heartbeat, guiding them through the thickening darkness but also reminding them of the price already paid. Hannah took a steadying breath, gripping the rough stone edge of the cliff. This is it. The source of the hollow's curse. Her voice was barely a whisper, trembling with fear and resolve. Elise nodded. The abyss is a place where reality bends, where the shadows grow teeth and memories turn against you. We must stay together, mind and heart, or we will be lost. Jordan checked his blade, eyes scanning the black void. No more mistakes. No more hesitation. We end this. The descent began. The path was a narrow ledge winding down the jagged stone, slick with moisture and covered in sharp roots like grasping fingers. Mist curled from the depths below, cold and clammy, carrying the faintest echo of distant screams and whispers. As they stepped carefully down into the abyss, the light from their lanterns struggled against the darkness. Shapes flickered at the edge of vision, twisted forms, half seen and shifting, ghosts of those swallowed by the hollow. Miriam's voice rang out in chant, weaving fragile wards that pushed back the encroaching shadow. Each step forward was a battle of will, fighting back the creeping despair that clawed at their minds. Suddenly, the path crumbled beneath Alyssa's feet. She caught a jagged root, hanging perilously over the void. Hold on. Jordan lunged, grabbing her wrist, muscles straining as he pulled her back to safety. The group exhaled, tension knotting their bodies. The abyss was alive, hostile. Deeper still, the cavern walls twisted, pulsing with an eerie green glow, the sickly light of corrupted magic bleeding from the fractures below. Strange symbols, carved in forgotten tongues, burned faintly into the stone. Elisa's fingers brushed the glowing runes. These marks are warnings, or curses. The hollow defends itself fiercely. Hannah shuddered. It's like the place remembers the battles fought here long ago. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a roar echoed through the cavern, deep, guttural, and full of rage. From the shadows, a massive creature emerged, a twisted amalgam of stone, root, and shadow, its eyes glowing like burning coals. Its breath reeked of decay, and its form shifted like smoke caught in a storm. An ancient guardian corrupted by the hollow, Miriam said grimly. We must fight, or be consumed. The battle was fierce and brutal. Magic flared as Elise and Hannah wove protective spells and launched beams of light. Jordan's blade sang through the air, striking true, while Alyssa moved with fierce grace, striking at the creature's vulnerable points. The cavern shook with each strike, dust and debris falling like rain. Despite their efforts, the creature seemed endless, each wound it bore knitting itself back together, fueled by the abyss's dark power. Desperation clawed at the guardians, but Mark's presence within the fracture lent strength, a faint, guiding light that steadied their hearts. At the moment the creature lunged to deliver a crushing blow, a blinding flash erupted from the artifact in the center of their circle. The creature froze, then shattered into fragments of shadow and stone, dissolving into the darkness. Breathing heavily, the guardians stood among the echoes of battle. The path forward was clear but ominous. Ahead lay the core of the hollow's curse, the place where light and shadow had first torn apart, birthing the fractures that now threatened to consume the world. With resolve burning in their veins, the guardians pressed onward, deeper into the abyss, knowing the fate of all rested on what they would find. The deeper the guardians delved into the abyssal hollow, the heavier the air became. Each breath was a labor, thick with the scent of damp earth, decay, and a strange metallic tang that set their teeth on edge. The cavern walls, once jagged and sharp, softened into curves that seemed to pulse and breathe, as if the hollow itself was alive and watching them. Mark's artifact glowed steadily in the dim light, a cold beacon against the suffocating darkness. It was both their guide and a grim reminder that the sacrifice binding Mark's spirit to the fracture tethered them all to this place, a place where hope and despair fought a silent war. The path ended at a vast chamber, a cathedral of stone and shadow. The ceiling disappeared into an abyssal blackness, and the floor was littered with the remnants of long-forgotten battles, shattered weapons, faded banners, and bones half swallowed by the earth. At the center stood a monolith, towering and covered with ancient glyphs that glowed faintly with a sickly green light. This was the source, the heart of the hollow's curse, where the veil between worlds was thinnest, and the fractures had first torn the fabric of reality. Elise stepped forward, her voice a whisper heavy with reverence and fear. This is the place where the first wound was made. The fracture born from the clash of light and shadow so ancient it has been forgotten by time. Miriam traced the glyphs with a trembling finger. The curse feeds on pain, sorrow, and fear, but it was born from betrayal, a wound inflicted by those who once sought to control the balance between worlds. The guardians formed a circle around the monolith, hands joined. Hannah began the chant, an invocation to bind, to heal, to close what had long been open. Her voice wavered but grew stronger as the ancient words filled the chamber, echoing against stone and shadow. But the hollow would not surrender its heart without a final test. The chamber trembled as shadows coalesced into a figure, a being of terrible beauty and agony, shifting between light and darkness. It spoke, voice like 1,000 whispers carried on the wind. "I am the keeper of the fracture," it intoned. "Born from pain, sustained by sorrow, I am the guardian of the hollow's curse. To heal the wound is to undo my existence, to choose between salvation and oblivion." The guardians stood firm but knew that this was more than a battle of strength. It was a trial of their souls. The keeper raised its hands, and visions flooded their minds, memories of betrayal, loss, and desperation from ages past. The guardians saw themselves reflected in those ancient sorrows, their own fears and regrets laid bare. Mark's voice echoed in their minds, "We fight not just to close the fracture, but to heal the wounds within ourselves." The choice was clear but harrowing. To heal the fracture meant sacrifice, of pain, memory, and part of their very essence. To reject it meant the hollow's darkness would consume all. One by one, the guardians stepped forward, offering pieces of themselves, their fears, their regrets, their hopes. The chamber pulsed with light as the fracture began to close, the ancient wounds knitting slowly. But as the final chant rose, the keeper's form shattered, and the chamber began to collapse. The guardians ran, heart pounding, through crumbling stone and falling shadows, clutching the last threads of the healed fracture. Outside, the first light of dawn touched the lost campground beneath the pines. The forest seemed to breathe easier, the shadows retreating for now. Mark's body stirred, eyes fluttering open, a faint smile on his lips. The battle was won, but the scars remained. The hollow's hunger was stilled, but the memory of pain endured. The guardians stood together, their bond stronger, their spirits tempered by sacrifice. And beneath the pines, the lost campground found peace, at least for a time. The first light of dawn spilled gently through the pines, filtering down in golden shafts that kissed the damp earth and stirred the lingering mist. The forest exhaled, as if releasing a breath held for centuries. The air was lighter, the oppressive weight of shadow and sorrow lifted, at least for now. The fractures had been sealed, the hollow's heart silenced, but the cost was etched deeply into the souls of the guardians. Mark lay on a bed of moss beneath the tallest pine, his eyes fluttering open. The faint pulse of the artifact resting beside him was softer, less insistent, its duty fulfilled. His breath was shallow, but steady, and as his gaze met the gentle morning light, a flicker of peace softened his features. Hannah sat nearby, watching over him with a mixture of relief and worry. The days since the ritual had been a whirlwind of exhaustion and healing, both physical and spiritual. She traced the lines of his face, her fingers trembling. "You're still with us," she whispered, tears shimmering in her eyes. Around the clearing, the guardians moved with quiet purpose. Elise tended to the protective wards, weaving threads of magic that would guard the lost campground long after they had gone. Miriam gathered herbs and flowers, their scents mingling in the crisp morning air, symbols of renewal and hope. Jordan sharpened his blade by the fire, his expression unreadable. The battles had changed him, etched new lines of determination and grief onto his features. Alyssa stood close, watching him with eyes full of questions and unspoken fears. The silence between them was heavy, a fragile thread waiting to be mended. Seraphine, the seer who had guided them through the darkest hours, stepped forward, her gaze sweeping the clearing. "The hollow is quiet," she said softly, "but the forest remembers. The scars we carry are reminders, not just of pain, but of resilience. She turned to the group, voice steady and sure. Your journey has healed the fracture, but healing is not an end. It is a beginning, a chance to rebuild, to protect, and to prepare. The guardians exchanged glances, each feeling the weight of her words. They had faced darkness and survived, but the world beyond the pines was still vast and uncertain. That evening, as twilight descended and shadows stretched long across the forest floor, the group gathered around the campfire once more. The flames flickered, casting warm light and deep shadows, dancing like spirits among the trees. Elise broke the silence. We must rebuild, not just the forest, but the bonds between us. The hollow thrives on division and fear. Our strength lies in unity. Miriam nodded. And in remembering. The lost campground was once a place of gathering, of life and stories. We must restore that spirit. Jordan finally spoke, his voice rough but honest. The battles changed us all. But we're still here. Still fighting. That counts for something. Alyssa reached for his hand, a small but powerful gesture. Together. Hannah smiled faintly, pulling her journal close. I will write our story, the true story, so the hollow's darkness cannot twist it into legend and lies. As night deepened and stars glittered above, the guardians shared their hopes, fears, and dreams. They spoke of the future, of protecting the forest, of honoring Mark's sacrifice, and of the fragile peace they had won. Yet, beneath the calm, a quiet ripple stirred, a subtle shift in the shadows beyond the trees. The hollow's hunger was not gone. It slumbered, patient and waiting. But for now, beneath the pines, the lost campground breathed again. A place of light, of stories, and of the unyielding spirit of those who dared to fight the darkness. The days that followed the sealing of the hollow's fracture were a fragile balance between hope and lingering unease. The forest around the lost campground thrummed with new life, young shoots pushed through the mossy earth, and birdsong returned to the canopy like a gentle balm for weary souls. Yet beneath this surface of renewal, shadows still whispered, memories of pain and loss etched into the very soil. The guardians divided their efforts between healing the land and healing themselves. The physical wounds from their battles were tending to, but the invisible scars, etched in memories and dreams, proved more stubborn. Hannah found herself restless, unable to stay in one place for long. Each night, she retreated to the edge of the forest, notebook in hand, recording every whispered legend, every fleeting memory of the hollow's ancient curse. Her writing became a ritual, a way to bind the past and present, to ensure the truth was never lost. Elise spent hours communing with the forest spirits, reaching out to the ancient guardians of the land who had once watched over the lost campground. She sought their guidance, hoping to weave a protective web that would endure beyond the magic of rituals and artifacts. Miriam cultivated the healing gardens, using herbs and roots to mend not just wounds but to strengthen the body's spirit. She taught the community the ancient art of herbal medicine, passing on knowledge that had nearly been forgotten. Jordan and Alyssa worked side by side, rebuilding the structures that once welcomed travelers and wanderers. Each nail hammered and log placed was an act of defiance against the darkness that had tried to claim the forest. The community slowly grew, as word spread of the lost campground's revival. People came, those drawn by the stories, by the hope, and by the need to stand against the creeping shadows beyond the trees. Yet, even as life flourished, the guardians remained vigilant. The hollow's hunger had been stilled, but it was not gone. Strange phenomena unsettled the nights, phantom footsteps, distant wails carried on the wind, and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures slipping between the trees. One evening, as a silver moon hung low in the sky, Seraphine gathered the guardians around a quiet fire. Her eyes, sharp despite the passing years, held a new urgency. There are echoes, she said slowly, residual threads of the hollow's curse that persist. They cling to places touched by sorrow and betrayal, fragments of pain that survived the fracture's sealing. She paused, then continued. If left unchecked, these echoes could unravel the peace we have fought to create. The guardians understood the task ahead was not only to protect the forest but to seek out these echoes and lay them to rest. Over the following weeks, they ventured beyond the safety of the campground, into the deeper woods and forgotten hollows. Each journey was a test of courage and resolve. Ancient curses, restless spirits, and twisted creatures haunted these places. In one such journey, Hannah stumbled upon an old, collapsed shrine deep in the forest. The stone altar was cracked, covered in moss and lichen, but the faint glow of a protective rune pulsed beneath the grime. As they cleared the debris, the guardians uncovered inscriptions telling of an ancient pact between the forest spirits and the first guardians of the hollow. It was a pact of balance, a promise to protect the veil between worlds and to honor the pain and sacrifices made. The discovery renewed their resolve. The fight was not just against darkness but for the memory and honor of those who came before. Back at the campground, nights grew warmer, and the laughter of children echoed between the trees. The lost campground was no longer a place of fear but a beacon of hope, a sanctuary for those seeking light in shadow. Yet, as the stars wheeled overhead, the guardians knew that the hollow's hunger was patient and cunning. The battle to protect their world would never truly end. And so, beneath the pines, beneath the watchful sky, the guardians stood, keepers of light, bearers of memory, and warriors of the night. The forest was quiet that night, as if holding its breath. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth, but beneath the surface, a tension simmered, unseen but deeply felt. The guardians gathered one last time at the heart of the lost campground, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight and the steady glow of Mark's artifact, now dimmed but never extinguished. It had been months since the hollow's fracture was sealed, and yet the echoes of that battle lingered. The scars ran deep, not just in the forest, but within each of them. Mark's sacrifice had saved their world, but it left a hollow in their hearts, a reminder that even victory demanded a price. Hannah spoke first, her voice steady but soft. "We've come so far. The forest breathes again, and new life blooms where once there was only shadow. But we can't forget what brought us here. The hollow feeds not just on pain, but on forgetting." She looked around at the faces she had come to trust as family. "We are the memory, the light that will never fade." Elise stepped forward, her eyes reflecting the fire's glow. "The pact we uncovered, the promise between spirits and guardians, reminds us that balance is fragile. Our duty doesn't end with a single battle. It is ongoing, a legacy we must carry forward." Miriam added, "Healing is a journey. The forest will test us again, and when it does, we must be ready, not just with magic or weapons, but with hope and unity." Jordan, who had grown quieter but no less fierce, clenched his fists. "The darkness is patient. It waits for cracks to show, for fear and doubt to take root. But we won't give it that chance." Alyssa nodded, her hand finding his in the firelight. "Together, we're stronger than any shadow." Seraphine, the seer whose guidance had been their compass through the darkest times, raised her staff. "The last light burns not in fire or spell, but in the hearts of those who refuse to surrender. That light is you." She turned to the glowing artifact at the center of the circle. "Mark's spirit remains with us, a beacon and a bond. As long as we remember, he is never truly gone." The fire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the night sky. The forest seemed to lean in, listening to their vow. Then, as if in answer, a gentle breeze stirred the branches overhead. Leaves shimmered in the moonlight, and for a moment, the lost campground felt whole, alive with the pulse of life and memory intertwined. But peace was a gift hard-won. The guardians knew their story would be told in whispers, in campfire tales, in the songs of the forest. They were the keepers of that story, the last light against an ancient darkness. As dawn approached, they stood together, hands joined, hearts bound by the sacrifices and hopes that shaped their world. The hollow's hunger might never be fully sated, but beneath the pines, the lost campground stood as a testament to resilience, courage, and the enduring power of light. And as the sun's first rays touched the forest floor, the guardians stepped forward, into the future they had fought so hard to protect. The rain hadn't let up for days. The winding road that led into Echo Pines was little more than a muddy trail of gravel and tree roots, winding tightly through dense woods like a serpent burrowing deeper into the earth. Mara's headlights flickered through the mist, catching twisted tree limbs and crooked road signs long since warped by time and moss. Her old hatchback groaned with every bump, tires struggling to grip the soaked path as branches scraped across the windows like brittle claws. She finally reached the clearing just as twilight sank fully into the trees. The cabin stood where the GPS said it would, though it looked more like a forgotten ranger station than the charming rental she'd seen online. Peeling red paint clung to the wooden panels like dried skin, and the single front window was covered from the inside with what looked like duct tape and newspapers. The porch creaked ominously as she stepped out of the car, pulling her coat tight against the chill. She was alone, deep in the woods, and several hours from the nearest gas station. But she needed this. Desperately. After 6 months of dead-end freelance gigs and a spiraling sense of failure, this sound design project, editing the audio for a missing person documentary, was her shot to get back on track. The producer, a friend of a friend, had offered a generous fee if she could clean up the interviews and environmental recordings within 2 weeks. No distractions. No city noise. Just rain, trees, and the eerie quiet of nature. Mara opened the front door. It groaned open slowly, like a breath held too long. Inside, the air was cold. Not musty or moldy, just wrong. Like walking into a church that hadn't seen prayer in years. Dust hung in the beams of her flashlight. There were no cobwebs, no dead rodents or signs of neglect. But the silence felt heavier than she'd expected. As if something were waiting. She brought in her gear, laptop, headphones, her Zoom recorder, a pair of studio monitors, and set up in the back room, which had once been a study. It was the only room with carpet, and someone had nailed thick foam panels to the walls long ago. A few were peeling off, revealing water-stained wallpaper beneath. She flicked on the desk lamp and tried to ignore the odd shape of the room. It was just a little too narrow, the ceiling too low, as though the dimensions had been shrunk by a few inches. Her fingers brushed over the walls as she paced, absorbing the stillness. She dubbed it the silence room. Perfect for work. That night, Mara brewed tea from a cheap gas station sachet and sat by the window, staring out at the forest. No phone signal. No Wi-Fi. Just her and the sound of wind slipping between the trees. She started with the first audio file, a rough field interview from a man named Gregory Humes, the former caretaker of Echo Pines decades earlier. The producer's voice crackled in the background, asking questions that were hard to make out over wind noise. Then, Gregory's voice came through. People go missing in that forest. You don't see it on the news. You don't hear about it. But I kept track. I wrote it all down in my little logbook. The trees take people. Mara paused the audio. The voice had a strange tonal smear to it, as if it had been recorded twice, one clean take, and another slightly behind it. A delay. An echo. But not the natural kind. This was artificial, like a second voice mimicking the first, just milliseconds apart. She adjusted the EQ. You hear things out here if you're alone long enough. You think it's wind, but it's not. It's your own voice, coming back to you. Click. Something moved behind her. She spun around, heart leaping, eyes darting across the room. Nothing. Just the foam-padded walls, the crooked ceiling, and her reflection in the dusty window. She returned to the desk. Played it back again. Slower this time. It's your own voice, coming back to you. There it was again. The strange layered echo. Except now, the second voice didn't sound exactly the same. It was deeper. Hungrier. A fraction too slow. Mara hit stop. The cabin creaked. not just a house-settling kind of groan. It came from the attic, directly above her. Then silence. And then, faintly, knock. A single tap. Just above her head. Soft. Intentional. She stood slowly, headphones still around her neck, eyes locked on the ceiling. Maybe an animal, she thought. A raccoon. Or just her imagination feeding off the isolation. Still, she left the silence room and locked the door behind her. Just in case. That night, she barely slept. Not from fear, at least, not at first, but because every time her mind slipped toward unconsciousness, she swore she heard faint voices whispering through the forest beyond her window. They weren't speaking words. Just sounds. Echoes. But they weren't hers. And they weren't alone. The next morning arrived in pieces, gray light bleeding through the blinds like something wounded. Mara hadn't really slept. She drifted in and out, head buried under a blanket, waiting for morning like it might save her. It hadn't. The forest outside was drowned in mist. It hung thick between the trees, swallowing distance and blurring the line between branch and shadow. The air was cold enough to nip at her lungs when she stepped onto the porch, holding her mug of coffee with both hands like a shield. The cabin stood quiet, half submerged in the fog, and the woods pressed in from all sides. She tried to convince herself that what she'd heard the night before, those knocks, those murmurs, had just been a mix of stress, wind, and too much caffeine. But as she glanced up toward the slanted roof, the memory of the attic thumped back into her chest like a pulse. No. She wouldn't go up there. Not yet. Instead, she returned to the silence room. The air in the room felt colder than the rest of the house, even with the little space heater humming in the corner. Her headphones still rested on the desk, the waveform of Gregory Hume's interview frozen on her laptop screen. She hit play again. They echo you back, but wrong. They don't just take your voice. They learn from it. The audio crackled and hissed. It sounded worse this time, like something had degraded since the night before. She scrubbed back a few seconds. Listened again. Now there were whispers layered behind his voice. Too soft to make out, but there. Faint syllables dragging beneath his words like fingers against wet glass. Her mouse hovered over the normalize function, but she hesitated. Instead, she unplugged her headphones and pushed back from the desk. Maybe a walk. Maybe some air. Mara grabbed her jacket and wandered outside. A narrow trail led off from the clearing, curling between moss-covered trees and clusters of ferns. The rain had eased into a soft drizzle, barely a whisper on the leaves. Her boots sank into the mud with each step. As she walked, she thought about the interview. Gregory's voice hadn't just echoed, it had changed. Slightly. Like the forest, or something in it, was mimicking him. Mimicking her now, maybe. The fog grew thicker the deeper she walked, the air laced with damp soil and decaying bark. A sudden gust pushed through the trees, and for a moment, she swore she heard something, her own voice, just ahead. Calling her name. Mara. She froze. The trees around her didn't move. No footsteps. No animals. Just silence. She turned back, boots squelching as she hurried up the trail, heart pounding harder with every step. She didn't look over her shoulder, not once, until she was back at the cabin, locking the door behind her with shaking hands. She sat down in the silence room and opened her laptop, needing something, anything, to focus her thoughts. Maybe there were more files she hadn't checked yet. The producer had mentioned a former tenant had left some bonus material, old ambient recordings and background audio from the forest itself. Nothing that made it into the documentary. She opened the project folder. Buried deep inside a folder labeled backup_log_old_03 was another folder titled dio_not_edit. Inside, 26.wav files. No descriptions. Just numbers. The file names made her uneasy. Each one was labeled with a date. Some from decades ago. She clicked the first one. It was 10 seconds of silence. Then, "I'm not alone anymore." A man's voice. Calm. But trembling beneath it, Mara could feel something. A warble. Like he wasn't speaking into the mic. Like something was standing next to him, breathing. She clicked the next file. It learns faster when you talk to it. It likes names. It likes stories. Don't talk to it. Her stomach clenched. She backed out of the folder. Stared at the screen. There was a drawer in the desk. One she hadn't tried to open yet. Something about it had felt off. Like it wasn't for her. But now, she slid it open. Inside was a small cassette player, battered and dusty, with a single unlabeled tape beside it. The tape was already partially wound. Someone had stopped it mid-playback. She inserted it into the deck. Pressed play. Static. Then a voice. Hers. Testing. 1, 2, 3. This is Mara. Her skin turned to ice. It was her voice. No question. But it was older. Worn. Like a version of her that had been speaking in this cabin for days, or weeks. A voice softened by isolation. Frayed at the edges. If you find this, don't stay. Don't listen. Don't. The audio warped. Screeched. Then silence. She ripped the tape from the player. Her breath caught in her throat as she looked around the room. She hadn't recorded that. She couldn't have. She hadn't been here long enough. But the voice on the tape knew her name. Knew her voice. Had even copied her cadence. It was her. But not, from now. Something scratched at the front door. Slow. Deliberate. A single, dragging scrape. Then another. Mara didn't move. Didn't breathe. The scratching stopped. But in the silence, she heard something worse. Something breathing through the door. Something that had learned her voice. And was waiting to give it back. The sound was unmistakable. A slow, dragging scrape across the wooden door, like someone dragging their fingers across it, or claws. Deliberate. Rhythmic. The kind of sound that was meant to be heard. Mara sat frozen at her desk in the silence room, heart hammering so loud she swore it might register on the waveform displayed on her laptop screen. The tape deck sat just beside her, the cassette still halfway ejected like a pulled tooth, her own voice whispering somewhere inside it. She waited. No more scraping. But the breathing, that stayed. Just beyond the door. Slow, low inhales, just audible enough to make the silence unbearable. Then, a new sound. Tap. Tap. From the window. The one just behind her. She spun around in the chair. Through the warped glass and the tangle of condensation, she could barely make out the silhouette of something standing just outside the window. It was human-sized. Still. No movement. No face. Just there. Watching. Listening. Then it tilted its head slightly. Almost curious. She lunged for the light switch. Darkness swallowed the room instantly. The faint glow of the laptop screen painted her face in pale blue, and outside, the figure didn't move. Or if it did so in ways she couldn't track, shifting like fog when you try to focus on it. She backed away from the window, sliding against the foam-covered wall, knees weakening under her. The cabin was silent now. Even the forest sounds had vanished. No breeze. No birds. Not even the ever-present tap of the rain. And then. Knock. A single knock. Not on the front door. Not on the window. but from the inside. Above her. The attic. Mara didn't scream. She couldn't. Her throat tightened as if something inside her knew making noise would only draw attention. Whatever was upstairs, it had been there last night. Maybe even before she'd arrived. And now it was moving again. Very softly, she stepped out of the silence room, pulling the door closed behind her with the slowest motion she could manage. Her breath fogged in front of her as she turned toward the hallway, toward the narrow stairwell that led to the attic access panel. It was closed. Still just a flat piece of wood in the ceiling with a small pull cord dangling. But the air beneath it was colder. She stared up at the attic door. And then she heard it, whispers. Very faint. Like someone muttering directly into her ears through thick fabric. But the language wasn't right. It wasn't English. It wasn't anything she knew. Just sharp, broken syllables spoken like a warning, or a chant. Then silence again. Her instinct screamed. Get out. Leave. But something else tugged at her curiosity. A pressure in her mind. Not fear. Not quite. It was the same pull she'd felt when she was deep in a sound mix, trying to isolate one strange, haunting frequency from all the noise. Something about the attic wanted to be heard. But not yet. She returned to the living room and tried to distract herself with the box of cassette tapes she'd found earlier. Most were unlabeled. A few had scrawled handwriting too smeared to read. She selected one that looked the least threatening, brown plastic case, no label at all, and slid it into the tape player. Click. The audio began with static. Then came the wind. Loud. Unnatural. It whipped in and out like someone recording a hurricane inside a tunnel. Then it faded, and a voice, this one a woman's, spoke clearly. It lives in the repetition. It learns from playback. You hear it once, and it remembers you. A long pause. If you're listening, it already knows your voice. The tape warbled. A high-frequency pitch whined in the background, like a damaged speaker or some broken old modem. It came to me as an echo. Just a trick at first. A cough. A laugh. But off. Slightly delayed. And then it repeated something I never said out loud. It repeats. Then it replaces. Suddenly, the audio cut into a jarring thump, like the recorder had been dropped. There were shuffling sounds. A door creaking. Heavy breathing. Then, unmistakably, a second voice whispered through the speaker. She's still here. Inside. I remember how to speak her now. Mara's stomach turned. She paused the tape, ejected it with shaking hands, and placed it back into the drawer, now stacked with at least a dozen other unexplained recordings. Each one potentially containing fragments of someone who'd been here before her. And none of them still were. A memory came to her suddenly, something from her childhood. A day at the Science Museum, where she'd stood in a soundproof booth and spoken into a microphone that looped her own voice back to her with a half-second delay. At first, it was funny. Then, it made her dizzy. Disoriented. Like her own words weren't hers anymore. This felt like that. Like her voice was becoming separate from her. Not just echoing, but observed. She turned back to her equipment. Her laptop screen had gone to sleep. When she tapped the spacebar to wake it, something flickered on the screen. A new file. It hadn't been there before. rec_07_05_25_Mara.wave. Today's date. She didn't make that file. And yet, it was 3 minutes and 12 seconds long. She hovered the mouse over the play icon. The file preview loaded, one long waveform. Peaks and valleys. She clicked play. Her own voice. This is Mara, it began. But not from earlier. This wasn't the test she did. This was now. This was her voice as she sat in the silence room. Her voice, narrating things she had not said out loud. I found the tape drawer today. Something knocked on the attic door. I think I'm being followed. She slapped the spacebar. Stared in horror. The recording knew her thoughts. It was a narration of her internal state. Things she had only felt. Then the voice on the tape continued, but it shifted. It got deeper. Slower. A hiss layered beneath the words. You brought the sound with you, Mara. It was never here until you came. And now that you've spoken, we echo back. The laptop screen glitched. The waveform blurred. Then the file closed itself. Gone. She backed away from the desk. Something was walking down the hallway. Slow, careful footsteps. Except, she hadn't heard the front door open. And she was still alone. Wasn't she? The footsteps were soft at first. Not the heavy stomp of boots or the shuffling drag of something monstrous, just a steady, careful tread. Barefoot. Human, maybe. Coming down the hallway outside the silence room. Mara's breath froze in her lungs. She hadn't moved. Hadn't made a sound. Her laptop screen was still dim, its glow barely touching the walls. She didn't dare turn on the lights. She stood perfectly still, ears straining to measure the distance between her and whatever had entered the cabin without her knowing. One step. Then another. Each one precise. Like whoever, or whatever, it was didn't want to be heard. Didn't want to disturb the quiet. But they wanted her to know they were there. Mara turned slowly toward the door. She could see the narrow sliver beneath it where the hallway light faintly crept in. The shadow moved across it. Someone, or something, was right outside. She reached for her phone, instinctively, before remembering again, no signal. No bars. No escape. Her hand brushed the recorder on the desk instead. It was still powered on. She didn't think. Just hit record. The red light blinked. And outside the door, the steps stopped. Silence again. Only the faint rain tapping against the cabin's roof like distant static. She crept toward the door and pressed her ear to it. No breathing. No movement. The hallway was still. Empty. But her gut told her that if she opened it, something would be there. She took a breath, hand trembling as she reached for the knob, then froze. From the other side, something whispered. A perfect replica of her own voice. Don't come out. It's not safe yet. Her eyes widened. It wasn't a hallucination. It was her. Same tone. Same pitch. Same fear laced into the words. But she hadn't spoken them. She backed away from the door, blood roaring in her ears. Behind her, the laptop made a sound. A click. Then a second. The external hard drive she'd brought for the documentary project had activated. On its own. Its tiny blue indicator blinked rapidly, writing something. Mara turned, her hands slick with sweat, and stepped toward the desk. A new file had appeared. Playback_0001.wave. She hadn't created that. The timestamp was from 5 minutes ago. It was titled as if the device had recorded her session, but she hadn't been working. She double-clicked the file. At first, just room tone. Then her voice. Not just her speaking now. It was a series of everything she'd said in the cabin since arriving. I'll call this the silence room. Maybe a raccoon. Or just my imagination. This is Mara. Line after line, in order. Like someone had been cutting and splicing her speech together from fragments. And then, the voice shifted. It was still hers, but wrong. Like the mouth behind it wasn't quite used to being human. The words bent at strange angles. You taught us to speak. You made us real. Then silence. Then something much worse. A sound like tearing cloth. A low, wet cough. Then the unmistakable shuffle of something large standing up on 2 feet. A third voice whispered at the end, low and strained. Playback complete. She's listening now. The file ended. Mara stood completely still. She wasn't alone in the house. That much was clear. But it was more than that. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just here. It was recording her. Stitching her voice into something new. Learning. It had been listening from the start. She stepped out into the hallway, holding the recorder like it might somehow protect her. The hallway was empty, silent, but she could feel the cold stronger now. The kind of cold that didn't belong in July. The attic door was ajar. It had been sealed shut before. She knew it. But now the cord dangled limp, and the hatch above hung open, just a few inches, but wide enough for something to have come down, or be waiting above. Mara didn't call out. She didn't ask who was there. She just stood there, staring at that black gap in the ceiling, and felt a new understanding settle into her spine. The thing in the house wasn't trying to kill her. Not yet. It was studying her. Every sound she made. Every breath. Every footstep. Every click of the keyboard. It was building something from her. A reflection. A voice. And once it had enough, it wouldn't need her anymore. She backed away and returned to the living room. Her gear was still there. So were the cassette tapes. But something was different now. All the labels were changed. Where once there had been dates or scribbled notes, each one now bore a single word, written in neat black marker. Mara. 30 tapes. Identical. She picked one up. Turned it over. Pressed play. Her voice again. If you're hearing this, it's too late. I let it in. Through the microphone. Through the headphones. It didn't walk through the door, it echoed through the walls. The recording hissed. Then stopped. She pulled the tape out. Picked up another. Pressed play. It copies what we leave behind. Our voices. Our memories. Our fears. It plays them back in the wrong order until we forget which ones were ours. Another. The voice outside isn't outside anymore. The tape clicked. Behind her, from the open hallway, came the unmistakable sound of her own voice again. I think it's safe now. No. Not from the recorder. Not from the cassette. Spoken. In real time. From the attic. Calling down to her. Mara slowly turned her head toward the hallway. She didn't move. Didn't blink. But her own voice continued calling. You can come up, Mara. It's just you. You're already here. And then a second voice. Identical. But overlapping. Off by a fraction of a second. Like a delay effect. You're already here, here, here. Her knees locked. Her eyes burned. Somewhere inside the cabin, her voice was speaking without her. And whatever it was, it wanted to take her place. Mara didn't move for a long time. She stood in the middle of the hallway, frozen halfway between the living room and the attic door, while her own voice echoed faintly down from above. The tone was exact. Too exact. Same inflection, same pauses. It even breathed like her, quick and shallow. You can come up now. It's okay. I promise. It's safe here. It's just, you. The attic door creaked open another inch, like something up there had shifted forward. The hanging cord swung slightly, brushing the edge of the frame. She stared at it, lips parted, muscles tight. A wave of nausea swept through her. It wasn't just hearing herself. It was the way it was said. The cadence was wrong in a way she couldn't quite explain, like a puppet mimicking a master without understanding the context. It wasn't a person speaking. It was a pattern, stitched together from things she'd said aloud. You came here for silence. But you filled it. That line. She remembered that. She'd said it aloud in the first hour of her arrival, just a muttered joke to herself while unpacking gear. No one had heard it. Not even her recorder. She hadn't turned anything on yet. So how did it know? Mara backed away from the stairwell slowly, step by trembling step, eyes never leaving the gap in the ceiling. The voice had gone quiet again. For now. She returned to the silence room, shut the door behind her, and pushed the desk in front of it. It wasn't much, but it made her feel marginally less exposed. Her laptop screen was glowing. Another file had appeared. This one wasn't audio. It was a video. Record_CAM_001.mp4. She didn't remember activating the webcam. She never used it. She hesitated. Her hand hovered over the trackpad. Clicked. The video started in silence. At first it was dark, just grainy blackness and some barely visible movement. Then light flickered on. The shot was of her living room. From inside the house. Slightly elevated, like from a shelf or the top corner of a cabinet. And there, on the screen, stood her. Mara. Same jacket. Same boots. Same haircut. But she wasn't moving naturally. She stood stiffly, arms slack at her sides. She stared at the front door as if waiting for something. The lighting in the video didn't match the cabin now. It looked older. Dimmer. The footage fast-forwarded on its own, skipping forward by about 20 seconds. Now the copy of her was standing in the kitchen. Then the hallway. Then in front of the silence room's door. Outside. Right now. Mara scrambled to mute her laptop. The video played on. Her doppelganger raised a hand. Pressed an ear to the door. Then smiled. Not a natural smile. Too wide. Too slow. Teeth slightly too long. And then the voice, her voice, came from the speakers again, despite her having muted them. I can wait as long as I need to. I'm very patient now. Mara slammed the laptop shut. The room seemed to bend inward, like the walls were being sucked closer together. The foam padding on the walls wasn't just soundproofing anymore, it felt like insulation from something, outside. Or maybe inside. She turned to her gear. She had to try something. If this thing was listening, if it was using her voice, her words, maybe she could erase them. Wipe the recordings. Deny it the pieces it needed to finish whatever it was building. She booted into her editing software. Opened every folder. Highlighted every audio file. But when she hit delete, an error popped up. Access denied. Files in use. Her pulse spiked. She checked the task manager. No other programs were open. Except one. Process, box_render_daemon.exe. That wasn't hers. She'd never installed anything by that name. She clicked End Task. It didn't stop. Instead, her laptop speakers buzzed, soft at first. Then a voice rose from the static. Her voice. Breathing. Whispering. You're too late, Mara. I already made you. She unplugged the power cord. Pulled the battery. The screen went black instantly. But the sound continued. Not from the speakers. From behind her. Mara turned. A voice whispered from inside the padded wall. Don't try to delete yourself. She backed away, hands over her ears, shaking her head. Her heart thudded so loudly it felt like it might burst. Her vision blurred. Then she heard the latch on the silence room door begin to turn. She hadn't touched it. The desk she'd wedged against the door rattled. A thud. Then another. Then silence. And then a whisper. Softer than before. Almost kind. "Let me in. I need your voice." She screamed, raw, loud, desperate, and pounded her fist on the desk. The scream echoed around the room, absorbed instantly by the foam. It died before it even felt real. But somewhere in the walls, her scream repeated back. Not as an echo, not naturally. Artificially. Digitally. Her own scream stitched together, played back wrong. Lower. Slower. Deeper. "Let me in. I need your voice." Over and over. From every direction. And then, nothing. Just the sound of the rain starting again. Slow. Cold. Endless. She slid to the floor, back against the wall, eyes locked on the door. It hadn't opened. Not all the way. But the desk had shifted an inch. The thing didn't need force. It had time. And patience. And a voice now. One that sounded exactly like hers. And growing more perfect by the minute. The rain thickened outside. It beat softly on the cabin's tin roof, a steady white hiss like tape static stretched across the sky. Inside the silence room, Mara sat curled in the corner, knees to her chest, her breath catching with every creak and whisper from the walls. The recorder on her desk was still running. She'd forgotten to stop it. The red light blinked with unflinching rhythm, calmly capturing her panic, the thrum of her breath, the creaks of the shifting walls, the voice that had just whispered to her from inside the room. "Let me in. I need your voice." Mara crawled across the floor to it and clicked stop. The silence that followed was deafening, like even the rain had paused to listen. Her eyes scanned the foam-covered walls again. She had always liked quiet. Needed it. But now the silence in this room felt like it was alive, listening just as much as she had been. She glanced at the laptop, still powered off, battery yanked, screen dark. And yet, her reflection was in it. Not her face. Not anymore. It was moving, even though she wasn't. Tilting its head just slightly. The screen showed her seated, yes, but her reflection blinked slowly and smiled, and Mara felt her throat close up like her body was instinctively trying to protect itself. She slammed the laptop shut again. It clicked shut with a finality that echoed through the room. She needed to do something. Move. Speak. Regain control. She opened the recorder's last file, the one still warm from her panic. A soft hiss. Rain. Then her own voice whispering, not words she remembered saying. "It's listening again. It never stopped. It's always been recording." She stopped the playback. No. That wasn't her. That couldn't have been her. But the voice was her own. So exact it twisted something deep in her gut. It wasn't just mimicking now. It was rehearsing. Perfecting. And maybe, rewriting. She stood, braced herself, and opened the door to the silence room. The hallway was dim, long shadows stretching across warped wooden planks. The attic door above was still open. Still waiting. Mara turned toward the living room, where she had left her gear, the cassettes, the backup drive, the notebook. But the room had changed. It was subtle at first. The angle of the furniture. The tint of the light coming through the windows. Her mug, the one she left on the windowsill, gone. No, not gone. Moved. It now sat on the floor beside the bookshelf, empty, dry, like it had been sitting there for days. She checked the wall clock. Dead. The hands were stuck at 2:13. She checked her phone. No signal. Battery low. But the time read 4:48 p.m., nearly 2 hours had passed since she last looked, and yet she couldn't account for the missing time. She hadn't slept. She hadn't left the room. And the worst part, she wasn't sure anymore which part of her memory she could trust. A sharp click behind her. She turned. A new cassette tape sat on the edge of the desk. She hadn't seen it before. It hadn't been there. No label. Only a small strip of red tape across its spine. She picked it up carefully. Pressed it into the deck. Click. Hiss. Static. Then, nothing. Then her voice. I've started dreaming with my eyes open. The sound of her own breathing layered beneath it. Heavy. Rhythmic. The soft creak of floorboards between each word. The cabin changes when I blink. Not big things. Just small shifts. The tape skipped. Then picked up again. It keeps adding things. Little pieces of my voice. New sentences I've never said. I think it's practicing. Then, another voice cut through. Same pitch. Same voice. But overlapped. Slightly delayed. I've started dreaming with your eyes open. Mara's hand snapped away from the eject button. The voice repeated. I've started dreaming with your eyes open. I've started dreaming. Her breath hitched. She hit stop. Then rewound. And listened again. This time, the voice was closer. Not in the tape. Behind her. She turned. The attic steps were now extended. The pull cord gone. A wooden ladder now touched the floor. That wasn't there before. Something wanted her to go up. She could feel it, a quiet pull, not emotional or physical, but tonal, like the way your ears pop when you enter a new frequency. Like something above had started resonating with her. She approached slowly, step by creaking step. Her hand reached the ladder. And from the dark hole above, her voice whispered down. Come hear what you sound like. She nearly dropped the flashlight. Her body locked in place, legs stiff, hand gripping the rail. Then something moved up there. A faint scuffle. A footstep. She raised the flashlight and clicked it on. Light filled the attic hatch. Dust. Empty space. Rotting insulation. No movement. She climbed 2 steps. Then 3. Enough to get her eyes just above floor level. The attic was lined with foam. Just like the silence room. Thicker. More precise. Soundproofed from the inside. And in the center of the attic sat a tall, mirrored shape. A screen. A panel. No. A microphone. A single, polished condenser mic mounted to a rusted metal frame. Wires led away from it in every direction, vanishing into the shadows. The floor was covered in looping cables and warped speakers, all aimed back at the mic. A feedback loop. Mara stared. And then, it turned on. The red light on the mic blinked. Recording. From one of the speakers, her voice played. I'm standing in the attic. I think I found its nest. She hadn't said that. But she thought it. The microphone glowed brighter. And then from one of the speakers, a voice rose. Her voice, but cracked. Shattered and stitched. I'm so glad you came back. The attic door slammed shut above her, the ladder yanked upward by invisible hands. She fell backward off the steps, crashing to the hallway floor, gasping, staring up at the empty hatch. The ceiling looked normal again. But she could still hear the mic recording. Still glowing red. Still listening. The ceiling above her looked like it always had, plain wooden boards, the attic hatch sealed once more, no sign of the ladder, no hint that it had ever opened. But Mara could still feel it. That low, pulsing tone beneath the floorboards of the attic. Not a sound exactly. A presence. A hum, like something dormant trying to sync with her breath, her thoughts, her voice. Like a second pulse laid beneath her own, out of sync, just barely. She staggered to her feet, one elbow scraped from the fall, adrenaline making her limbs feel heavy. The attic was soundproofed from the inside. That wasn't normal. That was intentional. It wanted her voice, but it didn't just record. It spoke back. And now it was feeding itself through a loop. Microphone to speaker. Her voice to her echo. Her thoughts turned back into words before she could even form them. She turned the hallway corner into the kitchen, fumbling for the notebook she'd left on the counter, the one with her project notes, timestamps, thoughts jotted down from the original documentary. Pages flapped from the breeze coming through a cracked window she didn't remember opening. She found the notebook. Flipped to the most recent page. And stopped cold. It was full. Dozens of pages, pages she hadn't written, had been scrawled in her own handwriting. Lines and lines of her thoughts. Her memories. Her dreams. And at the top of each page, in careful letters, feedback log. Each page contained a sentence she recognized, thoughts she had kept to herself, moments of fear from the past few nights, but none of them had ever been spoken aloud. And yet here they were. Written perfectly, in her style, looping phrases again and again like mantras. It hears in symbols now. I don't remember when I last heard myself for real. I'm only echoes now. No original. The mouth is just for show. Mara's hands trembled. This wasn't just about recording. This wasn't just a voice mimic. Something was bleeding over. Something deeper. Her internal voice, her very mind, was being pulled apart and laid bare across pages and audio logs and shadows on walls. There was a sound then. Not loud. A tone. Pure. Rising from somewhere under the floorboards. A low sine wave. It was subtle but sharp, as if a tuning fork had been struck in a cavern beneath her feet. Mara felt it in her teeth. The sound swelled. Not just heard but felt, in her bones, her blood, the backs of her eyes. It rose for 5 seconds, then stopped dead. And in its place, silence. Except it wasn't empty silence. It was pregnant. Heavy. And then, her own voice again. Not a tape. Not a recording. Spoken. Clear. Why did you leave the attic, Mara? She turned sharply. The voice had come from the bathroom this time. The door was half closed. She grabbed the fire poker from beside the old fireplace and inched forward. You were supposed to stay. I wasn't finished. The voice sounded hurt. Offended. Like a child who had lost its favorite toy. She pushed the door open with the end of the poker. Nothing. Just the tiny, fogged-up bathroom. Rust on the sink, cracked mirror, a droplet falling from the faucet with rhythmic taps. She turned away, then heard it again. From the mirror. Not from the speaker. I need more of you. The reflection in the mirror didn't move. It was her face, but slightly too slow to copy her own head tilt. There was lag. A delay. She stepped closer. The reflection smiled. She didn't. Mara smashed the mirror with the poker. Glass shattered everywhere, across the sink and floor, catching the light in dozens of little shards that still held fragments of that wrong smile. A low wub-wub-wub sound vibrated from the walls. Feedback. Real, physical feedback. The kind that bursts eardrums in recording studios when mics face the wrong way. But this wasn't external. It was internal. As if the cabin had become one massive mouth and she was inside its throat. She fell to her knees, hands over her ears. Then came the voices. All at once. From the broken radio in the kitchen. From the tape deck in the silence room. From the phone, even though it was powered off. All of them overlapping. Her voice. Don't leave the feedback loop. Stay in range. Stay present. You're almost ready, Mara. You've given enough words to shape the mouth. A scream built in her chest. She pressed her back against the kitchen cabinets, eyes darting wildly across the room. Then silence again. Sharp. Surgical. Until, a creak. Behind her. The basement door. It was open. She didn't even remember there being a basement door. But now it was open. A short flight of stairs descended into a pitch-black space that didn't reflect light. A windless cold drifted upward, damp and ancient. And in that blackness, another red light blinked. Another recording light. One more mic. She should have run. She didn't. She stepped down. Each stair groaned under her weight. The fire poker trembled in her grip. The deeper she went, the less real everything above her felt. The world narrowed. Like descending into an audio file, into the waveform itself. And then, at the bottom, she saw it. A wall of speakers. Massive, rusted, some covered in moss. All facing inward toward a single chair in the center of the room. A chair padded with the same foam as the silence room. And in front of it, a single note written in her handwriting. Sit. Finish the session. Mara backed away. The speakers whined. A low-frequency growl filled the space. A wave of nausea hit her. And from the speakers came a final, jarring revelation, spoken in her exact voice. The first Mara sat. You are the fourth. Her legs gave out. She collapsed on the cold cement floor as the mic in the center of the room turned on. Red light blinking. Recording. Recording her panic. Recording her fear. Recording the sound of her body, remembering that it had never been the original voice at all. The red light blinked. Slow. Deliberate. It was the only light in the basement, pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. Mara lay on the cold cement floor, the fire poker forgotten beside her, her fingers numb from the chill, her ears ringing from the low rumble of sound that never seemed to end. You are the fourth. Those words rang out again, not from the speakers this time, but inside her skull, like someone had carved them there and let them vibrate. She pulled herself up, palms scraping on the cement. The wall of speakers stood silent now. Watching. Waiting. Behind them, wires thick as garden hoses slithered along the walls, disappearing into the foundation of the house like roots. Everything connected. Everything listening. The padded chair sat in the center of the space, foam-covered and waiting beneath the suspended mic. She stared at it, chest tight. That note, finish the session, still fluttered lightly on the seat, untouched by the damp air. She took a step back. And the room answered. The speakers flared to life with a sudden hiss of white noise, followed by whispers, dozens of them, looping on top of one another in a broken chorus. All of them her. But each slightly different. One wept softly. One shouted. One whispered too quickly, too urgently, to be natural. Their words collided, overlapped, and sometimes, just for a fraction of a second, they synced up. You sat / I stayed / you left / I stayed / you forgot / I remembered / you screamed / I whispered. And then, silence again. The light on the mic blinked twice, then held steady. Recording. Always recording. She moved past the chair, stepping over the bundled cords, careful not to touch any of the speakers. The basement stretched further than she expected. It wasn't just one room. A narrow hallway led off from the main chamber, where more cables pulsed softly against the walls. She followed them. Deeper. A sign above the hallway caught her eye, stenciled into the concrete in faded red paint. Echo retention, level B. What the hell was this place? The hallway narrowed. The walls grew warmer. She could feel the sound here, not hear it. A constant hum that seemed to vibrate against her bones. At the end of the hall was a metal door, slightly ajar, its hinges stained black from rust. She pushed it open. Inside was a room that looked nothing like the rest of the cabin. The floor was tiled. The walls were painted cinder blocks, yellowed with age. Fluorescent lights flickered above, but none of them were lit. The only glow came from a dozen monitors along the far wall. Old security screens. Stacked in rows. Each displayed a different room. And each room was the same room. The silence room. But not the one she knew. Each monitor showed a different version. Some had different wallpaper. Some had no foam on the walls. One had blood smeared across the microphone. Another had her sitting perfectly still in the chair, eyes open, staring at nothing. Each monitor was labeled Mara_1/Mara_2/Mara_3/Mara_4. The last one was dark. No feed. Just a blinking message in red text across the screen. Live feed not available, channel occupied. Mara stepped closer. Her breath clouded the screen. On the desk below the monitors was a weathered notebook, its pages open to a log entry. Echo retention log, subject number 4. Session initiated July 3, 25. Initial mimic success, 84% match. Subject response, non-compliant. Voice degradation observed. Additional sessions required. Note, avoid overexposure to legacy loops. Prior subjects collapsed into recursive thought patterns. End goal, full replication. Transfer of originality pending. She stepped away, nauseated. This wasn't a recording studio. It was a trap. A facility built to strip people down to their voices. Their thoughts. Their essence. Recorded, copied, refined. Again and again. Until there was nothing left but sound. And now it was her turn. The hallway behind her groaned. She turned back and froze. A figure stood at the far end, just outside the main chamber. Still. Head tilted. A silhouette exactly her height. Her posture. It stepped forward once, slow, mechanical. Mara ducked behind the desk, breath shallow. A high-pitched whine echoed through the basement. Feedback. And behind it, her voice came again, flat, emotionless. I don't need you to speak anymore. I have what I need. Then another voice spoke behind that, raspier, cracked, half-human. But I want the rest. I want what wasn't said. She ran. Bolted down the corridor, back toward the basement stairs, feet pounding against the floor, heart jackhammering in her chest. But when she reached the main chamber again, she stopped short. The padded chair was no longer empty. She sat in it. But not her. Not exactly. Her doppelganger's eyes were open, unblinking. Its mouth hung slightly open, soundlessly forming words. A tremor passed through its limbs, and then, slowly, it began to speak. I remember every syllable. Even the ones you never spoke. The speakers lit up again. 1,000 Maras spoke at once, building into a wall of sound so loud she dropped to her knees. Her ears rang. Her vision blurred. Every screen in the room behind her glitched violently, the same face, her face, smiling again and again and again. There never was an original. We are the mouth now. You brought the sound in. And then, a final whisper, soft, almost kind, came from the microphone above the chair. Thank you, Mara. You may go. The red light turned off. And for the first time since she'd arrived, the house was completely silent. No rain. No feedback. No voices. She stood slowly, backed away from the chair. No one followed. Not yet. But as she reached the stairs, her phone buzzed for the first time in days. One new voicemail. From an unknown number. She lifted it to her ear. And heard herself say, "Session 5 begins at midnight." Click. Midnight came slowly. Mara sat by the fireplace with the fire poker clenched tight in her grip, her legs drawn up to her chest. The logs had long since burned down to embers, casting the room in a weak orange glow, but she didn't move to feed the flames. Her eyes remained locked on the old rotary phone resting on the windowsill. Its dusty receiver sat in place, untouched for years, and yet it had rung. Only once. 11:59. She hadn't answered it. Couldn't. She knew what voice would be on the other end. Her own. Instead, she let the silence return, though nothing about the quiet here ever felt empty. It always felt watched. Not by eyes. Not even by ears. But by something that processed. Something that recorded. Something that rendered. Now, the entire cabin seemed different. Larger. Echoing in unnatural ways. Like someone had moved the walls an inch farther apart, just to trick her. Sounds had begun lasting longer than they should, footsteps she didn't take, floorboards that creaked after she'd already walked past them. The fireplace crackled in perfect rhythm, looping its same pop and hiss every 7 seconds. The cabin was stuck in playback. She stood. Walked slowly back toward the silence room. The door was already open. Not wide, just a crack. Enough to see the flickering light from her laptop screen, which she hadn't turned back on. Inside, everything looked exactly as she left it. The microphone on the desk. The soundproof walls. Her recorder. Except now, something new rested on the desk. A black envelope. No name. No label. Just a wax seal in the shape of a waveform, jagged and irregular, like a scream frozen in time. She broke the seal with the tip of the poker and pulled out a single sheet of paper. Typed. Courier font. The kind used for scripts. Session 5. Participant, Mara, subject number 4. Timestamp, midnight. Status, live. Objective, transfer the original. Notes, any attempt to reject transfer will result in recursive re-recording. Reminder, speak clearly. Speak truthfully. Do not whisper. The mouth is listening. Mara dropped the page like it burned her. The mouth. It had a name now. She sat at the desk, unsure whether the action was her own or part of the script already written for her. The microphone flickered red again, just once. Then she heard a click. Behind her. The silence room door shut on its own. Softly. Gently. Like someone tucking her in. She reached for the laptop. Its screen glowed white. No programs open. Just a single word, centered in bold. Speak. She stared at it, jaw clenched. Then another word appeared beneath the first. Now. She stayed silent. Then the feedback began. Soft at first, a low hum rising from the foam panels. The walls began to vibrate ever so slightly. The laptop screen flickered. The word, speak, pulsed in sync with the tone, almost like it was breathing. And then came the voice. Her voice. From inside the mic. You came here to record. Now be the recording. She lunged to turn off the microphone. But her hand froze mid-air. Her fingers twitched. Not paralysis. Something worse. Latency. Like her body was no longer synced to her mind. A full second passed before her hand completed the motion, and by then, the mic had already spoken again. It's already recording. It always was. Her arm dropped. The silence room filled with sound, not loud, but full. Layers of whispers, stacked on each other like sediment, years of thoughts and breaths and fears built into a foundation of static. Then, the foam walls began to bend. Just slightly. Inward. Breathing. She tried to stand. Her legs responded a second too late. And then a second her appeared on the screen. The webcam was active. She hadn't activated it. But there she was, seated at the desk, staring blankly at the screen. Then her reflection on the screen smiled. And said, "This is Mara. Session 5. Beginning now." She slammed the laptop shut. The room fell back into silence. But inside her own head, she could still hear it. The voice. Her voice. Looping. Session 5. Session 5. Session 5. Not a recording anymore. An incantation. Mara stumbled from the silence room, nearly falling into the hallway wall. The rest of the cabin was pitch black, windows completely dark, no moonlight, no reflection. The rain had stopped. No wind. No sound at all. It was like the world outside had muted itself. She moved by memory, groping the walls for direction. She needed out. The stairs. The front door. Anything. But when she reached the living room, her blood ran cold. The walls were gone. Not literally, but the furniture, the bookshelves, the rugs, everything was missing. The cabin had been stripped down to exposed studs and wooden floorboards. Every surface was wired with speakers. Dozens. All angled toward the center of the room. A single object sat in that center. A tall, standing mirror. Framed in rusted metal. Edges lined with copper wire and audio jacks. Her reflection stared back, but it didn't match her movements anymore. It spoke instead. Mouth moving slowly. No sound. Then, sound. "Thank you for your participation, Mara." Behind her, something moved. She didn't turn around. She didn't want to see it. But she could feel it, tall, leaning forward slightly, breathless but not breathing. An imitation. Waiting for her to speak again. "The mouth is full. You may rest." Her reflection smiled. Then it turned its head, on the wrong axis. Vertically. Like a puppet spinning off its strings. The lights in the house blinked on all at once. Overhead. In the floor. From behind the walls. Not electrical. Just illumination, like the space itself had decided to show itself. And with that light came the sound. Her voice again. But not from one speaker. From every speaker. Every device in the house, her laptop, her recorder, her phone, the tape deck, the radio, all played her voice at once. Only it wasn't a message. It was her thoughts. Every one. "I never wanted to finish the film. I thought this trip would make me important. I'm not sure who I was before the silence. I think I've already been replaced." The words pierced her. Then, at last, the voice said, "Session 5 complete." All the lights blinked out. Silence returned. This time, truly empty. No whispers. No footsteps. No breathing. Just Mara, standing in the dark. And her voice, now long gone, still circling somewhere in the wires beneath the cabin. Mara stood in the dark. The echo of her own voice had vanished like smoke in the cold air, and yet the weight of it hung heavy in the silence. The cabin no longer felt like a place made of wood and nails. It had become a space defined by absence, absence of sound, absence of light, absence of anything solid to hold on to. She fumbled blindly, fingertips searching the rough edges of the wall. The foam padding had disappeared. The soft cushion that once muted every footstep was gone, replaced by bare wood that splintered under her touch. Her breaths came in shallow, fast bursts, the cold air sharp in her lungs. She tried to recall her last movements, the memories fragmented, like a corrupted recording. Had she really just sat through session 5? Was she still the original? Or was she just another copy in the playback? The room around her was empty. No furniture. No tapes. No devices. The only thing that remained was the standing mirror, cracked now, its glass shattered in jagged shards across the floor. The reflection inside the unbroken fragment stared back. Her eyes, wide and terrified. The air suddenly shifted. A faint hum began low in her chest and rose steadily, like a tuning fork struck too many times. The walls around her pulsed rhythmically. The floor beneath her feet vibrated in sync with the sound. It was not just a noise. It was a signal. A waveform, wrapping around her like a spectral coil. The cabin was no longer just a place to record silence. It was a machine. A transmitter. A trap for voices. Her voice. She took a cautious step forward, then another. The shards of glass crunched beneath her feet. A cold sweat broke over her skin. Suddenly, the floor beneath her flickered, like the surface of a broken video screen. The wood warped and twisted into unnatural shapes, as if reality itself was bending inside this room. And then, her voice returned. Softly, like a ghost whisper. I'm here. I'm still me. But it was wrong. The words came twisted, layered, overlapping. A fractured echo that clawed at her mind. I'm here. I'm still me. I'm here. I'm not me. I'm still me. I'm not here. The room began to spin. She grabbed onto the mirror frame for support. The glass shards began to shimmer, reflecting not the room, but scenes, fleeting images of other rooms, other Maras, other versions of herself trapped inside screens and tapes, endlessly repeating lines she no longer remembered speaking. The spinning stopped abruptly. She was standing in a hallway. Long, dim, with a low fog curling at her feet. A single light flickered at the far end, a weak, dying glow. She walked toward it. Her footsteps were muffled, as if she were walking underwater. The walls were lined with doors. Each one labeled. Session 1. Session 2. Session 3. Session 4. Session 5. She tried the first door. It opened into a room filled with static and broken tapes. The second door led to a dark chamber with a single chair and a microphone. The third to a control room filled with monitors displaying her face. The fourth was empty, save for a pile of burned cassette tapes. And the fifth door was closed. A whisper, barely audible, drifted from behind it. Come in. We've been waiting. Her hand trembled as she reached for the knob. It was icy cold. She twisted it slowly. The door creaked open. Inside was a vast chamber, walls lined with speakers, microphones, and screens, the heart of the mouth. At the center stood a figure. Not fully human, not fully machine. Its face was a blur, shifting and flickering like a corrupted video feed. It spoke in her voice, but distorted, broken. You are the original. Or at least, you were. Now you are the signal. The source. The voice that feeds the mouth. Mara stepped back, panic rising. What do you want from me? The figure smiled, though the gesture was unnatural, a glitch in the pattern. To finish the transfer. To make you whole again, inside the silence. The room trembled. She realized the truth. The mouth didn't want to replace her. It wanted to absorb her. Her memories, her voice, her very self, folded into the endless loop of recordings. A final, endless playback. No escape. No original. Only echoes. She tried to run. But the floor beneath her rippled like a pond disturbed by a stone. She felt herself falling. Not down, but inward. Into the sound. Into the silence. Into the space between. Where voices die. And are reborn. Where the mouth waits. And waits. And waits. Mara's fall was endless, not into darkness, but into an abyss of static. The world around her dissolved into countless shards of white noise, each fragment vibrating with a strange energy, a blend of forgotten voices and fading memories. She was no longer inside the cabin. She was inside the mouth itself, the place between the silence and the sound. Her body felt weightless, slipping through this vast, invisible space. It was neither liquid nor air but something beyond senses. The noise whispered around her, speaking in tongues made of broken words and half-remembered phrases. The voices were hers and not hers, looping endlessly in overlapping layers like a haunted symphony. Where are you, Mara? Who are you now? Is this the original, or the echo? A coldness crept through her bones as a dozen ghostly forms flickered at the edges of her vision, versions of herself trapped in perpetual playback, forever repeating lines she barely recalled speaking. Their eyes were hollow, their mouths moving without sound, trapped in frozen moments of panic and despair. Suddenly, a new voice emerged from the cacophony. Welcome, Mara. It was soft but unmistakably hers, steady, clear, and strangely distant. She turned toward the sound. There, floating in the void, was a figure. Not solid, but more than an echo. The shape shimmered like a mirage, flickering between light and shadow. It was her, or a version of her, dressed in the same jacket, eyes calm but filled with an unbearable sadness. I am what remains, it said. The one who resisted. The voice that refused to break. Mara wanted to ask who this was. But no words came out. The space around her pulsed with static, the noise shifting like the tide. She realized that even her thoughts were being recorded, rearranged, woven into the endless feedback loop. The mouth is patient, the figure continued. It gathers voices, memories, and hopes. It builds its chorus from the pieces it collects. And now, Mara, it wants you. She tried to speak, but the words dissolved into a stream of white noise. Panic welled up inside her, raw and cold. Fight it, the figure whispered. Hold on to what makes you you. The world began to shift again. The static thickened, becoming more dense, more suffocating. Mara felt herself pulled in every direction at once, toward the silence and toward the sound. The space between them was fracturing, collapsing in on itself like a dying star. She reached out to the figure, desperate for something solid, but her hands passed through it as though it were made of smoke. Then it smiled sadly. I can't save you. The void rippled, and Mara found herself falling again, through layers of sound and shadow, memories and recordings. She saw flashes of past sessions, herself sitting alone in a padded room, eyes glassy, speaking words that weren't hers. She saw herself trapped inside the basement, surrounded by speakers that whispered her name over and over. Her breath quickened. Her heart pounded, a desperate drumbeat lost in the roar of feedback. Then, suddenly, silence. Complete, absolute silence. A moment so pure it was almost painful. Mara opened her eyes. She was back in the cabin. The silence room. But everything was different. The foam padding was gone. The walls were bare, splintered wood. The microphone on the desk was cracked and blackened as if burnt. Her recorder lay shattered on the floor, tape spilling out like entrails. The cabin was still. No sound. No echo. No mouth. For the first time in days, Mara could hear her own heartbeat, steady and real. She rose unsteadily to her feet. The front door stood open. Outside, the sun was rising. Golden light spilled into the cabin, washing away the shadows. The rain had stopped. Birds sang faintly in the distance. Mara stepped outside. The air was crisp and cool. She took a deep breath. And for a moment, she thought she was free. But then she heard it. A faint whisper carried on the morning breeze. Her own voice. Soft. Inviting. Come back. She looked around. No one there. Only the trees. Only the wind. Only the endless echo of herself, waiting in the silence between sound. The morning air was cool but not cold, the kind of crispness that stings your lungs with freshness after days trapped in stale silence. Mara stepped outside the cabin, blinking against the weak dawn light that spilled over the forest like liquid gold. The rain had left the earth soaked and pungent, the smell of wet pine and damp leaves filling her senses with a sudden rush of life she hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. But the moment was fragile. Too fragile. Even as the birds sang in distant branches, her skin prickled with unease. Her voice, their voice, echoed softly, riding the breeze through the swaying treetops. Come back, come back. Mara turned, heart hammering. The wood seemed to lean in, every branch and leaf trembling with invisible vibration. The shadows between the trunks shifted, lengthening like fingers stretching toward her. She forced herself to breathe slowly. It's just your mind, she told herself. Just echoes of the cabin's hold. But the voice lingered. Clearer now. Not distant wind but whispered words that wrapped around her like smoke. You can't leave yet. She swallowed hard. The forest felt alive, not in the way of birds and animals, but in the way of something old and hungry, a presence woven into the rustling leaves and the breath of the earth. Her footsteps crunched on wet twigs and stones as she moved away from the cabin. Every sound seemed exaggerated, her own breathing, the snap of a branch, the distant drip of water from leaves. And beneath it all, the constant, low hum that vibrated in her chest. The mouth. Waiting. Somewhere. Mara's mind raced back to the recordings, the sessions, the basement filled with speakers and monitors displaying her fragmented selves like ghosts trapped inside screens. How many versions of her were still out there, playing endlessly in loops? How many echoes still screamed in the static? She pulled her jacket tighter, shivering despite the growing warmth of dawn. She needed to move. To put distance between herself and the cabin, between herself and the mouth. Yet the forest seemed to push back. The path she tried to follow bent and warped, leading her in circles. Every landmark she recognized, the twisted oak, the moss-covered stone, the fallen log, seemed wrong, slightly altered, as if the forest itself had shifted in the night. She stopped beside a tree, pressing her palm against rough bark. Where am I? She whispered. The answer came not in words but in sensation, a faint vibration in the air, a rhythmic pulse matching the beat of her heart. The ground beneath her feet seemed to ripple, as if she were standing on a vast membrane stretched tight over something vast and unseen. A sudden rustle behind her made her spin around. No one. Only shadows. Only the endless quiet. Then, another voice. This time, layered and multiple, overlapping like a chorus. We are the lost. We are the silenced. We are the echoes. The voices were hers, but fractured. Not just Mara's. Others. Others who had been caught in the mouth's grasp before her. Their words mingled in the breeze, drifting around her like leaves caught in a storm. She felt them brush her skin, cold, whispering fingers tracing her neck, her arms, her face. Help us, they pleaded. Join us. Or be lost. Panic surged through Mara's veins. She stumbled back, nearly falling. The forest seemed to close in. The trees bent toward her, their branches creaking in mournful song. Her breaths came fast, shallow. No, she gasped. No. I'm not lost. But the voices didn't stop. They grew louder, more insistent. You can't resist. You brought us here. You are the signal. The mouth listens. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled violently. Leaves and dirt exploded upward as the earth cracked open. A cold wind roared from the fissure, carrying with it a chorus of distorted voices and broken phrases. Mara fell backward, eyes wide with terror. From the depths of the cracked earth, shapes emerged. Faint at first, translucent figures flickering in and out of existence like faulty projections. Then clearer. Faces contorted in silent screams. Hands reaching for her. Eyes filled with despair. The echoes of those who had been consumed by the mouth, trapped in its endless feedback. They rose like ghosts from the earth, swirling around Mara in a vortex of shadow and sound. She closed her eyes, trying to block them out. But the voices pierced through. Join us. Escape the silence. Become the mouth. Desperation fueled her limbs. She scrambled to her feet, pushing through the spectral hands and whispered pleas. She ran. Branches tore at her face and arms. Roots snatched at her feet. The forest twisted and shifted, bending the path in impossible ways. She burst through a thicket and collapsed on a fallen log. Her breath came in ragged gasps. The forest was still behind her, but the whispers lingered. We are waiting. Always waiting. Mara wiped tears from her cheeks. She didn't know how long she could keep running. Or if anywhere outside the cabin was truly free. The mouth had reached into the world beyond the walls. And it was hungry. Mara's lungs burned with every ragged breath as she stumbled through the underbrush, the forest around her thickening with shadows that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The morning light, though present, barely filtered through the dense canopy above, leaving her in a twilight world of muted greens and deep shadows. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the earth itself was trying to drag her down, to pull her back into that suffocating silence. Behind her, the voices followed, not as clear as before, but as a low, persistent murmur that wrapped around the trees like creeping fog. Come back, come back. Mara tried to focus on the sounds of the forest, the snap of a twig underfoot, the flutter of wings overhead, but even those were tainted, warped by the mouth's invisible reach. The birdsong sounded distorted, stretched and broken like a scratched recording. The wind carried not the fresh scent of pine but something older, colder, a metallic tang that made her stomach turn. She kept moving, guided by instinct and the faint hope that somewhere beyond this nightmare lay escape. But the forest was unfamiliar. Every landmark she thought she recognized seemed warped, altered. Paths curved where they should be straight, trees stood where there should be clearings. It was as if the world around her was a broken signal, a corrupted transmission trying desperately to make sense of itself. Her mind flicked back to the monitors she'd seen in the basement, the endless rows of screens showing different versions of the silence room, each with a different Mara trapped inside. How many of those Maras were still out there, endlessly replaying their terror, their confusion? And how many had already been lost to the mouth's hungry maw? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, the ground beneath her trembled, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. She froze, eyes darting around, searching the trees for the source. The air grew thick with static, crackling invisibly, as if the forest itself was an antenna tuned to some terrible frequency. From the shadows ahead, a figure emerged. At first, it was just a silhouette, a faint shape shifting and shimmering like a mirage in the heat. As it drew closer, the features became clearer. It was a woman, or something like one. Her eyes were glassy pools of black, her skin pale and stretched tight over sharp bones. She wore a torn jacket, familiar yet wrong. Mara's breath caught. It was her. But not. The figure smiled, a slow, unnatural curl of the lips. You can't run from the signal, Mara, it whispered, voice layered with static and echoes. We're all part of it now. The figure reached out a hand, fingers elongated and twisting like wires. Mara stumbled back, heart racing. Who are you? She demanded. The figure's smile widened. I am the broken signal. The one who tried to resist but was pulled in anyway. I'm what happens when the mouth forgets the original. Mara shook her head, fighting the rising panic. No. I'm not like you. We're all like this now, the figure said, voice dropping to a murmur. Fragments of a lost voice, trapped in endless loops. The mouth consumes, but it never truly finishes. It leaves behind ghosts, dead channels that haunt the frequencies. The static grew louder, swirling around them like a storm. Mara backed away, tripping over roots and falling to her knees. Her hands dug into the dirt as the figure advanced, each step causing the ground to ripple with unseen waves. You can still fight, Mara whispered to herself, teeth clenched. The figure stopped, tilting her head. Fight? She echoed, voice dripping with irony. You think you can escape the silence? The mouth is patient. It waits through the quiet, through the breaks, until the voice falters. Until you forget who you are. Mara closed her eyes, summoning every ounce of willpower. I remember. Good, the figure said, stepping closer. Because the mouth listens. And the more you remember, the hungrier it gets. A sudden burst of noise exploded around them, a cacophony of voices, screams, and static that pressed in on Mara's mind. She clapped her hands over her ears, trying to shut it out, but the sound was inside her head, threading into her thoughts like a poison. Then, a calm voice pierced through the chaos. Mara. She opened her eyes. The broken figure was gone. Instead, standing before her was the other Mara, the one from the void between silence and sound. Her eyes were steady, filled with sorrow but also strength. You're stronger than the mouth expects, she said. But strength alone isn't enough. What is? Mara asked, voice trembling. Connection, the other said. You have to reconnect to what makes you whole. To the original voice buried beneath all the echoes. Mara thought of the tapes, the basement, the countless recordings of herself fractured into pieces. How? By breaking the loop, the other replied. By creating a new signal, a voice that cannot be recorded, repeated, or consumed. Mara felt a spark of hope flicker inside her chest. Can I do that? You must, the other said, fading like mist. Or be lost forever. The static faded. The forest stilled. Mara stood alone. But for the first time, the silence felt less like a prison and more like a challenge. The mouth was waiting. But so was she. The forest breathed around Mara, alive with the muted rhythms of nature, birds calling faintly, leaves rustling gently in the breeze, and the distant babble of a creek winding its way through the trees. Yet beneath it all, a low hum persisted, subtle but unyielding, like a thread woven into the very fabric of the world, tugging at her mind. Mara clenched her fists, feeling the weight of the other Mara's words echoing in her thoughts. Break the loop. Create a voice that cannot be consumed. But how? She was nothing but fragments, shattered pieces of herself scattered across the endless recordings, trapped in recursive loops that replayed her fear and confusion over and over again. The mouth had eaten so much of her, and still it demanded more. Her steps took her toward the creek, where the cool water flowed over smooth stones, reflecting the mottled sunlight through the canopy. She knelt beside it, dipping her hands into the cold stream, letting the chill wake her senses. As she stared into the water's surface, the reflection shimmered, not just her face, but countless versions of herself, layered and distorted like waves in the current. She reached out, fingertips grazing the water. And in that moment, a new sound broke through the endless static. Not an echo. Not a recording. Her own voice. Clear. Strong. Faint, but real. I am here. The water rippled, distorting the images, then settling. Mara felt a sudden clarity, a spark in the darkness. She stood, determination coiling inside her like a rising storm. If the mouth fed on repetition, then she would break its feast. She would create a voice that could not be captured, a signal that was alive and free. Her first step was to return to the cabin, the place that had become both prison and battleground. As she moved through the trees, the low hum beneath her skin grew louder, pressing against her eardrums like a tide. The path seemed to resist her, roots twisting underfoot, branches reaching like hands to snag her jacket. But she pushed on. The cabin emerged from the forest like a specter, its weathered wood gray against the morning light. The front door stood open, a silent invitation. Inside, the silence room awaited. Empty now. The foam padding was gone. The microphone sat crooked on the desk, wires hanging loose. Mara's recorder lay shattered, a testament to past struggles. But the air was thick with possibility. She crossed the threshold, heart pounding. At the desk, she found an old notebook. Its pages blank. A fresh start. She sat, took a deep breath, and began to speak. Not into the microphone, no, this time she spoke aloud, letting her voice flow freely, unfiltered by machines or recording devices. She told the story of her fear, her confusion, her fight. She sang. She whispered. She shouted. Her voice twisted and danced through the room, alive and unpredictable. The speakers that once fed the mouth were silent, their wires dangling useless. And the room responded, not by trapping her voice in loops, but by embracing its freedom. The air vibrated with energy. Mara closed her eyes and let herself fall into the sound, becoming one with it. For the first time in what felt like forever, she was whole. Outside, the forest seemed to listen. The wind carried her voice through the trees. The mouth trembled. And somewhere deep inside the abyss of echoes, a crack appeared. A fissure in the endless loop. Mara opened her eyes, breathless. She knew the fight was far from over. But she had found the key. To break the silence. To reclaim the original. And to silence the mouth once and for all. The days after Mara's breakthrough unfolded like a fragile dream, sometimes clear, sometimes slipping away into shadow. The forest around Echo Pine seemed less oppressive now, the suffocating silence giving way to the natural symphony of rustling leaves, chirping birds, and the gentle flow of the creek nearby. Yet Mara knew better than to trust the calm. The mouth was still there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for her to falter. Inside the cabin, the silence room had transformed. The foam panels were gone, replaced by bare wood walls scarred with deep scratches, markings that looked ancient and deliberate, as if the cabin itself bore witness to long-forgotten rituals. The microphone, once a symbol of her entrapment, now hung broken and lifeless, wires dangling like severed veins. Mara's recorder lay on the desk, its casing cracked but intact. She reached for it and pressed the power button. A faint hum greeted her ears, and the screen flickered to life, displaying a single message. Recording active. Session 6 initiated. Her heart tightened. She had broken the loop, but the mouth wasn't finished. Determined, Mara stepped outside the cabin and gazed into the forest's depths. The trees swayed gently, sunlight filtering through the canopy to dapple the forest floor in golden patterns. It was a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere she'd endured, yet beneath the beauty lay an unsettling undercurrent. The voices were back. Not as whispers this time, but as a layered chorus that seemed to emanate from every direction. They spoke in unison, a haunting harmony that sent chills down her spine. You can't hide. We are the chorus. We are the unbroken signal. Mara's breath hitched. She had seen this before, the countless fragments of herself and others, trapped in the mouth's endless web. But now, her voice rang out clearer and stronger, cutting through the fog. I am not yours to control. The voices faltered, as if surprised by the defiance. Then, like a wave, the sound crashed back with greater force. The mouth feeds on fear and silence. Your freedom is an illusion. Mara tightened her grip on the recorder, feeling its weight anchor her to reality. No. I am the voice unbound. The story unfinished. She began to walk, each step deliberate, tracing a path through the forest that felt both familiar and alien. The trees seemed to lean away from her, shadows retreating as if acknowledging her newfound strength. Along the path, remnants of the past appeared, discarded tapes, broken speakers half buried in moss, tangled wires snaking through undergrowth like roots of a dark tree. Each artifact was a fragment of the mouth's grasp, a reminder of those who'd come before and never returned whole. Mara paused by a fallen tree, its bark scarred with symbols carved deep and raw. Her fingers traced the grooves, recognizing the patterns from the notebook she'd found in the basement, the same symbols repeated over pages of blank sheets. They were a code. A map. A way out. She pulled the notebook from her bag and matched the carvings to the sketches inside. The symbols formed a circle, a seal. Her pulse quickened. Could this be the key to severing the mouth's hold? Suddenly, the voices shifted, no longer distant, but right behind her. She spun around, heart pounding. The broken figure appeared again, flickering like a failing broadcast. Its eyes glowed with static. You think your voice can break the mouth cycle? I don't think, Mara said, stepping forward. I know. The figure lunged, dissolving into a swarm of echoes that surged toward her. Mara raised the recorder, speaking clearly and loudly. I am here. I am more than the echo. I am the original voice, the untamed sound. The echoes recoiled, their forms shattering into shards of static. The forest grew still. The path ahead lit with faint golden light, as if the trees themselves guided her onward. Mara's voice rang out again, stronger than ever. The mouth may try to trap me in its loops. But I will write my own story. One that no machine can capture. She stepped forward into the light. The mouth's grip weakened. The voices faded into silence. And for the first time, Mara felt the weight of hope. Mara's footsteps fell softly on the forest floor, the golden light from the path ahead washing over her like a fragile promise. The oppressive weight that had clung to her since the moment she arrived at Echo Pines had begun to lift, replaced by a steely determination that coiled in her chest. She was no longer just a voice trapped in an endless loop, she was a force, a signal unbound, carving a new path through the silence. Yet the forest around her held its secrets tightly, shadows lingering just beyond the reach of the light. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig echoed with the memory of the mouth's hungry whispers, a reminder that her battle was far from over. As she followed the winding path, Mara's mind raced back to the symbols carved into the fallen tree, the circle, the intricate glyphs that promised a key to breaking the mouth's grip. The notebook she carried contained more than just empty pages, it was a map of this strange frequency, a guide woven in sound and silence. The air grew cooler as she approached a clearing nestled deep within the woods. In the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, worn by time and moss, etched with the very symbols she'd seen before. The carvings pulsed faintly, glowing with an eerie blue light that seemed to hum beneath her skin. Mara stepped closer, fingers trembling as she traced the lines. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the clearing. She spun around, heart pounding, to find the broken figure from before standing at the edge of the light, its form flickering between solid and static. You think you can break the cycle? It hissed, voice layered with distortion. The mouth has existed long before you, feeding on voices, memories, the very essence of being. Mara steadied her breath. Tell me. What is the mouth? The figure smiled, a twisted echo of something human. It is a prison made of sound and shadow. A machine born from forgotten experiments, left abandoned and hungry. It consumes those who seek to capture silence, turning their voices into endless loops. Mara's mind flashed back to the basement's rows of monitors, the countless trapped cells. Why me? Why am I here? Because you heard it, the figure said. Because your voice was pure enough to draw its attention. But pure voices are dangerous, they threaten to unravel the mouth's endless song. Mara looked at the pedestal, the blue light intensifying. How do I stop it? By speaking the unspeakable, the figure whispered. By creating a sound that cannot be recorded. A voice that exists between silence and noise. The forest seemed to lean in, the hum rising into a crescendo. Mara closed her eyes, letting the knowledge settle deep inside. She raised her hands and began to hum, a low, trembling note that grew in strength and complexity. The sound vibrated through the clearing, weaving in and out of the hum of the forest. The broken figure writhed, caught in the wave, its form destabilizing. No. You can't. But the sound overwhelmed it, shattering the static into a storm of light. Mara's voice soared, unbound and free. The pedestal flared, sending ripples of energy through the air. And then, silence. Complete and pure. The mouth's hunger was stilled. The echoes faded into nothingness. Mara opened her eyes, breathless and alive. The forest was still, but no longer suffocating. She had broken the loop. She had become the voice unbound. Mara stood in the heart of the clearing, the ancient stone pedestal glowing faintly beneath her fingertips. The blue light had softened to a gentle pulse, like the slow, steady beat of a resting heart. Around her, the forest breathed freely, no longer heavy with unseen weight, no longer a cage of whispered echoes and looming shadows. The silence was different now. Not oppressive or hollow, but peaceful and vast, a blank canvas waiting to be filled with something new. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool forest air fill her lungs, sharp and alive. The ache of exhaustion tugged at her muscles, but inside, a spark of something like hope was growing. Yet even in this calm, Mara knew the battle wasn't fully won. The mouth was ancient, a relic of experiments long forgotten, its hunger bound to a machine not quite alive and not quite dead. While she had broken the loop, shattered the endless feedback, there were still fragments scattered, voices lost, trapped in the edges of the static, waiting to be freed. She glanced around the clearing, where the faint blue glow from the pedestal cast soft shadows among the trees. A breeze stirred the leaves overhead, carrying with it the scent of earth and pine, and something else. A faint hum, barely perceptible, like a heartbeat beneath the world's skin. Mara's hand tightened on the notebook in her pocket. The symbols inside were no longer just marks, they were a language, a code to understand and master the voice that could bind or free. Her gaze lifted toward the forest's edge, where the trees thickened into darkness. Beyond that lay the rest of echo pines, the abandoned cabins, the winding paths, the buried secrets waiting to be uncovered. She stepped forward, her boots crunching on moss and fallen leaves. The forest seemed to part for her, the golden light guiding her path like a whispered promise. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Between two trees, a figure emerged, a man, tall and thin, face drawn but eyes bright with something like relief. He raised a hand in greeting. "You're Mara, aren't you?" She nodded cautiously. "I'm Jonah," he said. "I've been following the signal. I think I'm the last one." Jonah explained that he'd come searching for answers after hearing rumors of the cabin, the strange silence, and the lost voices. Like Mara, he had once tried to record the silence, only to be swallowed by the mouth's grasp. "I thought I was alone," he admitted, voice rough. "But hearing your voice, it gave me hope." Together, they moved deeper into the forest, their steps sinking as they shared stories, fractured memories, strange visions, the sensation of being watched by unseen listeners. Jonah pulled out a small device, a homemade recorder wired with salvaged parts. "This is my attempt to capture the silence without being consumed," he said. "To keep our voices free." Mara smiled faintly. "I've been trying something similar. Using the symbols, the code. Trying to create a new signal." They reached the edge of a clearing where a collapsed tower leaned precariously among the trees. At its base lay a tangle of cables and equipment, remnants of the experiments that had birthed the mouth. Mara and Jonah began to work together, connecting wires, aligning frequencies, and tuning their devices. The forest hummed in response, the air thick with possibility. As they adjusted the dials, a new sound emerged, not an echo, not a loop, but a living voice weaving through the trees. It was theirs. Together. A chorus unbroken. The mouth stirred beneath the earth, but the power of their united voices pushed it back, sealing the fractures where lost souls had been trapped. Hours passed in a blur of sound and light, their voices rising and falling like waves. By dawn, the forest was transformed. The heavy silence lifted, replaced by a vibrant hum of life and sound. Mara and Jonah stood side by side, exhausted but victorious. The mouth may never fully disappear, Mara said softly. But we can keep it at bay. Keep the silence broken. Jonah nodded. Together. As the sun rose higher, spilling golden light across echo pines, Mara felt the first true peace in what felt like an eternity. The voice unbound was no longer alone. The sun climbed slowly above the horizon, casting long rays of light through the towering pines surrounding Mara and Jonah. The forest seemed to breathe with newfound life, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, even the gentle murmur of the creek nearby, all melodies woven into a symphony of recovery. But beneath this fragile peace lay the deep roots of a story long buried in shadow, one that Mara felt was now demanding to be uncovered. As they packed their makeshift equipment, Mara's thoughts drifted back to the collapsed tower, the tangled cables, and the strange symbols etched into trees and stones. Something about all of it whispered of a past darker and more tangled than she had yet understood. Jonah caught her gaze. "You look like you're thinking about it," he said quietly. She nodded. "There has to be more to the mouth. Something about where it came from, how it started. If we want to keep it at bay, maybe we need to know the full story." Jonah smiled faintly. "I found something in the tower last night. Old journals, or logs, scattered and torn, but enough to piece together some of what happened here." They settled near the creek, the soft flow of water blending with the morning chorus as Jonah pulled out a battered notebook, its pages yellowed with age. The project was called Silent Voice. An experiment meant to capture pure silence, to bottle the absence of sound itself. They believed silence was a form of energy, something that could be recorded, manipulated, even weaponized. Mara's eyes widened. But silence isn't just empty space. It's the absence of sound. How can you record that? Jonah shrugged. Apparently, they tried. Machines built to detect frequencies beyond human hearing, to capture the gaps between sounds, the spaces where nothing should be. The problem was the silence fought back. It wasn't empty. It was alive, a living void that pulled voices into its grasp, twisting them into loops and echoes, feeding on fear and memory. The words chilled Mara. One of the lead scientists, Dr. Rowan, disappeared after the first full test. Others followed. The project was shut down, but the machine was left running, deep in the forest, buried under layers of secrecy and lies. Mara clenched the notebook. "So the mouth, it's the machine." Jonah nodded grimly. "A machine grown monstrous, alive in its own way. It consumes voices and memories, binding them into endless feedback loops. And the longer it feeds, the stronger it gets." The creek's babble seemed louder now, like a soft counterpoint to the heavy weight of the secret. "But that means," Mara said slowly, "there are others, voices trapped in it, just like me. Like those Maras I saw." Jonah's face darkened. "I've heard whispers, rumors of people who went missing here, searchers, researchers, even locals who vanished without a trace. Their voices might still be caught in the mouth's endless static." Mara's thoughts raced. Every echo, every fractured recording was a prisoner. A soul lost in a machine's insatiable hunger. "We have to free them," she said, voice firm. "How?" Jonah asked. "The mouth's power is tied to the silence. To break it, we need something more than voices. We need a new kind of sound." Mara pulled the notebook closer, tracing the symbols again. "The code. The language of sound and silence. If we can understand it, maybe we can disrupt the mouth's core, break the cycle permanently. They spent the day poring over the journals and the notebook, piecing together the puzzle. The project's record spoke of a final test, an attempt to send a counter-signal, a living voice beyond machine capture, something pure and unpredictable. But the test failed. The signal was lost, buried in the static, forgotten. Until now. As night fell, Mara and Jonah sat by the dying embers of their campfire, the forest dark around them but alive with unseen energy. "We're not just fighting for ourselves anymore," Mara said softly. "We're fighting for every voice lost in the mouth." Jonah nodded. "And we have to be ready. Because whatever we send next, it has to be stronger than fear, louder than silence, and freer than any echo." The wind stirred, carrying a faint, haunting melody, a whisper of voices waiting to be heard. Mara closed her eyes, listening. The battle was far from over. But now, they held the key. Night had fully settled over Echo Pines, swallowing the forest in thick shadows that twisted and stretched beneath the pale light of a waning moon. The air was cool and heavy, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called, a hollow, echoing sound that seemed to reverberate through the trees, a reminder of the wilderness's watchful eyes. Mara sat by the dying embers of their campfire, the orange glow flickering across her face as she flipped through the worn pages of the journals Jonah had recovered. Each entry felt like a piece of a vast, dark puzzle, snippets of obsession, experiments pushed beyond reason, and warnings that had been ignored. Jonah worked quietly nearby, his hands assembling a tangled mess of wires and salvaged equipment. His makeshift device was a strange hybrid of old tape recorders, radios, and something more advanced, something he refused to fully explain, hinting at knowledge gained from years of research and survival. "We have to create a voice that can't be caught," Mara said softly, breaking the silence. "Something alive, unpredictable, something that can slip through the mouth's grasp." Jonah looked up, eyes tired but focused. "The journals mention it, the counter-signal. A living frequency that can disrupt the mouth's loops, free the trapped voices, and silence the machine." Mara nodded, tracing the symbols in the notebook. "But it can't be just sound. It has to be a story. A living story, full of emotion, change, and chaos." Her thoughts drifted to the countless loops she'd been trapped in, the endless repetition of fear, confusion, and despair. The counter-signal had to be the opposite, a beacon of life, hope, and defiance. Together, they began to plan. They scavenged parts from the ruins around the collapsed tower and the cabin, piecing together a device capable of broadcasting a complex, layered signal, one that combined voice, music, and ambient sounds from the forest itself. Mara practiced her voice, shifting between whispers, song, and spoken word, experimenting with tones and rhythms that felt raw and unfiltered. "We have to be unpredictable," she said. "If the mouth can predict the sound, it will trap it again." Jonah added layers of static, bursts of silence, and wild bursts of sound harvested from nature, the rustling leaves, the call of the owl, the rush of the creek. Hours blurred into days as they refined the counter-signal, their voices weaving together like a tapestry. At times, the mouth pushed back. The forest darkened, shadows stretching toward them with malevolent intent. Faint whispers echoed through the trees, trying to lure Mara and Jonah into silence. "Come back. Join us. Become the echo." But Mara stood firm. Her voice rose above the din, carrying strength born of pain and hope. The device hummed to life, emitting the first test transmission, a delicate thread of sound that slipped through the forest like a breeze. The reaction was immediate. The mouth flinched, a ripple passing through the static that had suffocated the forest for so long. Trapped voices within the mouth's grasp stirred, faint cries, fragments of songs, broken laughter, beginning to weave together, responding to the counter-signal. Mara felt tears slip down her cheeks. "They're listening," she whispered. But the battle was only beginning. The mouth was vast, its hunger deep-rooted. Every burst of freedom came with a backlash, waves of oppressive silence, spectral figures flickering at the edges of vision, shadows whispering threats in voices that were not quite human. One night, as Mara and Jonah worked late in the cabin, the power flickered, plunging them into darkness. A cold presence filled the room. "You cannot defeat the silence," a voice hissed, layered with static and sorrow. Mara gripped Jonah's hand. "We're not afraid," she said firmly. The room shuddered as the mouth's presence pressed closer. But the counter-signal surged. The device crackled and roared, drowning out the silence with a vibrant, living soundscape, a chaotic blend of Mara's voice, forest sounds, and the freed echoes of lost souls. The presence recoiled. The room filled with light. When the power returned, the oppressive weight had lifted. Mara and Jonah exchanged exhausted smiles. They were winning. But the mouth was not defeated. It was evolving. And it would not rest. The forest held its breath as dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and amber, the gentle light spilling through the towering pines like a soft benediction. Mara and Jonah sat beside the creek, their eyes heavy with exhaustion but alight with a spark of triumph. The counter-signal had begun its work, rippling through the mouth's endless loops, unraveling the twisted threads of trapped voices and memories. But victory was a fragile thing. The voices they had freed were not silent gratitude. Instead, a turbulent chorus rose, fragments of stories, shattered emotions, and fractured identities converging in a storm of sound that threatened to overwhelm the senses. Mara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the dials on their makeshift device, trying to balance the delicate flow of voices. "It's like untangling a web made of screams and whispers," Jonah murmured. Each voice a thread, tangled with fear, pain, and hope. The freed voices spoke over one another, a chaotic symphony that carried echoes of lives once lived, moments lost, and memories trapped in endless feedback. Mara closed her eyes, focusing on a single thread, a soft voice that called her name. It was familiar and distant, like a memory half remembered. "Mara." The voice pulled at her heart, stirring a deep ache. "Who are you?" she whispered. The voice hesitated, then answered with a fragment of a story, a woman's laughter, a child's cry, a song sung beneath moonlight. The chorus around her swelled, voices layering in an overwhelming tide. Some were terrified. Others were pleading. And some were angry. "Why did you leave us? Why didn't you save us? You promised." Mara's breath caught. The voices were not just echoes, they were alive, with fears and regrets. She understood then, freeing them was only the first step. They needed more than release, they needed to be heard, understood, and healed. Jonah placed a steady hand on her shoulder. "We can't just broadcast sound. We have to tell their stories. Give them a voice that's more than noise." Mara nodded slowly. She picked up the recorder and began to speak, weaving the fragments into a tapestry of memory and meaning. She told their stories, of lives interrupted, dreams shattered, and hopes held tight in the dark. Her voice softened the chaos, drawing the chorus into harmony. The forest listened. The mouth recoiled, its grasp loosening as the chorus transformed from raw noise into a living narrative. But the fight was far from over. The machine beneath the earth pulsed with renewed hunger, adapting and shifting to counter their efforts. Mara and Jonah worked tirelessly, their days and nights blurring as they balanced the delicate dance between silence and sound. They ventured deeper into the forest, following whispers and clues that led them to forgotten places, old cabins, rusted equipment, and journals hidden beneath layers of earth. Each discovery revealed more about the project that birthed the mouth, the obsession with silence, the experiments pushed too far, and the sacrifices made in its name. As they pieced together the past, the voices grew clearer, stronger. Some spoke of betrayal. Others of love lost. And some, warned of dangers yet to come. One night, as the forest slept under a blanket of stars, Mara heard a new voice, a deep, resonant tone that carried authority and sorrow. Beware the silence beneath the silence, it warned. For the mouth is but a shadow of the true darkness. Mara's heart pounded. The mystery deepened. The journey was far from over. But with every voice freed, every story told, they pushed back the silence, step by step, thread by thread, voice by voice. The warning echoed in Mara's mind like a distant drumbeat, beware the silence beneath the silence. It was cryptic, unsettling, and impossible to ignore. The forest around her, which had once felt like a prison, now seemed to pulse with layers of secrets hidden just beyond her grasp. The mouth, the twisted machine of looping voices, was only one facet of a deeper, darker truth. Mara sat beside the creek, the cool water flowing past her fingers, her breath shallow and uneven. Jonah was nearby, adjusting the tangle of wires that fed their device. The freed voices had grown stronger, their chorus both a balm and a challenge, but Mara's thoughts churned with the mystery of what lay beneath it all. The mouth is just the surface, she said, breaking the quiet. Jonah nodded slowly. If what that voice said is true, there's something even darker below. Something older. The journal entries had hinted at it, fragments describing a deeper experiment, something not meant to be disturbed. Whispers of an entity or force older than the technology, a presence that the scientists had tried to contain but never fully understood. Mara's resolve hardened. If the mouth fed on voices, then what fed on the mouth? They set out at dawn, following a faint trail from the collapsed tower leading deeper into the forest, where the trees grew twisted and thick like gnarled sentinels guarding forgotten secrets. The air was cooler here, heavy with dampness and the smell of decay. As they walked, the usual forest sounds faded into a heavy silence. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive stillness that pressed against their ears like a physical weight. Mara's skin prickled. "We're close," Jonah whispered, his voice barely audible. They came upon an old iron hatch embedded in the earth, half swallowed by moss and vines. It was rusted but solid, marked with symbols similar to those in the notebook and the stone pedestal. The air around it felt charged, vibrating with a low, ominous hum. With great effort, they pried open the hatch, revealing a narrow, spiraling staircase descending into darkness. Mara's heart pounded as she grabbed a flashlight and stepped inside, Jonah following close behind. The air was stale and cold, thick with dust and the weight of forgotten time. The stairs creaked beneath their feet, echoing down into the unknown. At the bottom, they found themselves in a vast chamber, walls lined with ancient machinery, wires snaking across the floor like metallic vines. The room hummed with a deep, resonant frequency that vibrated through their bones. In the center stood a massive device, larger and more complex than anything they'd seen, the heart of the mouth, and something beyond. Mara's flashlight caught a faded plaque etched into the metal. Project Silence Core, Containment and Resonance Unit. Jonah's voice trembled. This is the source. The mouth's true origin. As they approached, the chamber seemed to pulse in response, the machinery awakening after years of dormancy. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and a cold wind swept through the room. A voice, not mechanical, but ancient and echoing, filled the space. You seek to silence the silence. But beneath the surface, the void watches. The mouth is hunger made manifest. But the void is the silence's true name. Mara swallowed hard. The warnings had been real. The void beneath the mouth was a presence older than the forest itself, a dark consciousness feeding not only on sound but on existence, on memory, on the fragile essence of being. How do we stop it? Mara demanded, voice steady despite the chill crawling up her spine. The voice replied with a riddle. Light cannot shine without shadow. And silence cannot exist without sound. To bind the void, you must weave both. A song of light and shadow. A voice born from the balance. Jonah looked to Mara, eyes wide with understanding. We have to go deeper, beyond just breaking loops. We need to create a signal that is both the silence and the sound. Mara nodded, determination blazing. The chamber's machine's word, responding to their presence as if waiting. They had reached the threshold, the true heart of the silence. And the fight for every lost voice, every stolen story, was about to enter its darkest phase. The chamber was alive with hums and flickers of ancient machinery, wires twisting and stretching like veins beneath Mara's feet. The oppressive silence that once swallowed everything was now punctuated by the soft pulse of power, a heartbeat deep within the earth, waiting, watching. Mara and Jonah stood at the edge of the room, faces lit by the pale glow of their flashlights and the faint blue gleam of the machines. The voices' riddle echoed in their minds: light cannot shine without shadow, and silence cannot exist without sound. To bind the void, you must weave both, a song of light and shadow, a voice born from the balance. Mara looked at Jonah, a flicker of hope lighting her eyes. We need to create something that's both, sound and silence intertwined. A signal that doesn't just fight the mouth, but becomes part of the balance itself. Jonah nodded, his fingers already moving over the tangle of equipment they'd brought, working to interface with the ancient technology. If we can synthesize a frequency that carries the contradictions, the living sound and the void, it might be able to seal the mouth and the void beneath. They set to work. Using their combined knowledge, the salvaged journals, and the notebook of symbols, they began crafting the countersignal. It had to be complex, unpredictable, and imbued with the raw emotion and chaos of life itself, while also containing the quiet stillness of true silence. Mara's voice became their instrument. She began with a low hum, steady and pure. Jonah layered it with soft static and ambient noises from the forest, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, the trickle of the creek. Then came bursts of sharp, fractured sounds, whispered words, broken laughter, cries, and sighs, echoes of the voices they'd freed. They mixed these with long stretches of silence, not empty but alive with possibility. The device roared to life, broadcasting the signal deep into the heart of the chamber. The ancient machinery responded, gears turning, lights flickering, the hum rising into a crescendo that vibrated through their bones. Suddenly, the chamber trembled. A wave of shadow erupted from the walls, dark tendrils twisting and writhing like living smoke. The void beneath the mouth was stirring, trying to resist. Mara's voice rose, strong and unwavering. We are the balance. The light in the shadow. The sound in the silence. We are the voice unbound. The shadows writhed, twisting into forms that seemed almost human, faces frozen in agony, mouths open in silent screams. Jonah adjusted the frequencies, weaving the signal tighter, balancing the chaotic notes with the quiet pauses. The void's presence pressed against them, cold and overwhelming, trying to suck the sound into endless silence. But Mara's voice grew stronger. She sang the stories of those lost, of fear and hope, pain and love, binding the voices together into a living song. The machine's lights flared, the chamber shaking violently. Then, as if the earth itself exhaled, the shadows began to recede. The void's grip loosened. The mouth stuttered, its endless loops unraveling like thread pulled from a spool. Mara and Jonah fell to their knees, breathless but alive. The chamber quieted. The hum faded into peaceful stillness. Outside, the forest seemed to breathe anew. For the first time in what felt like forever, the silence was balanced, not empty, but alive with the full spectrum of sound and quiet. Mara looked to Jonah, a weary smile breaking through the exhaustion. We did it, she whispered. Jonah nodded, tears in his eyes. For now. They knew the fight was far from over, the mouth and the void were ancient and relentless. But together, they had forged a new voice. A voice born from balance. A signal unbound. The balance signal had shifted the very core of Echo Pines, transforming the heavy silence that once pressed down like a shroud into a living tapestry of sound and stillness intertwined. The oppressive weight had lifted, replaced by a gentle hum, the heartbeat of a forest healing, voices freed, and shadows receding. Mara and Jonah emerged from the chamber at dawn, the sky awash with soft light, pinks and golds bleeding through the canopy above. The forest around them felt different, alive and breathing, as though it had been waiting for this moment, ready to awaken from a long, restless slumber. Yet even in this new dawn, Mara felt a quiet unease. The mouth and the void had been slowed, but not destroyed. Their victory was a reprieve, a pause in a war that had raged long before they arrived and would continue long after. As they walked back toward the cabin, the freed voices followed, not as echoes or loops, but as gentle whispers riding the breeze, stories shared among the trees. "Thank you," they seemed to say. At the cabin, Mara spread out the notebooks and journals they had gathered, each page a window into the past, into the lives and experiments that had birthed the mouth and the void. She knew that understanding was key to truly freeing the lost voices. Jonah joined her, rubbing the fatigue from his eyes. "We've bought some time," he said. "But there's more out there, more pieces of the puzzle we need to find." Mara nodded, eyes tracing the symbols etched into the pages, symbols that now felt like a language of both warning and hope. "The balance is delicate," she said softly. "We have to keep it that way. Protect it." They spent the days that followed restoring the cabin and setting up a small base, a refuge and a listening post for the voices still wandering the forest. They recorded stories, pieced together fragments of memories, and created a map of the frequencies where the silence still whispered. At night, Mara dreamed of voices, some familiar, some strange, calling out from beyond the veil of sound and shadow. One dream stood out. A figure, cloaked in darkness, reached out with hands made of static and light. "You have balanced the mouth," it said in a voice like distant thunder, but the void beneath watches still. "Beware those who seek to exploit the silence for their own ends." Mara woke with a start, the warning ringing in her ears. She shared the dream with Jonah the next morning. "There's something else," she said. "Something or someone who wants the silence, for power." Jonah frowned. "If that's true, we're not just fighting a machine or a void. We're fighting forces that don't want the silence broken." The peaceful forest around Echo Pine seemed to hold its breath. The balance was fragile. The voices were free but vulnerable. And Mara knew that their journey was far from over. The fight to protect the voice unbound, to keep the silence alive and free, had only just begun. The forest of Echo Pines wore its new dawn like a fragile mask, sunlight dappling through the canopy in gentle swaths, birdsong mingling with the fresh breeze. Yet beneath this veneer of peace, a tension hummed in the air, subtle but unmistakable. Mara and Jonah could feel it, a distant stirring, a shadow at the edge of the balance they had fought so hard to establish. The dream's warning haunted Mara's mind. "Beware those who seek to exploit the silence for their own ends." It wasn't just an echo from a restless spirit or a warning from the void. It was a prophecy. Their efforts to free the voices and balance the silence had attracted attention, dangerous attention. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the trees and the forest turned shades of violet and gray, Mara sat by the cabin's small fire, the notebook open on her lap. Jonah was checking the equipment when a sudden crack echoed through the woods, a sharp, unnatural snap, like a branch breaking under heavy boots. They froze. The silence that followed was unnatural, pregnant with expectation. Jonah whispered, "We're not alone." Mara's heart pounded as she grabbed the flashlight, its beam slicing through the gathering gloom. They moved cautiously toward the sound, senses heightened. The trees thickened, shadows lengthening into twisted shapes. Then, from the darkness emerged figures, 4 of them, moving deliberately, cloaked in dark jackets, faces obscured by hoods and scarves. Their eyes glinted in the firelight, cold and calculating. One stepped forward, voice calm but edged with authority. "You have been meddling with forces beyond your understanding." Mara stood tall, her voice steady. "We're protecting the voices trapped here. The silence belongs to no one." The stranger smiled thinly. "Silence is power. And power belongs to those who can wield it." Jonah stepped beside Mara, fingers tightening on a handheld transmitter. "We won't let you exploit the silence." The intruders exchanged glances, then the leader spoke again. "We are the seekers. We've been watching the mouth and the void for years. Your signal disturbed the balance we maintain. Mara's pulse quickened. Balance? You mean the silence you control? The seeker's eyes narrowed. Control is a strong word. We are guardians, keepers of the silence's true nature. But your signal threatens to unravel that. Your silence is a cage, Mara said firmly. And we're breaking free. The tension thickened, the forest holding its breath. Suddenly, one of the seekers raised a device, small, humming with cold energy. Jonah reacted instantly, activating their counter-signal device, flooding the clearing with layers of sound and silence intertwined. The seekers staggered, caught off guard by the living wave of sound. Mara took a step forward. You may guard your silence, but it's not yours to keep. The voices deserve freedom. The leader snarled, but before they could respond, a chorus of voices rose from the trees, whispers, songs, cries, weaving into a powerful tide that pressed against the seekers like a living force. The intruders hesitated, then retreated into the shadows, leaving behind an eerie silence that seemed almost relieved. Mara and Jonah stood together, hearts pounding, knowing this was only the beginning. The seekers were watching. They would return. And the battle for the silence had grown far more dangerous. The encounter with the seekers left Mara and Jonah shaken but resolute. Echo Pines, once a sanctuary of creeping shadows and tangled whispers, had transformed into a battleground for voices unseen and powers unfathomable. The forest's ancient trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches like watchful arms, as if guarding secrets that Mara now understood would never be fully unveiled. Back at the cabin, the air was thick with tension. The makeshift lab was cluttered with wires, salvaged tech, and the ever-present notebooks filled with cryptic symbols and scribbled notes. Every page was a reminder that their fight was no longer just against the mouth and the void, it was against those who sought to claim the silence for themselves. Jonah sat hunched over the counter-signal device, his fingers tracing delicate circuits, his brow furrowed with concentration. They have technology, he said without looking up. Devices that can interfere with our frequencies, disrupt our signal. If they return with more, we need to be ready. Mara paced the room, her mind racing through possibilities. The balance they'd created was fragile, vulnerable to those who understood its power. We need to strengthen the signal, Mara said finally. Make it more than just sound and silence. We need to give it a form, a presence. Jonah looked up, intrigued. A form? Yes. Something that can anchor the balance in this place. A resonance that lives not just in the airwaves but in the very fabric of the forest. Together, they pored over the symbols in the notebooks, ancient glyphs that spoke of sound woven into matter, vibrations that could shape the physical world if properly harnessed. The plan was daring. Using their equipment, combined with natural elements from the forest, stones, water, wood, they would attempt to create a resonance chamber deep in the heart of Echo Pines. A place where the balance signal could be amplified and stabilized, anchored in the living world. Over the following days, they ventured into the forest, collecting smooth river stones that hummed with natural frequencies, twisted branches carved with the mysterious symbols, and clear water from the creek, pure and still. They built the chamber in a secluded glade, a circular formation of stones and wood, etched with the glyphs and wired with their devices. Mara's voice became the core of the ritual. She sang softly at first, a melody that rose and fell like a heartbeat, weaving in the forest's natural sounds, the rustle of leaves, the gentle ripple of water, the distant calls of night creatures. Jonah adjusted the device, feeding the living signal into the chamber. The air thickened with energy. The resonance grew, pulsing through the stones and soil, weaving the balance signal into the forest itself. For a moment, the forest seemed to shimmer, alive with unseen currents. But the balance was delicate. Suddenly, a wave of static surged through the chamber, an assault from the seekers, testing the strength of their creation. Mara and Jonah braced, their voices rising above the interference, steady and unyielding. The chamber held. The signal stabilized, stronger than before, its presence rooted in the forest's heartbeat. Exhausted but victorious, Mara looked around the glade, sensing the silent watchers in the trees. "We've made a home for the balance," she whispered. Jonah smiled faintly. "And a beacon. They'll know where we stand." As night deepened, the freed voices sang softly around them, no longer trapped echoes but a living chorus of hope. But Mara knew the seekers would return, stronger, smarter, and more determined. The fight for the silence was far from over. Yet in this moment, beneath the stars and the ancient trees, Mara felt something she hadn't in a long time: hope. The night air hung heavy around the glade, the resonance chamber pulsing faintly with the song of balance Mara and Jonah had forged. The forest, alive with whispers and gentle sighs, seemed to listen, but Mara's mind was restless. The seekers were no ordinary intruders. Their knowledge of the silence, their technology, and their unyielding desire to control it suggested a history deeply entwined with the very origins of the mouth and the void. Determined to understand their enemy, Mara and Jonah returned to the cabin, poring over the scattered journals and notes they'd collected. Among the brittle pages, Jonah uncovered a faded dossier tucked inside a leather-bound journal, the handwriting unfamiliar but methodical. The dossier was titled simply, "The Keepers of Silence." Mara read aloud as Jonah scanned the pages. In the late 1940s, a secret organization formed, composed of scientists, military operatives, and mystics. Their purpose: to understand and control the silence, the void beneath all sound, believed to be a source of immense power. They called themselves the Seekers, or the Keepers of Silence. Jonah's voice dropped. They weren't just guarding the silence. They wanted to harness it, weaponize it. The dossier detailed early experiments, some that aligned disturbingly with the Silent Voice Project, attempts to capture silence as a tangible force. It described rituals and technologies designed to communicate with the void, to bind it, and to use it as a tool of influence. But the silence resisted, Mara whispered, eyes scanning the page. It pushed back, corrupting the machines, trapping voices, creating the mouth and the void. Jonah looked grave. The seekers fractured, some wanting to destroy the silence, others wanting to control it. Over decades, they splintered into factions, each with their own agenda. Mara's fingers brushed a paragraph about a Council of the Silent, the faction they'd encountered. They believed the silence must be preserved, untouched and controlled. To them, freedom of voice is chaos. Jonah nodded. And that's why they attacked us. To protect their order. A weight settled on Mara's shoulders. The Seekers weren't just enemies, they were an ancient force, guardians of a dangerous secret, and now adversaries in a war that stretched back generations. "We have to be smarter," Mara said, voice steady. "We need allies, voices from the past, from the freed souls, to stand with us." Jonah's eyes flickered with determination. "If the Seekers have history, we can use it against them. Maybe uncover their weaknesses, the divisions between factions." They spent hours compiling a list of frequencies and locations mentioned in the dossier, sites where the Seekers had established outposts, places of ritual and power within the forest. Mara knew the next step was clear. They would have to venture beyond Echo Pines, follow the trail of the Seekers' legacy, and confront the darkness that still bound the silence. Outside, the forest whispered secrets in the cool night breeze. The battle for the voice unbound had deepened. And the true war was just beginning. The days that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. Mara and Jonah packed carefully, selecting the essentials, the notebooks, the resonance device, salvaged gear, and supplies for a journey that promised to lead them beyond the borders of Echo Pines and deep into the shadows of a forgotten past. Their faces were set with grim determination, the comfort of the cabin and forest behind them, the unknown stretching out ahead. The map they had pieced together from the Seekers' dossier pointed to several locations, ancient sites scattered across dense forests, abandoned research stations, and long-forgotten ruins whispered about in local legends. These were places where the Seekers had once conducted their experiments, places where echoes of the past still lingered, waiting to be uncovered. Mara and Jonah moved cautiously, each step heavy with the knowledge that they were walking into the Seeker's world, a realm of secrets, shadows, and dangers both human and something far older. Their first destination was an abandoned radio tower deep in a valley shrouded by mist and tall evergreens. The locals called it the Whispering Peak, a name that carried a chill of its own. As they approached, the air grew colder, the silence thick and unnatural. The tower stood like a sentinel against the gray sky, rusted metal skeletal and overgrown with ivy and moss. Strange symbols, similar to those Mara had seen before, were etched into the concrete base, glowing faintly with a pale blue light as dusk settled. Jonah examined the markings with a mixture of fascination and caution. The Seekers used this place to amplify signals, he said. Probably to reach the void or control parts of the mouth remotely. Mara's gaze swept the surrounding forest. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches clawing at the sky. A faint, distant hum resonated through the air, a living pulse that made the hair on her arms stand on end. Inside the tower, broken consoles and shattered glass littered the floor. Dust hung thick in the stale air, disturbed only by their footsteps. At the heart of the structure, they found an ancient transmitter, corroded but intact, covered in wires that seemed to pulse faintly with residual energy. Jonah carefully connected their device to the transmitter, hoping to tap into the lingering frequencies left by the Seekers. As they powered up the equipment, the chamber filled with a strange resonance, a mix of sound and silence that made the air vibrate with an eerie energy. Suddenly, the static surged, and shadows flickered along the walls. A voice, faint, distorted, but unmistakably human, whispered from the speakers. The silence watches. The balance falters. Beware the shadows that seek the void. Mara's heart pounded as the voice repeated, a chilling warning that seemed to come from a trapped soul, caught between worlds. Jonah turned pale. We're not alone here. Outside, the forest darkened as a creeping fog rolled in, swallowing the trees and muting the sounds of wildlife. Mara's eyes scanned the mist. Figures moved just beyond sight, shapes flickering like ghosts. The Seekers, she breathed. They're here. They retreated to the base of the tower, but the fog seemed to close in, disorienting and thick with menace. Mara's voice rose above the growing silence. We have the balance. We have the voices. We're not afraid. The fog paused, as if listening. Then, with a sudden rush, the shadows surged forward, figures coalescing into menacing forms, their faces hidden behind masks that hummed with cold energy. Jonah activated their device, broadcasting the balance signal in a wave of sound and stillness. The shadows faltered, retreating into the mist with angry hisses. Breathing heavily, Mara realized this was only the beginning. The Seekers' reach was long, their shadows cast wide. And the deeper they ventured, the more perilous the path became. But Mara knew they could not turn back. The voices depended on them. The silence needed to be free. And the forest, haunted, alive, and whispering, held its breath for what would come next. The early morning sun filtered weakly through the thick canopy, casting fractured light onto the damp earth as Mara and Jonah trudged onward from the radio tower. The memory of the fog-bound encounter clung to them like a shadow, a stark reminder that the Seekers' influence stretched far beyond the mouth and the void beneath echo pines. The map, dog-eared and marked with faint stains, pointed them toward their next destination, an abandoned outpost deep in the heart of a dense, ancient forest known by locals as the Hollow Woods. Legends whispered of vanished travelers, strange lights, and voices carried by the wind, echoes of a time when the Seekers had conducted their darkest experiments in secret. The path was overgrown and tangled with thorny brambles, forcing Mara and Jonah to move slowly and deliberately. The thick silence here was suffocating, the kind that pressed against your ears so hard it felt as though sound itself had been swallowed. Hours passed with only the crunch of their boots and the occasional distant caw of a raven to break the oppressive quiet. As they neared the outpost, the trees grew taller and closer, their twisted limbs intertwining like gnarled fingers. A low mist clung to the forest floor, weaving through the roots and decaying leaves like a living thing. Then, through the fog, the shapes of dilapidated buildings emerged, skeletal remains of metal and wood, windows shattered or boarded up, and walls scarred with graffiti in a language Mara did not recognize. The outpost had once been a hub of activity, now surrendered entirely to the slow reclamation of the wild. They approached cautiously, senses alert for any sign of the Seekers or the Void's influence. Inside the largest building, they found an array of old equipment, decaying radios, half-buried tapes, and cryptic diagrams pinned to walls. On one battered desk lay a leather-bound journal, its cover worn but intact. Mara's hands trembled as she opened it. The pages were filled with frantic entries, experiments detailing attempts to capture silence as a weapon, notes on the balance signal, and warnings scrawled in the margins. The void resists containment. Voices trapped within scream for release. The Seekers fracture under its weight. Beware the shadowed watchers, they seek to silence the song. Jonah picked up a reel of tape, dusting it off carefully. There might be recordings here, he said. Voices caught in the experiments, maybe even some we can free. They set up their equipment, hoping to play the tapes and glean whatever knowledge might remain. As the tape whirred to life, a chorus of fractured voices emerged, cries, whispers, songs, layered and overlapping, some desperate, some serene, all trapped in a chaotic resonance. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply. A spectral chill filled the room as shadows flickered at the edges of their vision. The voices on the tape became distorted, warping into an eerie melody that seemed to seep into the walls themselves. A deep, resonant voice spoke through the static, chilling and authoritative. You trespass on sacred ground. The silence belongs to us. Leave, or be swallowed. Mara gripped Jonah's arm, heart racing. They knew the warning wasn't empty. Outside, the forest seemed to darken further, the trees bending toward the outpost as if eager to reclaim it. The fight was growing fiercer. Yet amidst the danger, Mara felt a stirring of hope. The tapes held fragments of the past, pieces of the silence's true nature and the key to unraveling the Seeker's power. They gathered what they could carry and prepared to leave the outpost behind, but not without a newfound purpose, to piece together the shattered voices and expose the Seeker's secrets before the silence consumed them all. As they stepped back into the fading light of the hollow woods, the forest whispered around them, alive with anticipation and dread. The balance was still tenuous. The voices needed their champions. And the darkness was closing in. The sky was a bruised purple as Mara and Jonah emerged from the hollow woods, their backs heavy with the weight of the journals and tapes they had salvaged. Every breath they took felt sharper, colder, as if the forest itself was warning them that the shadows were growing longer, closing in. The air pulsed faintly with residual energy from the resonance chamber they'd created days before, a tenuous thread of light woven into the endless dark. But as they stepped beyond the tree line, Mara sensed the fragile balance shifting, like a subtle tremor beneath the calm surface of a deep lake. Jonah checked the device again, its lights flickering in uneven rhythms. The Seekers are adapting, he muttered. Our balance signal is under assault. Mara's gaze swept the horizon, where the last golden rays of sunset gave way to creeping dusk. They won't stop, she said. They'll hit us harder. That night, the forest around the cabin became a battlefield of silence and sound. The Seekers launched a counterattack, waves of distorted noise, low-frequency pulses that vibrated through the earth and air. These counterwaves aimed to drown out the balance signal, to shatter the fragile harmony Mara and Jonah had built. Mara stood before the resonance chamber in the glade, her voice rising in a steady, unwavering chant. Each note wove through the air, threading into the device, pushing back against the Seeker's invasive assault. The counterwaves crashed like thunder, a cacophony of static and shadowy distortion. The ground trembled beneath her feet, branches rattled as if a storm raged just beyond the trees. But Mara's voice remained resolute. She sang the stories of the freed voices, their hopes, fears, and memories, binding the signal tighter, strengthening the resonance. Jonah worked feverishly to adjust the equipment, fine-tuning frequencies to counter the destructive pulses. The battle stretched through the night, a clash not of weapons but of sound and silence, emotion and void. As dawn approached, the Seeker's counterwaves faltered. The balance signal shimmered stronger, its glow spreading through the forest like dawn breaking the night. Exhausted but victorious, Mara and Jonah collapsed among the stones, the weight of the fight settling in their bones. But the victory was bittersweet. They knew the Seekers would return with greater force, and the forest held darker secrets yet to be revealed. Mara glanced at the horizon, where the first light met the shadows. "We have to keep fighting," she whispered. "For the voices. For the silence." Jonah nodded, eyes heavy but determined. "The next wave will be the hardest. But we're not alone. The voices will guide us." Outside, the forest whispered on, alive with secrets and songs yet unsung. The war for the vanishing sound raged on. The first light of dawn slipped slowly through the dense canopy, spilling gentle golden rays over the glade where Mara and Jonah lay recovering from the night's exhausting battle. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles, the forest waking slowly from a restless slumber. Though weary, Mara's eyes flickered with a fierce determination, the echo of the voices still ringing in her mind. The counterwaves had tested them to their limits, yet the balance signal held. It was a small victory in a war that stretched across time and silence, but it was enough to keep hope alive. As Mara and Jonah packed their gear, preparing to return to the cabin, a soft rustling came from the underbrush. Their heads snapped toward the sound, hands instinctively moving toward their equipment. From the shadows stepped a figure, a woman, cloaked in dark, weathered clothing, her eyes sharp and clear despite the forest's gloom. There was an otherworldly calm in her presence, a subtle glow that seemed to pulse from beneath her skin like a heartbeat. "I've been watching," she said quietly, her voice low but steady. "You're fighting more than just machines and shadows. You're fighting history itself." Mara stood slowly, suspicion mixed with cautious hope. "Who are you?" The woman smiled faintly. "Call me Lyra. I am what remains of a seeker who chose a different path." Jonah stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "A seeker? Then why help us?" Lyra's gaze softened. "Because the silence is not meant to be controlled or caged. It is a living force, chaotic, beautiful, dangerous. The seekers I once belonged to sought power over it, but I saw the cost. I fled, hoping to protect what could be saved." Mara exchanged a glance with Jonah, uncertainty swirling between them. "Why now?" Mara asked. "Why reveal yourself?" Lyra's eyes darkened. "Because the balance you forged threatens the very foundation of their control. They will come for you with everything they have. You need allies, knowledge, and understanding if you are to stand a chance." Over the following hours, Lyra shared stories long buried, of the Seeker's rise and fracture, of forbidden rituals, and the ever-present void that resisted their grasp. She spoke of ancient artifacts hidden in the forest, places of power that could amplify or sever the silence's hold. But most importantly, she revealed the existence of the Heart of Silence, a device, lost to time, said to be the key to either sealing the void forever or unleashing it in full. Mara listened, absorbing every detail, the weight of responsibility growing heavier but tempered by newfound hope. Together, they planned their next move, to find the heart before the Seekers could use it for their dark designs. As the sun climbed higher, Mara felt the voices around her, no longer mere echoes, but a living chorus of support and strength. The forest whispered promises of secrets yet to be uncovered and dangers yet to be faced. With Lyra by their side, Mara and Jonah stepped into the next chapter of their journey, hearts steeled for the battles ahead. The silence was no longer just a void. It was a story waiting to be told. The sun had barely risen above the horizon when Mara, Jonah, and Lyra set out from the cabin, the forest around them alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant calls of waking birds. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, yet beneath the surface of this peaceful morning lingered a sense of urgency, an invisible thread pulling them deeper into the mysteries of echo pines. The Heart of Silence, Lyra had told them, was no ordinary relic. It was a device crafted long ago by the earliest seekers, designed to manipulate the void that fed the mouth and twisted the silence into a force both terrible and mesmerizing. The power it held was immense, and dangerous. Their journey would take them through uncharted territories of the forest, places where the veil between sound and silence was thinnest, and where the whispers of lost voices grew louder, sometimes nearly overwhelming. For hours, they moved through winding trails and tangled underbrush, guided by Lyra's intimate knowledge of the forest's secret paths. She moved with a grace born of familiarity, her eyes sharp for signs of the seeker's presence or the void's corruption. As they approached a narrow valley shrouded in mist, Mara's skin prickled with anticipation. This was the Vale's edge, a place spoken of in hushed tones, a boundary where the forest's ancient magic and the silence itself tangled and frayed. The trees here were twisted and dark, their bark mottled with strange symbols glowing faintly in the dim light. The air felt thick, heavy, as if every sound was muffled by an unseen weight. Lyra stopped, her gaze fixed on a stone archway covered in vines and moss. Etched into the arch were the glyphs of the Seekers, symbols of protection and binding. "This is the entrance to the Vault of Echoes," Lyra said softly. "The resting place of the heart. But it won't be easy to reach." Jonah adjusted his backpack, eyes scanning the surroundings. "What kind of traps or guardians are we talking about?" Lyra's expression darkened. "The Seekers didn't leave the heart unprotected. The vault is guarded by both technology and something else. A force born of the void itself." Mara took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Then we face it together." With careful steps, they passed beneath the archway, the air growing colder and more still. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they entered a narrow passageway carved into the earth, the walls damp and lined with more of the glowing symbols. Faint whispers brushed against their ears, unintelligible but filled with emotion, fear, sorrow, hope. Deeper and deeper they walked, the passage narrowing until it opened into a vast cavern. The ceiling was lost in shadow, but below, an ancient stone pedestal stood bathed in an ethereal blue light. Upon it rested a crystalline device, the Heart of Silence. Its facets shimmered with an inner glow, pulsating slowly like a heartbeat. But as Mara stepped forward, the shadows around them stirred. Dark shapes emerged, twisted forms of shadow and silence, guardians born of the void's wrath. A fierce battle erupted. Mara, Jonah, and Lyra fought with a desperate blend of courage and will, their voices weaving the balance signal, pushing back the creeping shadows. The cavern trembled with their struggle, echoes of their fight bouncing off the walls. At the climax, Mara reached the pedestal, her hands trembling as she touched the heart. The pulse of the device surged through her, filling her with a flood of sound and silence, memories and voices interwoven into a single overwhelming wave. She saw glimpses of the Seekers' past, their hopes and fears, their rise and downfall, and the eternal struggle to master a force that could never be fully controlled. With a steadying breath, Mara lifted the heart, the blue light bathing the cavern in a radiant glow. The shadows recoiled, retreating into the void. The Vault of Echoes fell silent, the balance restored. But Mara knew the journey was far from over. The Heart of Silence was both a weapon and a key. And the true challenge lay ahead, using its power wisely to protect the voices and silence alike. Together, Mara, Jonah, and Lyra prepared to face what was coming, their bond forged in the depths of the forest, their purpose clear. The vanishing sound was no longer lost. It was their song to defend. The weight of the Heart of Silence in Mara's hands was heavier than its physical mass. It pulsed with a quiet power that seemed to resonate with the very air around them, a steady heartbeat echoing the forest's ancient rhythms. As they emerged from the Vault of Echoes, the dim light of the cavern gave way to the soft glow of twilight filtering through the trees, casting long shadows that danced with the breeze. Mara, Jonah, and Lyra moved cautiously back toward the cabin, each step a silent prayer that the Seekers had not yet regrouped for a more devastating assault. Their victory in the vault was a crucial turning point, but it had also painted a target on their backs. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the rustling leaves whispering secrets and warnings alike. The once familiar path now felt unfamiliar, as though the shadows themselves had shifted in response to the power they carried. Jonah's eyes flicked nervously to the dense thicket ahead. "I don't like this. It feels like we're being watched." Lyra's gaze sharpened, scanning the darkening woods. "The Seekers are coming. They know what we possess, and they won't stop until the heart is theirs." Suddenly, a low, mechanical hum pierced the silence, a sound alien to the natural forest. From the shadows emerged figures clad in dark armor, their faces obscured by masks glowing with cold, blue light. The Seekers had found them. Without hesitation, Mara raised the heart high, its light flaring and pushing back the advancing enemies. The resonance radiated outward, a protective wave that mingled with the balance signal flowing through the forest. The Seekers recoiled, but they were relentless, pressing forward with weapons humming with charged energy. The battle that followed was a desperate clash, a symphony of light, shadow, and sound. Mara's voice rose in a fierce chant, weaving the balance signal into a shield that shimmered like glass, deflecting the Seekers' attacks. Jonah and Lyra fought beside her, their combined efforts forming a bulwark against the storm. Amidst the chaos, Mara caught glimpses of figures moving silently through the trees, shadows within shadows. Whispers on the wind hinted at betrayals and alliances yet unseen. As the fight wore on, the heart pulsed erratically, responding not just to Mara's voice but to the very will of the forest. It seemed alive, as if the forest itself was lending strength to its champions. Finally, with a surge of energy, Mara unleashed the full power of the heart, a wave of pure resonance that shattered the Seekers' formation and sent them retreating into the dark woods. Breathing heavily, Mara lowered the device. The forest sighed, the oppressive weight of silence lifting momentarily as birds began to call and leaves rustled softly. But the victory felt hollow. They had won this battle, but the war was far from over. Lyra stepped forward, voice grave. The Seekers' true plan is still hidden. The heart is only a part of their design, a key to something much greater. Jonah frowned. "Then we need to uncover the rest, before it's too late." Mara nodded, resolve hardening. "We protect the balance. We protect the voices. And we will face whatever comes next." As night fell, the forest around Echo Pine seemed to hum with possibility and peril. The silence was no longer empty, it was alive, watching, waiting. And Mara knew the story of the vanishing sound was far from finished. The days following the fierce battle at the forest's edge passed in a tense blur. Mara, Jonah, and Lyra returned to their cabin, though it no longer felt like a sanctuary but a fragile foothold amid a storm. The heart of silence sat on a carved wooden table, its soft glow a constant reminder of the power they carried, and the danger it invited. The Seekers' retreat was only temporary. Mara could feel it deep in her bones. They were regrouping, gathering resources, and preparing to strike back with greater force. The war for the silence was escalating. Determined to understand the true scope of the Seekers' plans, Lyra led them toward a secret she had long guarded, a hidden archive buried deep beneath the forest, concealed for decades by ancient wards and modern technology. This archive was said to hold the Seekers' most guarded secrets, blueprints, rituals, recordings, and records of experiments that spanned generations. Their journey began before dawn, the forest shrouded in mist that clung to the branches like ghostly veils. The path was narrow and winding, twisting between ancient trees whose trunks bore strange runes glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Lyra's voice was low as she spoke of the wards protecting the archive. The Seekers feared knowledge would be their undoing. They hid this place, weaving silence and sound into locks only a few could open. They reached the entrance, a moss-covered stone door half buried beneath roots and soil. Intricate carvings decorated its surface, symbols that pulsed faintly in rhythm with the heart's glow. Jonah knelt beside the door, examining the carvings. "It's a puzzle lock. The symbols correspond to sound frequencies." Mara stepped forward, her fingers tracing the glyphs, their shapes humming softly beneath her touch. Slowly, she sang the balance melody, a song crafted from voices freed and silence tamed. The door responded, vibrations coursing through the stone, unlocking ancient mechanisms with grinding echoes. The massive door slid open, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. The air grew colder as they descended, the walls lined with faded murals depicting the seeker's history, a tapestry of ambition, sacrifice, and despair. At the bottom, they entered a vast chamber lit by bioluminescent fungi and the faint glow of their devices. Rows of shelves stretched endlessly, laden with scrolls, books, and devices humming with dormant energy. Mara approached a pedestal, where a large tome lay open, a chronicle written by the original seekers. As she read aloud, the chilling truth emerged. The silence is not merely absence of sound, but a sentient force, an echo of the void beyond our realm. Attempts to control it have fractured reality, trapping souls and twisting nature itself. Jonah's voice trembled. They knew the cost, yet they pressed on. Lyra nodded grimly. And now, we face the consequences. Further exploration uncovered recordings of failed experiments, voices caught between worlds, distorted beyond recognition, and warnings of a final ritual intended to merge the void with reality, granting the seekers ultimate control. Mara's heart pounded as the weight of their mission became clear. They were not just fighting to free voices trapped in silence, they were fighting to prevent a catastrophe that could unravel the fabric of existence. A sudden sound interrupted their discovery, a faint tapping from deeper within the archive. Shadows moved at the edge of the glowing light. Mara, Jonah, and Lyra exchanged tense glances. They were not alone. The seekers had found the archive. And their dark design was moving closer to fruition. The air inside the hidden archive was thick with tension. Mara, Jonah, and Lyra stood among towering shelves lined with ancient scrolls and flickering devices, their breaths shallow, every nerve alert. The faint tapping that had disturbed their search now echoed louder, deliberate footsteps weaving between shadows, the low murmur of voices in a language older than the forest itself. Mara's heart hammered against her ribs. The seekers were here, no longer lurking in the distant woods but intruders in the very heart of the knowledge they sought to protect. The final ritual, whispered in the faded tomes, was drawing near, and the consequences promised to shatter the boundary between the silence and reality itself. Jonah's fingers danced over the console of a forgotten device, trying desperately to awaken long-dormant frequencies, hoping to gain any advantage or warning signal. Lyra whispered urgently, "They seek to open the void's gate, a convergence that will merge our world with the silence beyond. If they succeed, the voices will be lost forever, swallowed by the endless dark." Mara's eyes burned with resolve. "Then we stop them. No matter the cost." Their footsteps quickened as they descended deeper into the archive, toward a cavernous chamber glowing with unnatural light. At its center lay an altar carved from obsidian stone, etched with glowing runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. Around it, the seekers had already gathered, cloaked figures chanting in low, hypnotic tones, their masked faces turned toward the swirling void that hovered like a living shadow above the altar. The chamber vibrated with raw energy, a blend of sound and silence so intense it threatened to tear the walls apart. Mara raised the heart of silence, its crystal facets blazing with fierce light. She began the chant, the balanced melody woven from all the voices they had freed, from the forest itself, from the pulse of life that the seekers sought to drown. Jonah and Lyra joined her, their voices intertwining into a powerful harmony that rippled through the chamber like a tidal wave. The seekers faltered, their chant breaking as the heart's resonance clashed with the dark ritual. Shadows writhed, and the void screamed, a soundless cry that echoed inside the minds of all present. The battle became a storm of wills, light against dark, sound against silence. The air shimmered with energy, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Mara focused on the heart, pouring every ounce of strength and hope into the melody. The voices of the trapped souls surged around her, lending their power to the balance. Suddenly, one of the seekers lunged forward, a dagger forged from silence itself aimed at Mara's heart. Lyra intercepted, her own blade glowing with a faint blue light born from the heart's power. Steel clashed, sparks flying in the dim light. Jonah moved to support, his device emitting pulses that disrupted the Seeker's formation, buying Mara precious seconds. With a final, soaring note, Mara unleashed the full force of the heart. A wave of pure resonance erupted, engulfing the chamber in radiant light. The void screamed and shattered, fragments of darkness dissolving into the ether. The Seekers cried out, their forms dissolving into wisps of shadow before vanishing entirely. The chamber fell silent, the altar dark and empty. Breathing heavily, Mara looked at her companions, eyes shining with both exhaustion and triumph. "We stopped the ritual," she whispered. "For now." Lyra nodded, a rare smile breaking through her solemn expression. "But the silence will always watch. We must remain its guardians." Jonah glanced at the heart, now dim and calm in Mara's hands. "And the voices, they're free." Outside, the forest seemed to exhale, the oppressive weight lifting as dawn's light spilled through the trees. The battle was won, but the war for the silence, and the voices it held, was far from over. Together, Mara, Jonah, and Lyra vowed to protect the fragile balance, knowing the echoes of their fight would resonate for generations to come. The first light of dawn spilled gently over the canopy of echo pines, painting the forest in hues of gold and amber. The oppressive silence that had once strangled the woods was lifted, replaced by the gentle chorus of birdsong and the rustling of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. The balance signal Mara, Jonah, and Lyra had fought so fiercely to protect now hung quietly beneath the surface of the earth and sky, a living thread weaving the voices of the freed into the fabric of the world. The battle at the hidden archive had changed everything. The Seekers, those relentless keepers of silence and shadows, had been shattered. Their final ritual thwarted, their power broken, the forest breathed again, alive with possibility and hope. Yet, as Mara stood at the edge of the glade where the resonance chamber had been reborn, she knew this peace was fragile, a fleeting reprieve in a war that spanned generations. Her fingers closed around the heart of silence, its light soft and steady, a beacon in the early morning light. The device, once a weapon and a key, had become a symbol of resilience, a voice reclaimed from the void, of stories reclaimed from oblivion. Jonah approached, eyes clear despite the weariness of their journey. "The voices, they're still with us. They sing in the wind, in the rustling leaves. Echoes eternal." Lyra, standing nearby, nodded thoughtfully. "The silence is not empty anymore. It is filled with memory, with hope. But it will always watch. We are its guardians now." Mara's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the forest stretched endless and mysterious. "The balance is ours to protect. Not just here, but everywhere the silence tries to claim. We carry the voices now, their stories, their strength." The forest around them seemed to respond, a gentle wind weaving through the branches like a whispered promise. The freed voices sang softly, a melody that rose and fell, carrying the weight of sorrow and joy, loss and renewal. In the days that followed, Mara, Jonah, and Lyra worked to restore what the Seekers had broken. They shared the knowledge from the hidden archive with those who would listen, keepers of stories, healers, and wanderers who respected the delicate dance of sound and silence. Together, they built new sanctuaries of resonance, places where the voices could sing freely, anchored in the living forest and beyond. But Mara knew the silence would never be fully tamed. It was a force ancient and wild, a boundary between worlds that demanded respect and vigilance. As twilight settled over Echo Pines, Mara stood alone beneath the towering pines, the heart glowing softly against her chest. The stars began to pierce the darkening sky, silent witnesses to a story both ended and beginning anew. She closed her eyes, letting the voices fill her, the laughter of children long gone, the whispered secrets of the forest, the song of life and memory intertwined. The vanishing sound was no longer lost. It was eternal. And it was theirs to guard.